Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, Nick, let's kick it off.
Sure. So a lot of you do know what the World Economic Forum is. Obviously, it happens once a year in Davos, and there are a lot of conspiracy theories that are pretty prominent around this entire.
I would even say theories like this. I've learned to stop using the word conspiracy theories, unless it's like to the extreme, like the world is flat, the Earth is flat. But otherwise,
I guess people don't understand what the term actually means because it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay. Tell us, what's the definition of a conspiracy theory?
Well, the conspiracy, I mean, basically you have a theory that there is a conspiracy. What the definition of it is, I probably wouldn't tell you exactly.
I think you've just signed it. You've got a theory that there's some sort of...
It's a theory that there is a conspiracy. So
conspiracy behind the scenes.
Right. Am I going in now, or are you?
I think it's him.
It's him.
It's him.
Okay. It's him. Okay. All right. So
yeah, that was Mario.
Yeah. So, but basically, what it is, just a general overview, is you have a bunch of world leaders that get together. World leaders, wealthy businessmen. It's a consortium of the most powerful people around the world. Discussions about global affairs, and a lot of it, admittedly, is about the consolidation of power. And one of the biggest topics this year was about inflation and, how we can get a grip on that and as well as climate. And so those are two big things that we're going to hit on, but economy seems to be the thing that is really hitting people all around the world the hardest, which is why, Kian, I think, sounds like you're pretty well versed on this. So if you want to.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, Kian.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think that the World Economic Forum represents a pretty serious concern to the average person around the world, whether they know it or not. And you can tell this by how the mainstream media responds to people criticizing some of their really outrageous ideas and comments, like plans to completely remove meat from the plates of over 1 billion people. And, that's just one example. And you call them out on how infeasible this is, impractical, and how it doesn't actually solve problems that they're trying to solve. And the mainstream media says, oh, you guys are conspiracy theorists. And as you said earlier, when they say that, you know that you're onto something. And it's not so much a theory. These are world leaders coming to a single location to conspire together, whether for better or for worse. I tend to think that it's for worse, but they are definitely conspiring together to change the planet in the way that they think that it should be changed. It's just, it's not for the best. It's definitely not a good thing for the average person, and definitely not a good thing for the average middle class Canadian or American.
Would you say that it's fair to say? Would you think it's? Oh my God. Would it be fair to say that what they have in the works, what they want to see the world looking like, is going to be more restrictive with less freedoms, less freedom of transportation, travel, privacy, the food that you can eat, just like the cost of things, because we talk about net zero sometimes, right? About the, about sustainability, but what does this actually look like, right? I mean, we have to ask these questions, and I mean, in general, it means that things will simply not be as cheap as they are currently, right? Am I right to ask that?
Yeah, I think that you're sort of circling the point. They want less choice. They want you to have fewer choices in your life, whether it's what you eat, where you go, who you speak to, what you say. There's going to be less choice because they know what's best. They know that, they have a better grasp of economics. They have a better grasp of socioeconomic dynamics and the environment. They have all these experts. So obviously they know what's best. So they're making the choices for you. They let it slip a couple of years ago when they said you will own nothing and you'll be happy. They want you to, that sounds way more insidious than they probably intended it. They probably didn't think that was such an awful thing to say, but really what it means is you will rent, you will not own. Your car will be shared with others. You will have subscription plans to everything in your life. And who benefits from those subscription plans? Well, odds are it will be a government entity, whether it's the World Economic Forum or its subsidiaries, which are, Canada, United Kingdom, and other people who conspire with Klaus Schwab, they're going to be the benefactors of your subscription plans,
Okay, so
however that is.
It
you
seems like
say
it's
it's
a
less
cut and paste
choice. You say
society,
it's
right?
less, Ian, let me talk.
No,
You say it's less
I just want
choice,
to add.
but
I just want to
yeah,
add.
well,
It
I
seems like
was
it's a cut
yeah,
and
well,
paste society where it's like the food pyramid. I mean, the FDA came up with the food pyramid some decades ago, saying that you have to eat grains or whatever, carbohydrates 5 times a day, and meat is just once a day, and this will be perfect for you, right? And now we're seeing the disastrous results of that because it was the product of lobbyists, whether it's the corn lobby or the soda lobby, right? I mean, all these different companies, they stood to benefit from that. I mean, people who sell pizzas, like pizzas are supposedly healthier than simply eating bacon, right? So I mean, this whole cut and paste society, this cut and paste plan, it seems like with the WEF, a lot of the stuff that they want to develop for us, more like to us, is doesn't seem to be
let's
okay. So I
maybe
want
selling
to. I'll
stuff,
give you.
but
I'll
is
give
it very
you.
good?
I'll give you. I'll give
And
you the mic,
Mario,
Sam. I'll give you.
your mic is it's deaf.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, is it
It's
better?
it's
Is it
bad.
better now?
Oh yeah,
Is
it
it
is
better now?
now.
Or no.
Now it's better.
let's
Okay.
talk
Okay.
about the other
I'll give
side
you.
of that.
Yeah, I'll give you. Yeah, go
Mario,
ahead, Sam.
it's too close to your head or something. I mean, it's
Okay. Testing. Okay, tell me now. Is it better
there we
now?
go, much
Better.
better, much
Okay.
better.
Yes,
Go.
thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sam. Yeah. Go ahead, Sam. Sorry.
Cool, man. Yeah, so I mean, look, I understand. I definitely agree with you in on the food pyramid thing. It's probably one of the most devastating things that's happened to humankind in reality when we look at the health issues that people suffer from because of their diets. But let's look at the alternative view of some of these things that the WF are talking about. I mean, you could say they're restrictive, or you could say they're alternatives. If we talk about things like transport, look, we know that we need to shift to cleaner energy, cleaner transport. Whether people believe in climate change or not doesn't take away from the fact that kids are developing terrible respiratory illnesses living in cities because cars are driving past them every day. We also know that the major constraints in terms of moving to cleaner vehicles, electric vehicles, are the raw materials. So technology, what the WEF are actually saying is that technology is going to make it more viable to share vehicles. So less vehicles need to be produced, less vehicles need to be on the road. We can actually sustain clean vehicles because we can't build 1 billion electric cars over the next 20 years. But if people are in their car for 30 minutes a day on average, and the majority of the time it's sat outside their house or their work or whatever. Most journeys are one person in a car. If we want to just ignore these things and say it's a conspiracy theory trying to control us, or we could say there's a lot of practicality here in the fact that every vehicle that's produced the first 2 or 3 years of that life, and this is electric vehicles too, is just the emissions from the production of that vehicle. So if we have less, cars as one example are a depreciating asset. So, if we have less cars being built, less cars on the road, we can actually make a far higher proportion of clean cars, electric vehicles, obviously. So we can look at it from the negative side if that's our own.
Well, I mean, the
premise.
negative side is that it's going to be more expensive for most people, right? They have to depend
So
on
you think it's going
transit
to be more expensive? Okay, so a car depreciates by 20-25% when you take it off the forecourt, okay, for a start. So you don't think that people the technology allows for car sharing to be far more practical, far more easy. If there's 20 cars on a road outside someone's house, rather than 100 cars, and everybody still has access to a car when they need them, that's going to be cheaper, than buying a car, losing 25%. Having to service it with one person, and also you talk about we would hope that there'd be incentives for the manufacturers to rule out this planned obsolescence. Every car that is built with planned obsolescence, so that at some point something's going to break in 2 years and everyone's going to have to pay. Running cars I'm just using cars as one example, but we buy a lot of crap we don't need. We use something once or twice. Sorry, Mario.
I want to. Yeah. Is that all good? Before we kick off, Nick,
before come in, Aaron wants to comment, and I think I saw Kian.
Yeah, I know.
Having his hands up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do. Yeah, I do want to just introduce. Oh, he dropped off. Thierry dropped off. I'll send him an invite again. He's pretty vocal about the World Economic Forum. So Keen, the way we run those spaces, we always try to keep them balanced, get both sides of the argument, a voice for the audience to kind of have an objective discussion and make up their mind. I also want to welcome Sebastian back to the stage. It's been a while, Sebastian. How are you?
Very well, very well. I'd love to jump in with a quick comment whenever you're ready, Mario.
You're always welcome to jump in, and I'm glad I should have probably sent you an invite earlier, but it's been a while we haven't touched base. My guess you'd be pretty critical of the World Economic Forum, but maybe you'd give us a more balanced view of the pros and cons of this annual meeting of the decision makers in our world.
Well, look, you've seen for yourself, but let me just respond to the last speaker. I think it was someone called Sam. So here's it's not an issue. This is where you kind of miss the vector of the debate on these issues. It's not a question of whether global warming or climate change is bad, or kids getting respiratory conditions more than they used to is bad. That's not the point. The point is, how do you get there? And somebody else, I think it was Ian, mentioned it. So I used this clip on my show multiple times this week. So somebody is on the platform from Davos this week and uses the classic heartstrings kind of argument. My daughter says, "Why are you eating beef?" And then, he says, "Well, look, I'd have to be a vegetarian for 70 years to do the carbon offset for one flight to Thailand." And then he says, "But if 1 billion people stopped eating meat, wow, we could change the world." And then nobody does a follow-up question. Who the hell is going to stop 1 billion people eating meat? It's not the good intentions. It's not that something needs to be done about issues to do with health or the economy. The question is the WEF and the usual left-wing inclination to use force to get to that point. When California decrees that you will not be able to buy a gasoline car in 4 years time in the state of California, hang on a second. We're not talking about good intentions. We're talking about power for the elite that will still be flying around the world in their G-series jets. The point is here, how do we get to that place? People like me want to leverage science, want to make the world a cleaner place, but through the market dynamic, not by government fiat. And what the WF is all about is by government fiat or fiat of unelected bureaucrats to say, sorry, we're just going to ban this technology, we're going to ban this product, and you're just going to have to suck it up or leave the country and find somewhere else that allows you to live in those conditions. So the question is, what mechanism gets us to a better place? Is it free markets? Is it liberty? Or is it imposition by the elites? That's the big question that people are avoiding.
Look, Sebastian, I agree with you, and I think it's Catherine and I were actually talking about this, and we're both the kind of people who are seen as like the liberals in the team, and we agree that mandating that people have to buy electric cars in 2035 is an issue, but at the same time, and this is going to sound incredibly liberal to me, if kids are growing up in a polluted city, do they have any choice what they're breathing in every day? Do those kids have a choice? Does the government not have some responsibility to protect people at some level?
That's going to the argument of heartstrings and not reality and fact. So
it is reality. It is reality when there's...
Somebody made this point. I can't remember who, but if you know who you are, then I'm not taking it upon myself. If the UK that under the prior government banned fracking, which they've rapidly reversed, if the UK went to the Stone Age tomorrow, if they banned every fossil fuel in the UK, there would be less than a 1.5% decrease in CO2 emissions in Western civilization. So what are we talking about? If China is building a new coal-powered plant every single week, what are we talking about? If India says we need fossil fuels, you don't get to put us back into the Stone Age because we are just a developing country, then what are we talking about? Penalizing us as other nations demand to turn into industrial economies using fossil fuels, using plastics. And again, just the rank bloody neo-colonialism of saying plastics are bad because they're fossil fuels. How do most Africans get drinking water? In plastic cartons, in plastic bottles. They walk 5 miles a day down to the creek. What are we going to say? You don't get to drink water unless it's in a renewable glass product. Again, it's this not thinking it through that is the problem, and also the power dynamic. You say it's not a good thing to ban a certain product. I would say it's actually authoritarian to say, without anybody voting on it, that Governor Newsom just says, screw you, no more gasoline trucks. What does that plumber do who's got an F-150 that's 20 years old? He can't do his job as a plumber with a Tesla. It's the rank arrogance of the people on their private jets telling others, screw you, you don't get to have an F-150 pickup truck. That's the problem with the likes of the Davos
Well,
summit.
and by the way,
Well,
you know,
the
Wyoming.
issue is,
whoa.
Hold on, guys. Hey.
Guys, yeah, one at a time. I just want to add before we go to each speaker at a time. It's true. What Sebastian said is true, and their policies have an extremely adverse impact on the developing world. My country, in particular, Malaysia, is cutting down forests, rainforest, to plant, what do you call it, biofuel materials, right? Palm oil, because of the demand from Europe. And this is how bad it is. So they're more than happy to destroy the local ecology, which is like a million-year-old forest, to plant garbage, essentially, what is essentially garbage that doesn't help any of the diversity in our location, just to make sure that Europe succeeds. So, I mean, this seems to me like a form of imperialism, right? There's no market at play here. These are simply rules made by fiat, by really awful committees that no one voted in, and it makes everything more expensive in Europe, first of all, and it destroys the local economies.
There's a very good reason why
before
cars.
you
Let me just
quickly.
Let me speak. There's a
Yeah,
very good reason
I
why
will.
cars are
Sam,
focused on.
just sorry, 2 seconds, Sam. Just Sebastian and Thierry, I've sent you an invite request to speak via DM. Just FYI, because it's glitching. So check your DMs. If you leave the space, click on the link. You'll be coming back as a speaker. Because I saw you both drop out. But you go ahead. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, so look, there's a reason why cars are a focus, whereas out of town power stations are less urgent. It's because cars are directly affecting the local environment, and cars are giving off far more than carbon dioxide. They're obviously giving off carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, and these things are going directly into the lungs of the people in urban areas, whereas an out-of-town power station or a private jet, neither of which I'm defending in isolation, but I'm just saying there is a logical reason why the focus is on motor vehicles, because they are directly polluting in that local environment.
Well,
I want to go to Catherine. I know, Catherine, you're trying to speak earlier. I see Sebastian is back, and is Thierry there? No, it's still glitching. But yeah, go ahead. Thierry's here for the first time as well on the panel. Good to have you, Thierry. But go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, so I really like a lot what you're saying, Sebastian. But so for example, I would say Wyoming, for example, just recently announced that they're kind of doing the same thing, but in reverse. So there's states that are banning, a lot of places are banning gas vehicles, right? Including in Canada, and many states in the US, California. Wyoming announced that they're doing the same thing, which I think is more of a political ploy, but they're doing the same thing with electric cars. But in general, I would say, when we're taking it back to the World Economic Forum, I think having these ideas and discussing them all, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think some of these ideas, I think some of them are problematic. Some of the implementations are not always thought through. Like, look at something like plastic bags, and in a lot of places there have been outlawed. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually causes more harm if you look at it, because there's people using more plastic bags as a result, because they're forgetting their bags and they're buying more bags that don't last very long, and there's actually more waste. But at the same time, the biggest issue that I see is that people have lost trust in their institutions in terms of trusting that they won't make things mandatory, right? Because we look, and that's what we were discussing with Sam, is that, you look at some of these ideas and they're not necessarily all bad ideas to explore, at least from our point of view, but as soon as they mandate them, they take away your choice, which, for example, if you take, for example, some of the ideas, the big idea of the World Economic Forum, right, that people complain about a lot is this, you will own nothing and you will be happy. And this idea that's something that people quote all the time. And that idea is really about renting things, right? That corporations own things. But if a corporation doesn't like you, for maybe you say the wrong thing, they can cut you off. And we've seen that with like PayPal and other corporations. So people should always have the option to own things. So how do you make sure, especially in the legal system, that you continue to have that choice, and there isn't that authoritarian move. And at the same time, people don't sort of revolt against forums where people meet to discuss ideas.
So
You're right about that, about companies having authority over your own personal sovereignty. But and that's why you see so many of the, like Microsoft and all these people, all these companies, IBM at the World Economic Forum. But a big concern as well is also countries owning these assets, owning these, these subsidized housing that you have to rent for the rest of your life because you can no longer afford a suburban home, or they cut off utilities to suburban homes because they're centralizing in the downtown area, like the World Economic Forum has suggested. This whole subscribing to your life is this. It's furthering this idea that you do not get to choose. You do not get to have any permanence in your life, and everything can be uprooted when the elites decide that, oh, there's actually a better way for you to live.
I wanna quickly ask a question to Thierry. First, is my mic better, or is it still shit, Nick?
It's
It's
still
okay.
pretty.
We can understand you.
It's
So
okay.
you can go ahead and ask.
Oh, okay. I'll ask a question to Thierry, and then I'll fix my mic. Thierry, my question is, you've been very critical of the World Economic Forum. Beyond centralization of power, which I think we all agree is a really bad thing, maybe you can kick it off before you respond to the points made. What are the positives that you see from the World Economic Forum? And I do this very often. I always tell someone to kind of give points that they
And I'll
on
jump
the
in.
other side
I'll
of the
jump in
argument.
on that as well.
Yeah, of course. Then we'll go to Wahid right after. Go ahead, Thierry.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Mario. I've been a fan of yours, and I'm a member of parliament in the Netherlands, in Holland, for all of you who do not know me. And indeed, I'm fundamentally opposed to the whole globalist mindset that is underpinning the World Economic Forum. And so the question was, what's the positive thing about it? In my view, the positive thing is that it is very much on the surface. So this is a very explicit expression of a certain worldview. It's there for all of us to see. All of us can comment on it. We can express our opinions about it, and that is progress. When the devil shows its true nature, it's progress.
And what are would you say your biggest three concerns before we go to Wahid?
Well, ever since Plato, since the beginning of Western man starting to think about life, we've been contemplating the problem of the one and the many, right? So is everything ultimately the same, or is everything diverse? And the thinking in terms of everything being the same has always been the totalitarian temptation. Every totalitarian movement in world history has always believed that people are at heart individuals, and those individuals ought to be governed universally. So individualism and universalism are sort of the two tokens by which totalitarians go about. And the central belief of our current elites, like the elites in several other periods in our history, is that we are all ultimately alike. We're all ultimately the same. And that is why we need central control. That is why we all need our biology to be centrally controlled through mRNA vaccinations. That's why we need our currency to be controlled through BDC. That's why we need our carbon dioxide emissions to be centrally controlled. This is their central belief is control. That's what the alchemists in the Middle Ages believed. That's what the communists, the Marxists believed. They have superior knowledge over how we should govern our lives, and that is fundamentally the problem of this, because they misunderstand that the fundamental point of human life is to create a community, a family. That's why they promote transgenders, because they don't like families. They want individuals. They want the destruction of family. The purpose, in my view, of human life is to create nation states, national identities. That's why they're in favor of multiculturalism, mass immigration, supranational legislation, and so on. The purpose of life, in my view, is to create beauty, aesthetics, which create a home, like the old city centers of European cities. And that's why they're in favor of modernist
So,
architecture, which
uh,
destroys the home, and so on
uh,
and so forth. I think you want me to shut up, Mario.
yeah, no, I don't. I never want you to shut up. I actually want you. So what I tried
That's
to,
cool. That's cool.
yeah, I like Thierry. First, I want to go to Wahid before going to Ezra, who's managed to make it today, even though we had it scheduled for yesterday. But one thing I want to do, Thierry, and I hope my audio is okay. One thing I wanted to do is to we had it planned for yesterday, but we had to reschedule it. So next time we're going to do another WEF summit, or call it something else. But I do want to bring those policymakers onto the space. And I know it's really hard, and Ezra will probably talk on this, because Rebel News has been doing a great job at trying to kind of ask those tough questions to the policymakers. But I do want to get the perspective, because I think I agree with most of the points you made, especially the first one, the centralization of power, and the how it's never worked throughout history. But I also think, and I could be wrong, I'm learning as well, but I just don't want to paint them as bad people. And of course, I don't want to paint them as good people either. I just want to paint them as people within power, humans, and that fall prey to human imperfection and corruption. But I'll go to Wahid to kind of balance out Thierry's. Wahid, you were there live in Davos. You've been there a few times. So has Ezra. So I'll let you go first to kind of balance out what Thierry has said, and kind of give us the other side of the fence. And then we'll go to Ezra to get a deeper look into what's happening behind the scenes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And it was great being there with you, Mario, actually. So, look, I'm going to make 3 broad points. And believe it or not, I think a lot of people are critics of Davos. So I'm going to try and give my positive perspective. I have a lot of negatives, but I think for the health of the debate, I'll try to be positive here. I'll start overarchingly saying that I've attended Davos, and I will continue to attend it. Okay. Number one, I think it's a great microcosm of bringing people together. I have probably 70-80% of my meetings with avant-garde people. I'm obviously in the blockchain now, running a fashion business as well. And I can assure everyone on this call and everyone listening later that there are plenty of people that want to change the world in a direction that is not echoed on this call, okay, on this spaces. A lot of people want to get rid of fiat. A lot of people want to get rid of centralization. They want to have a decentralized life. And so to just pin everything on the clickbait slogans of a few people in Davos, I think is wrong, okay, because so many great discussions and so many great connections are made at Davos, in the outskirts of Davos, on the streets, in the restaurants, etc. And what I love particularly is young entrepreneurs literally going to Davos, right, and making sure that they're, in all the different venues to try and grab their chance, to try and grab a few minutes with so-and-so in order to have a changed life, in order to get an equity ticket, in order to raise money, and to build their dreams. So Davos has a lot of negatives, but has a ton of positives and lots of meat. Okay. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen as many people on keto diets eating only meat. Okay. All right. So let me just put that out there. So now the second point I want to make is, believe it or not, you can smell something in terms of direction. I felt in Davos there was a complete rebellion against wokeism, complete rebellion on, given inflation, on the issues that we've been pushing as a society, etc., that have led to inflation. Not just in terms of bubble interest rates 2 years ago, pushing bubbles, but a lot of the ESG things, etc. You think about BlackRock, you think about all these funds and banks that were trying to shut down energy investments, huge backlash against that, saying no, we need to invest in our energy. So actually, if you mark the market where we were today, I believe Davos 2023 was the year of the backlash. Backlash that we went too far in ESG. Backlash that we went too far on regulation. Backlash, frankly, on war in Ukraine and Russia. Lots of people saying, you know what, this is crazy. There was the slogan from Medvedev that said, look, if you're going to defeat Russia, that's the end of the world. Okay, we cannot lose in Ukraine. That slogan, that line, I think happened during the last week. And a lot of people are realists saying, you know what, is this the right path, right? The Saudi minister talked openly about the petrodollar going away and adopting other currencies, etc. So Davos is not just, I think, the monolithic debate that people are talking about here on the spaces. There's a lot of radical discussions that are against the status quo, and I think that's important to reflect, Mario.
Right. I want to go to Ezra, but how's the mic now? To switch phones, is it better?
It's much better.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So Ezra, Wahid kind of tried to balance it out. First, pleasure to have you as well for the first time. So we have you and Thierry and Kian for the first time. You were there behind the scenes. I think you guys did a pretty good job, and me and Ian were debating what you guys are doing in me, Ian, and Brian, what you guys are doing in Davos, and the way you were, pretty direct and in some ways aggressive in asking questions and bringing attention to certain topics, questions that most others in the media were not asking. So tell us more. Like, what were your main highlights? What are the pros and cons that you see at the World Economic Forum? And obviously, you've got a lot of concerns, so we'd love to know more about these concerns.
Sure. Thanks very much for inviting me. And sorry, I'm a bit late. The first thing I'd like to say is that there are actually hundreds of journalists at the World Economic Forum. In fact, they are very visible. They have their company logos emblazoned all down the main street. They have studios, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, CNBC. They're all there. Fox Business News, CNN. So there's no shortage of journalists there, and these oligarchs and billionaires and opinion leaders make the circuits. So, for example, Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, who I chatted with, he had just come from an interview, I think, at CNBC. And Greta Thunberg did countless interviews. The difference is these hundreds of journalists that I'm describing, the ones whose company names are emblazoned all along the street, they're not there to speak truth to power or to ask accountability questions or to be skeptical, because that might upset the team spirit. They're there to magnify, to adopt the new narrative and promote it. So they would never in a million years ask Albert Bourla about myocarditis or about when he actually knew that his vaccine wouldn't stop transmission of the virus. So the journalistic style that me and my colleagues at Rebel News used this past week, it was aggressive. I'll accept that. When we had newsmakers who ran away, like Albert Bourla, we were, I think, quite gentle with Greta Thunberg when we spoke to her for 20 minutes. If you compare our journalism to, say, the White House press corps and how they went after Donald Trump for 4 years, I think we were similar. We were aggressive and skeptical, and that's how it is, except at Davos. And that's my point, is that the media there, they are insiders. Their companies often pay hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for that access, and they are not there as a counterweight to power. They're there to massage power, to caress power, to work with power. And that's not real journalism. That is something. That's some sort of government journalism or controlled journalism, but it's not real journalism. And so it's startling that a very small internet-only operation, tiny, like Rebel News, could so dominate the last week. I mean, our videos got tens of millions of views. How could that possibly be? Well, we were the only people asking accountability questions of people who don't like accountability. This is a proto-crypto government that wants to make policy, wants to promulgate ideas, and does not want the normal checks and balances. There is no opposition party to the World Economic Forum. There is no candidate that could run against Klaus Schwab. And there is no free press there to debate it. So you have all the flaws of a real government, but none of the checks and balances. It's veering off course, and I think people hate it. That's my explanation for why our videos were so enormously popular.
Hey Ezra, can I ask you a few questions? So look, I love what you did, and I watched your interview on the streets twice. Okay, so I loved it. Even though you got no responses, but I get it. Honestly, you spent a lot of time in Davos in the last few days talking to people. Do not tell me that the consensus was not how ridiculous our lives were in the last 2 to 3 years and how we were misled. Okay, I'm not here to defend Davos crowd, but you please, do you think every single person, not every single person, do you think the majority of the people you spoke to, okay, thought that what we did in the last 2.5 years was right?
Well, I spoke to the head of COVID enforcement for Davos, and she very reluctantly hinted that maybe the lockdown was too much, but she was still in charge.
I'm telling you, they're all exactly.
Well, she was still enforcing it. But for example, you had to get a PCR test, and it was linked to your access card, and if you failed that test, you would be depersoned Chinese social credit style. So maybe they're whispering that maybe they went too far the last 2 years, but they're not turning back. They implemented the digital ID social credit system on their own delegates. So
and it was 100% rejected when they said that thing. Okay, about maybe we ought to have a digital ID. There was an uproar. It wasn't that,
but they still abided it.
There's so many negatives. My point is, your reporting did a lot of great things, but I just want you to tell the audience here. You cannot possibly tell me or tell the audience that the pendulum hasn't shifted the other way and that people are beginning to reject all this.
What's so fascinating at Davos is the different hierarchies, the different strata, and it's right there in the color coding of your badge. So a lot of people at Davos are, the friendly kind of bureaucrats or lawyers or, hustlers that you find in a capital city like Washington or London. So most of the people there are pretty, quote, regular people. They all have some, ambition in mind, but Davos is really run, I think, from the top down. I use the word oligarch. If you look at the board of directors, that's who Davos is. It's Al Gore, it's Larry Fink of BlackRock, it's Nestle, it's Carlyle, and it's Klaus Schwab. So I'm sure the littler people further down the pyramid have more common sense. But the masters of the universe, the Alex Soroses, the Bill Gateses, they are still 100% committed to their plan. So I'm sure ordinary people are chafing against the things you described. Yes, I saw some of that myself. But don't tell me that has moderated Bill Gates's vaccine and population control plans. I know it has not. Larry Fink is as deeply committed to ESG as ever. So yeah, the littler people on the pyramid maybe, but the top dogs, and that's the thing, it is a hierarchy. It is not a democracy.
So Ezra, question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just briefly, Ezra. With regard to your interview with Greta, do you feel that she would have given more coherent answers if you'd interviewed her in a more comfortable situation for her? Because I've seen her interviewed before where she's been able to give coherent answers, but she does suffer from autism and selective mutism and anxiety disorders. Do you think if you'd sat down with her in a calm environment, you might have got better?
Do you mind, Ezra? I'm going to reword that question because it's a great question. That was what we were debating yesterday, Ezra. And by the way, everyone, I've sent an invite to Elon. It's been a while I haven't invited him to see if he's got time to join. I think it's a good topic to get his perspective on it because he's been pretty vocal on the World Economic Forum. But just to go back to the question to Ezra. So Ezra, the debate we had yesterday, and I kind of brought it up. I said, someone sent me through the video of you guys interviewing the CEO of Pfizer, and I'm like, guys, I think they're asking the right questions, but shouldn't a journalist get answers? Isn't that the purpose of a journalist? And then they got no answers. And then Ian pushed back on it with a very good point. Like, Mario, even if they didn't get answers, they at least asked the right questions, and the audience will listen to those questions, will see them not getting replies, and then it will allow the audience to question the various topics that were brought up. So I'm like, actually, it's a valid point. And Sam, I'm kind of asking your point, Sam, and I'll give the mic to Ezra. It's like, okay, they didn't get replies, but if they were in a better format, when I interviewed Hunter Biden, there was 90% of the questions we had we were not allowed to ask, and it's their right. They could tell us. So that the only way to do that is to do it in the form that they did, is just to kind of sneak it in and try to ask it. And if they don't have that shock aspect of it, and so I don't want to speak on your behalf, Ezra, so I'll give you the mic right now, but if they don't have that shock aspect, in my opinion, the video might not get the attention and it might not get the reach, because they're probably not going to get a reply, even if they ask the questions nicely. But at the same time, I agree with you, Sam. Like, maybe they would have gotten, I don't know. It's a tricky one, but Ezra, I would love your take on it. I'm not sure if you understand the debate we're having.
I think there's a big difference between, a 60-odd-year-old CEO of Pfizer and a young woman with autism.
I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one.
She does answer. She does do interviews where she's
Okay,
Ezra. Go ahead, Ezra. Yeah,
Sure.
It's a good debate, though.
Greta is 20 years old, but she looks 13 or 14, and that's the source of her power. She looks like a child prophet of the Old Testament, warning us to mend our ways. She's been interviewed countless times, but the interviews have always been softball. In fact, as we walked through Davos with her for 20 minutes, there were 3 of us rebel journalists peppering her with questions, but there were also 3 other journalists who were there giving the standard questions like, why is this important? And can you tell us how wonderful you are? I exaggerate, of course, but there was no accountability questions. They wouldn't dream of it. In fact, the other media were correcting us or answering for Greta to our questions. I don't think Greta Thunberg is...
But she didn't answer those questions either. And I think it may have been the environment for her individually.
Could be.
I'm not making excuses for other people.
Well, could be, but...
they probably wouldn't have gotten... Sorry, go ahead.
That's the thing, is she has never been asked, for example, who's your PR team? Why don't you condemn China? Why have you never protested against Russia? Where is your source of expertise? You're a high school dropout. These are not mean questions. They're obvious questions, but when people see a 20-year-old who looks 13, they get all lovey-dovey and they don't want to appear like bullies, but she has to pick a lane. Either she's a child of tender years with autism, don't be mean to her, or she's the leader of a massive worldwide movement. You can't switch from leg to leg depending on who you're talking to. And I think with both Albert Bourla and Greta Thunberg, we were the first people ever to ask challenging questions. Now, they weren't perfect questions, and maybe it would have been better had we been sitting down, but we never would have got us sit down because these are 2 PR people. They're not public intellectuals. Albert Bourla's job is to maximize shareholder profit, and Greta Thunberg's job is to scare children and adults into radical climate action. They're not public intellectuals who want to debate. They never have.
Well,
but when you phrase the question,
go ahead.
But when you phrase the question,
sorry, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Sam. I'll let you finish your point, and we'll go to Thierry and Catherine.
No, I appreciate the answer, and I agree that your questions were valid, and I agree that I would like to hear the answers to them. But I also do feel, because she didn't answer questions from the other journalists either on that walk, and I feel it may just have been the situation. But I do agree with you on the basis of those questions that they deserve answers. So I just wanted to sort of add that stuff.
Yeah.
Hey Terry. Yeah. Go ahead.
So here I am again. So I was having a conversation with a friend recently about the fall of the communist world order in the 1980s and 1990s. And we were contemplating Ronald Reagan's famous speech about tearing down that wall and so on. And we were wondering if we identify these people either as the architects or simply as the administrators of this globalist movement that is destroying our civilization, and I think that's something that most of us would agree on. Who would be our Ronald Reagan? And I was wondering what all of you think of the suggestion that it might be Vladimir Putin. Is he not the Ronald Reagan of our time? Is he not the only one standing up against this, getting all the flack for it, getting hated by everyone? But ultimately, isn't he the only one really fighting globalism?
I would actually agree with you, but I don't think anyone else would.
Thierry, go ahead. Thierry and Catherine.
Well,
right,
yeah,
because
that was
KGB
my...
colonels, that's what they do. They fight globalism.
Can I
Is
sorry,
that
Mario? Do you want me to speak or do you want me
No, jump in and
to
speak.
You
No,
listen
can go
to
ahead and
the?
speak.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, let's have
Go
Guinea's
ahead.
going.
Just one thing to
Please
elaborate
do.
on this, just very briefly. So my feeling is that I was thinking when I was in Davos earlier this week. My feeling was that even if miraculously a bomb would drop on that little village, beautiful village where Thomas Mann wrote a beautiful book, and many other people that we obviously feel connected to went to, like Mahler, the great composer, and so on. But nowadays, of course, it's taken over by these horrible reptile-like quasi-humans that are destroying our world. But if a bomb would miraculously drop it, then even nastier people would be replacing their positions within weeks. So they are not actually leaders. They are merely the people that get to sit in private jets for a couple of years and get to feel important. The mediocre ones who get to implement policies that are not being designed by them. They are not thinkers. They are not intellectuals. They are not the ones deeply thinking about what the future of the world should be. They are simply there, put in place by this global bureaucracy to do the nasty work and to take the flak for it and to take all the public outrage for it. And therefore, so what I was thinking was, we're really fighting not just individuals. We're not fighting leadership. We're fighting institutionalism. We're fighting a global bureaucracy that seeks to. Big business and big government have sort of merged into a global bureaucracy, and we might be right in terms of arguments, and this point has been made by several previous speakers before me, but we don't get to debate them. Like Greta Thunberg she is not there arguing with us rationally, because no serious person would rationally agree with all the ridiculous climate change claims. It's a mystique. It's a religion. It's a commercial enterprise, and this Greta Thunberg person is very replaceable. She is only there because she plays along, because she plays her role very well, like Tom Cruise. She's in the next Mission Impossible as long as she's good as the person she intends to play, and then they replace her with someone else. So what?
Yeah.
Who is actually fighting these people at their own level? And I wouldn't be able to think of anyone but Vladimir Putin. I think this could be actually a political point people like us could be making. Like, get him on the main stage, get him into a debate with other people. Let's try to see if we can find some kind of equilibrium here. Who is fighting against whom here? We are
Right.
fighting
But, okay,
shadows.
so
We're
Thierry,
like
I'm going to interrupt.
wolves
Hold on,
in
no,
a.
Thierry, Sam, everybody, I've got a question for you, Thierry, for you, Sebastian, for Ezra, for Keen, whoever would like to take this one. I looked at okay, guys, please mute your mic. I don't know who that is. Oh, I've just muted everyone. All right.
Sebastian.
Okay, yeah, Sebastian, I'm just going to mute your mic. It's a bit of feedback sound from your end. Cool. So the question is the following. I tried to find the positives in the World Economic Forum because I'm seeing a lot of criticism around the world, and rightly so, around Davos. And I want to mention a few points, a few achievements from the World Economic Forum, and I want to get your thoughts on it just for the panel. So North and South Korea. So one point on the World Economic Forum is that people that cannot usually meet due to various reasons can't meet together, like North Korea and South Korea. The media wouldn't like that. Policymakers wouldn't like that. Well, they met for the first time in Davos. German unity discussions, they started, East and West, they started in Davos in the 80s. Mandela and de Klerk met in Davos to end apartheid. Warring factions meet in Davos, like, Arab countries and Israel have met in Davos in the past. And these are meetings that cannot happen without such an event. Now, I'm not praising Davos in general. Actually, I am. This is one positive point of Davos. despite the concerns that we all have, my main concern is the centralization of power, and I've tweeted a lot about the inequality, etc. There's a lot of points there. But would love anyone's perspective on this. Wouldn't you, like Sebastian, maybe you could take that one. Wouldn't you consider that point to
Yeah.
be a positive?
Yeah, I just don't think there's a causal relationship. It's like saying, Gorbachev liked Big Macs and so did Reagan. Does that mean McDonald's, gets the prize for the collapse of, the Cold War? But I have to comment on that last speaker. I am absolutely mortified. I am horrified that anybody, especially an elected politician in a Western European country, even in the same sentence, dares to say that did I hear this right? That Vladimir Putin could be the next Reagan, as the child of someone who was tortured by communist secret police officers, who was given a life sentence at the age of 20, who had to be liberated from a political prison by the revolutions of 1956. To posit that a KGB colonel who literally has journalists murdered on their doorsteps, like Anna Politkovskaya, because she writes bad articles about him, a man who has no qualms about ripping Crimea, about South Ossetia, about Moldova, about being a one-party state who's in bed with the oligarchs until they do something wrong like Khodorkovsky, and then they get a 20-year prison sentence. This is why I get up every morning. It's to stop the insanity of people who think that a communist KGB colonel who said repeatedly that the greatest tragedy of the 20th century is the loss of the Soviet Union, that somehow this person has become a champion for the West, is a white knight savior for Christianity when he spent his career persecuting Christians. I just would like to, on the record, give a sanity check that this is absolutely outrageous, that we fought 40 years against people like Vladimir Putin, and now anybody on the left and the right sees them as a hero. It boggles my mind.
Thierry, would you like to respond to this?
So Thierry,
Yeah. Thierry, you're muted.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your response.
Sorry. No, go ahead. I can wait.
No, all good. So Sebastian was responding to your comment, which I missed.
It's time for you.
I missed the comment. I was helping one of the panelists come up on stage, and I think Sebastian was referring to the comment comparing Putin to Reagan.
Yes. Yeah. So as in all analogies, there are things that are the same and there are things that are different. And I think none of us would say that any world leader has clean hands. Although I disagree with many of the points made by the previous speaker about Vladimir Putin. I do not think that he is a communist. I do not think he has ever been a communist. I think communism is very different from Marxism even, and I think that the West is currently taken by Marxist philosophy, and I think globalism, and I think everything we see at World Economic Forum is Marxism in practice, and I think that Putin, through his unique personality and experience, through his life, has been immunized. He's immune to Marxism. And that's what makes him such an extraordinary individual. Obviously, what happens in Ukraine from both sides, the NATO and Russia, there are lives being destroyed, and all of that is horrible. But the geostrategic importance of what's going on there, I think, is what we should be talking about. And I'm just wondering if it's not Putin, according to all of those participating in discussion, is there anyone else at the world stage who opposes globalism, who opposes transgenderism, who opposes multiculturalism, who opposes transnationalism, who opposes CBDCism, who opposes mRNA injections, who is actually defending traditional European civilization? If it's not Putin, who would it be? I'm very interested. And I'm not, just to add, sorry, Mario, but just the final point, I'm not so very interested in all these sentimentalist points like, okay, Napoleon. What do you think about Napoleon? Well, he killed like 2,500 people at this or that battlefield. I don't think that's an adult way to talk about world history. I think we should skip the sentimentalism and
But
talk
how's
about
that? Hold on.
serious
But
things.
Thierry, how is it?
Murderous
Yeah, so
sentimentalism.
Thierry, like if someone stands for a certain ideology that you believe in, but yet kills hundreds of thousands of people, I wouldn't discount the death of hundreds of thousands of people. I would actually consider it more important, in my opinion, to any ideologies they
Then
have.
we can we Well, then we can easily discard any U.S. president in the history of the artificial nation called United States. Because every single president in the history of the United States has killed hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. So let's just make this an equal equation.
Sebastian,
If we're going to talk seriously about civilian casualties, then anyone on the side of the United States should shut up. Period.
Sebastian, I think you'd have a lot to say on this. Sebastian, your mic is muted, bottom left corner.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
So I don't want to, I feel like getting out of this Twitter space because these are the arguments. What you just heard was a classic Politburo desinformatia maskirovka. This is the moral equivalency argument that American presidents killed innocent people, therefore there is no morally good system, and therefore Vladimir Putin, because he hates gay people, is a champion of the West. I don't know who this politician is, but I will be digging deeply into him, and I will be doing my show on Monday on who he is as a perfect example of why the West will be destroyed from the inside if we don't get a grip on individuals who know nothing about Western civilization. To say American presidents, shut up because American presidents killed hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, show me that policy where we actually decided to have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, killed. I mean, where we actually said it is part of our government policy. It's not a mistake. It's not something we regret. It's not something we have investigations over like the My Lai massacre. No, we build gulags. We hang people high. We disappear them. We paint them out of photographs like Trotsky because they are unpersoned. The idea that a KGB colonel isn't a communist, you are either working for the Kremlin or you're stupid. You cannot be a member of the KGB working in East Germany unless you are a member of a party. The fact that you don't know that boggles the mind, that you are on a spaces with thousands of people and you think you can get away with the lie that a KGB colonel serving in the Cold War in East Germany isn't a communist, but he's immune to Marxism. I mean, you have to be smoking Hunter Biden's crack pipe to believe anybody should actually take you seriously when you say KGB colonel who said, again, on the record multiple times, the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century was the loss of the Soviet Union, isn't a communist, but is somehow magically immunized against Marxism. I am tapped out, Mario. Before my blood pressure blows my carotid artery, I'm off this spaces because whoever this person is, this is absolutely horrific.
So
Jim, I'll let you go back to Ezra. You've got a good question for Ezra, Jim? To bring it back to WEF?
I want to bring this. Let's bring this back a little bit more on topic because I mean I think I'm with Sebastian on this. Like Putin is a nightmare, but there's something bigger.
Whatever. Yeah, can we just go back to Ezra?
Yeah, I'm going to. But there's just
bring
a
it back
big
to Putin again.
problem here. That,
sure. Well, you know what? I didn't hear Jim's question, but there is one point I'd like to make. And I'm not here to say.
Yeah, so Jim, Jim's got a question for you. Can you hear Jim? I'm not sure if it's glitching for you. Can you hear Jim, Ezra?
Can you hear me okay, Ezra?
I didn't hear him. Let me listen very carefully. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. So here's the point I want to make. So back to the World Economic Forum and what's going on here. Listen, the point was made earlier that
I'm sorry, for
Yeah.
some
So
reason I
it's
can't
okay,
hear
Ezra.
Jim.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I guess it's bugged
yeah.
out. Yeah.
So what's Ezra? Jim's gonna ask the question. You can't hear him. This glitch happens. I'll repeat it for you, Ezra. You can hear me. Go ahead, Jim. Ask it, and I'll repeat it for
Okay,
Ezra.
thank you.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
very quickly. So we've had some people talk about, hey, listen, at the World Economic Forum, there's some good things that go on in terms of this or that, people meeting, people getting opportunities where, okay, that may be. But this is the real problem with the World Economic Forum. This is why what Ezra did is fantastic. We have a problem with a group of people who believe that they have a place and a role to play in telling people around the world how they need to live their lives. That group is there substantively. That's the problem with World Economic Forum, whatever happens on the ground. And this is why I think what Ezra is saying. So my question to Ezra is, I mean, isn't that really the case? Isn't that why what he's doing in journalism over there is so important?
Maybe Nick, you want to repeat the question for Ezra? Nick?
Ian?
Nick. Yeah, I can
Oh,
probably
Ian, go
do
ahead.
it. Yeah, so Jim was basically asking, well, what was he asking? Oh, is Ezra here? Okay, Nick, yeah, you go ahead, man.
Guys, someone repeat Jim's question to Ezra? Nick?
It was very long and I can't remember it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So go ahead, Jim. Repeat the question one sentence so I can repeat it for Ezra.
The problem with World Economic Forum is the people at the top, not the people at the bottom that are attending.
Yeah.
They're the
Okay.
ones who are just
Oh,
trying to
okay.
change
So the
world.
problem with the people at the problem with World Economic Forum is the people at the top, not the people at the bottom. So I mean, what is your what would you say about that, Ezra?
Well, listen, the World Economic Forum is basically owned by Klaus Schwab. It really is a private club, and that's not going to change.
Ezra, what do you mean? Sorry, just first thing you said, owned by Schwab. What do you mean by owned? Do you mean like he has a lot of influence, or he decides what the narrative is? Because I see people disagreeing in the World Economic Forum as well. Not everyone's on the same page.
Right, but the boss, the founder, the 40-year captain of the ship, you can't vote him out. Now, that's okay. There's lots of talk shops. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with interesting, powerful, rich people getting together to meet other interesting, powerful, rich people. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is when, I'll use Larry Fink of BlackRock as an example. I mean, he's a brilliant asset manager, $10 trillion in holdings. He's got a lot of interesting things to say. But when he decides to move from being a money manager to being a legislator, without bothering to go through a legislature, and when all the other oligarchs along with him come up with basically a raft of political policies, basically a party platform. There's the Klaus Schwab Party, and it has opinions on everything from digital ID to lockdowns and vaccines and globalism. They have the concept called global citizenship, which is to replace national citizenship. When you have all these rich, powerful, interesting people moving from sharing ideas to a desire to actually, well, legislate might be the wrong word, but to change the world as political actors without any of the scrutiny, skepticism, opposition, or checks and balances, that's the problem. And Klaus Schwab is like the leader of a political party, but a Politburo. And sure, there's differences of opinion amongst other members of the Politburo, but you're not getting rid of President for Life, Schwab. And if you look at the key men at the World Economic Forum, they've been around. They're in their 70s and 80s. They will not be replaced. It's like a Kremlinology. And that's the problem with it. There's no problem with rich, powerful people meeting with private jets. The problem is when they decide to have I hate to use the word shadow government, but I mean, Klaus Schwab himself boasts of about penetrating the cabinets of the world. And that is not done democratically.
Okay, so that I agree.
Me again this time?
Yeah, so hold on.
Okay,
go ahead, Kian. Go ahead.
To build on what Ezra was saying, and Ezra, the journalism you did in Davos this week was excellent. It wouldn't matter if it was just, the CEO of Microsoft meeting with world leaders and chatting about product plans and what have you. The problem is when there's this black box organization that is, effectively owned and operated by Klaus Schwab and a few other key people that are then influencing and using their influence with politicians who want to cozy up to them and in the limelight in Davos to influence government policy, whether it's Canadian government policy, whether it's UK government policy. I don't know if you guys have been following the Agile Nations Charter at all. I can detail that a little bit if you haven't, but effectively, these governments, Canada, the UAE, the UK, and a few others, have signed this document that nobody knew about until it was exposed 2 years after the fact, that they would be ceding health and environmental authority to the World Economic Forum, so that World Economic Forum priorities would be able to influence our domestic policy. And to build on what Ezra was saying, it's pushing that idea of post-nationalism that Justin Trudeau loves so much, that we are all global citizens, and if we're global citizens, there needs to be a global government. So that's where the World Economic Forum steps in. And as they're allowed to continue doing things like this, they become less accountable. Citizens in different countries have less authority and autonomy over their own lives, and people in powerful positions where you don't really, the average person doesn't really know who Klaus Schwab is or what authority he has or why he has it. They get more and more powerful while the everyday person loses their own authority and sovereignty.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. I want to go to Sam next. I saw him unmute, so perfect. Because Sam, I'll let you balance it out as well. But I'll do some of that for you, Sam. Ezra, you were there in Davos. Wahid, you were there in Davos. So for anyone listening, it's Faith Tribe. You were there in Davos, and I was there too. I want to give my thoughts on listening to both sides of the argument and having read a lot about it. My thoughts for the audience of what my stance is. I think there's positives in policymakers meeting together because shit gets done. I've given an example of the German unity. I've guessed North and South Korea, and there's multiple Mandela. There's multiple others. So shit does get done. But on the other side, as Ezra mentioned, is that it just gives a lot of influence for a small number of people, and is where corruption comes in, and centralization power is something we've been very critical on, most of us, on this space. Before going, I want to go to Sam to kind of get his thoughts on this, and then I want to go to Ezra, Faith Tribe, and myself to tell the audience about how, a lot of people are asking, like, what is Davos like? How's the experience? How's the security? How does it feel to walk around, be able to meet some of the most influential people just walking past you or sitting in a cafe? I can see already people commenting that this is they're pretty interested to know more about this. So after Sam comments, I'll give the mic to Ezra to go first, and then we'll get Wahid, Faith Tribe to go second, and then I'll go third about what it was like being in Davos.
Yeah, work Aaron or Alan in it.
Thanks, man. There's a couple of things I want to just briefly address. One thing I'll just say in a sentence, and other people can talk about it, is, look, if we're trying to address the world's biggest problems, I think we have to involve the world's biggest companies and the policymakers. So I think that's
have to involve the world's biggest leaders. Wouldn't you agree? I just want to add that in there. One thing I disagree with Seb on, when Thierry mentioned that, at a very minimum, right, you should involve someone like Vladimir Putin, who is the leader of perhaps the country that has the second largest army in the world.
Putin didn't get an invite? He can't join?
No, no, of course not. No, he didn't get an invite. Right, he has been disinvited.
Okay, So Ian, I'll add. I want to agree with you there, and I'll go. Sam, I know you were speaking, so I'll go back to you so you can continue your point. But I want to agree with that point that Ian made. Is that so? Someone influential was just that's why I was focusing at the beginning of the space. They were criticizing me about the space. They're like, Mario is very biased in the last few spaces. They were very biased one way over the other. I'm like, look, I'm not going to disagree. Great. So maybe you can come on or recommend someone. Instead, they just kept attacking. They blocked me. I'm like, guys, I was just very, friendly. I want to understand. So. Everyone's welcome to this space. And I think anyone that runs a space or runs an event that doesn't allow both sides of every argument to come, especially when it comes to a war like the Ukraine war, no matter what your stance is on the war, no matter what your stance is on Putin, it just makes no logical sense not to give him a seat on the table when he's the president of one of the top 3 superpowers, military superpowers in our world. Right. So yeah, it doesn't make any logical sense if you actually want to get shit done. That's my point. But I'll go to Sam.
With Maduro, it's even the same with Maduro. It's the same with any leader who is, I would say, ostracized by the West. You may not like them, you may not like their policies, but you cannot deny their influence. This idea that we only allow people that we like is the issue that much of the world despises about the WEF. So anyone who has opinions, whether they're conservatives or maybe they have, they do something geopolitical that you don't like, so you ostracize them because, for instance, Maduro leads a communist, well, not a communist, but a socialist government in Venezuela. And think whatever you will of his politics, but he is a very influential, very powerful man, especially in South America, where he has tremendous influence over these people. I don't agree with his politics at all, but I think that having him in this space to talk about his ideas to the world and how the WS vision or whatever it is they decide there could, incorporate every single country, I think that's important. And this, like I said again, the issue is that you have a single idea, right? The idea of a globalist, unipolar world led by perhaps the United States of America. A lot of people have problems with this. Even people in the West have problems with this. Obviously, Thierry, who is in Netherlands, has an issue with this because it gets rid of national sovereignty. So everybody needs to have a voice in this. If they really truly want to be representative of the world and have all of the world's interests in mind, then they need to listen to these voices, no matter how much they dislike a person's politics or anything like that.
Sam, go ahead.
So one thing about Ian, let me
guys, hold on. Can
Sam,
can you finish your point, Sam? Yeah, go ahead.
No, look, I agree with Ian. I think any world leader should have the option to attend and discuss. And it's obviously going to be a really difficult thing for some people to accept, but that's the only way you resolve things. What I want to quickly talk about this. There's obviously been a lot of look. We're in an age where everybody wants to dig deep into everything. I hate to use this expression, conspiracy theory, but Nick has explained to us that it's not necessarily a negative thing. But look, there's something that I'm noticing. For example, listen, when the World Economic Forum released a video in 2016 about which an individual politician had created about their predictions for 2030, they were not saying, as an example, that they didn't want private ownership. That was not a mandate or a position of the World Economic Forum. It was the opinion of an individual politician who came out afterwards and said, no, this was my opinion. It was shared along with thousands of other opinions, and it was meant to trigger a debate. Now, for the last 6 years, everybody against the World Economic Forum have been misquoting that and using it to say the World Economic Forum's agenda is for you to own nothing by 2030.
Yeah, but
this
they promote it, Sam. They promote it.
They didn't promote it. They shared something that was meant to trigger debate.
What about the fact that the
evolution of technology.
Klaus Schwab's book, The Great Reset, weighs in on this, and it's basically based on those policies. Now, he words in a much better way, I would argue, right? But the underlying concepts that were within that video are the same, right? It's about turning everything into a subsidy-based.
It's dishonest to say that is
no.
Let
me finish.
Of the World Economic Forum. For you to come out and say, if you were to, or anybody to come out and say that the World Economic Forum don't want you to own anything is dishonest. It's
How
not
is it dishonest
their
when
policy,
they want you to rent
because
everything?
it was not their policy. It was shared by an individual, and it was intended to be a commentary on where technology is taking us.
Klaus Schwab and the rest of them talk about changing the idea of ownership in general, where you will not necessarily own things but rent things, and everything will be cheaper and available. And who cares about
it's not
house?
true. It is a policy.
It's just a dishonest way of saying that this is their policy.
There's a shared economy, Airbnb, Uber, all that came from that discussion.
I hate
That's where it emanated.
It's disgusting. I don't think people should be sharing things. I'm not a communist. I'm not a Marxist. I believe people should be able to own things.
But these aren't big corporations. These are individuals who own an apartment in Valencia and they let people rent it. This is
it's
life.
facilitated by the corporations, Sam. It's facilitated by the corporations. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
A corporation that started off tiny, so is your iPhone, Ian. Everything you own is facilitated.
Here's what's really important about this discussion, okay? So they can bring up these ideas. They can talk about we'd like to do this or that thing. You can take this approach, take that approach, try to get to this end goal, maybe go back from that thing. Listen, if you're running a normal business, try all that stuff. See if it works. Do it all day long. I think Uber and Airbnb and, sharing economy and all this stuff, great. If it's done on a voluntary basis, do it. The problem I have here, and this is why Ezra's work this last week was so critical in my mind, is the fact that we have a group of people at the top of the World Economic Forum represented by Albert Brula right there blowing off Ezra and his people because he's seen many people, maybe millions affected by his problematic vaccine that people are concerned about not willing to answer any questions. He doesn't want transparency. He wants Klaus Schwab to cover for him. And then a guy like Ezra and Rebel News come in here and say, hey, why don't you answer a few questions? No, we don't want to do that. They just go to all the softball stuff. And Klaus Schwab is constantly called in the media everywhere. I look it up all over the place. He's constantly called the most powerful man in the world. Now, I'm not saying that that's absolutely true, but that's what he's called. But why is that? Because he connects with all these people that run away from guys like Ezra. They should be absolutely answering those questions. If Albert Bourla cared about the people that his vaccine was supposed to help, then he would answer those questions. He would take it on the chin if he had to, because his number one goal was, we want people to be healthy, instead of his number one goal is, I want to take tens of billions of dollars from governments around the world so I can push a vaccine that I'm not even responsible for. That's what I want to hear Ezra talk about, because I think that's what's happening when it relates to the World Economic Forum.
Right. So I want to say one thing on that. Albert Bourla is the CEO of Pfizer. He does not head up the World Economic Forum. But I knew what Jim meant. I just wanted the audience to say that. Jim has some great points. And Ezra, you actually, you were there on the ground and you were interviewing these people. You did follow. That was one of the catalysts to you bringing in 10 million views on this. And I believe you were also censored by, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And, I kind of like your take on all this.
Sure. Well, we knew better than to put this on YouTube, because I know their community guidelines pretty closely. And if you are, as our questions were questions, they weren't statements, but YouTube would absolutely have said that was against their community guidelines in regards to COVID-19, because we were talking about vaccine efficacy, we were talking about transmissibility. Even if you just disagree with your local public health officials, that's grounds for a strike. So we didn't even upload the video to YouTube. We didn't even try. But others who did reported that they got a strike. So the millions and millions of views we got didn't even go on the world's second largest search engine called YouTube. And that's why I'm so grateful for Twitter, because frankly, I don't know if in the pre-Elon Musk days, our video would have lived on Twitter. And, we did put the Greta Thunberg one up on YouTube because she's not as protected as the vaccine companies are. But let me just give a little bit of the slice of life, of what little splashes of color, what it's like to be there. But the most important thing you have to know is that I was not an invited guest. I did not have accreditation. I was not allowed in the green zone, as I'm calling it. So I was allowed. Think of it as a medieval castle with a drawbridge. There is still quite a lot of townsfolk and peasants living outside the moat. And every once in a while, a drawbridge comes down and a fancy knight gallops across it and mingles amongst the peasants, maybe goes to the market or to a restaurant. So I was not allowed in the drawbridge. So I was waiting by the drawbridge for people to come out. Albert Bourla, Greta Thunberg, John Kerry, Tony Blair. For example, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, came out of the drawbridge, and I scrummed him a little bit. And he wouldn't really answer any questions either, which I thought was odd for a Republican from Georgia. But the main thing I said is, who did you meet with? Because this is an important point. Everyone on this call is a bit of a public intellectual. You're an ideas person, I can tell. And there is that aspect to the World Economic Forum, but make no mistake about it. It is about money. It is about getting a rate of return, and it's about access. You do not get in. You don't get a speaking gig. You don't get it. I mean, there are some exceptions, but you must pay to play hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It's why the regime media, who have their names plastered everywhere, do not do any critical reporting, because they're insiders. So everyone here is thinking about ideas and shaping the world and ideology. Do you think Larry Fink's not doing deals all over the place? So these meetings, unlike, you have a meeting in Congress, you have a meeting in Canadian Parliament, you've got to register with a lobbying ethics commissioner. Not so at Davos. You have secret meetings everywhere, cutting deals, making agreements beyond the gaze of the public.
Well, and
So
Ezra, one of the things that really bothers me about this too is the fact that, again, deals and meetings, like in private, when they affect other people and it's just corporations, is problematic as it goes, especially when, we just did a vaccine. But then there are the private deals and meetings that connect with governments that allow people to get special rights and privilege. I mean, you go back to the Troubled Asset Relief Program in the last financial crisis, and you had big banks being bailed out while small banks were being closed all over the United States. That's the big players got their own deal, and the little guys didn't get their deal. And it's the
That's
government
exactly
connection
right.
to this that's a real problem in my mind.
That's exactly right. And that's the thing, because you have politicians, you have heads of state. There was even some royalty there. And at the same table, you have, I'm going to use Larry Fink as the example because he's a good example. So Larry Fink is not royalty. He's not the prime minister of any place, but he is on par with a prime minister or a president. Now, how did that happen? Well, because he puts a lot of money into it. And so what you're having is you're elevating people in the corporate sector who simply buy their way in. And they're on par with, for example, in Canada, our deputy prime minister, Chrystia Freeland, is on the board of trustees. Well, which is it? Are you loyal to your oath to Canada, or are you loyal to the purposes and objectives of the World Economic Forum? You got to pick a lane. Super quick point on Vladimir Putin. One of the things outside the drawbridge are companies or even countries trying to promote themselves. So, for example, there's a pavilion for the Saudis, for United Arab Emirates, for Poland, for Malaysia, for India, and there was one for Ukraine. And I went in there, and their focus was war crimes charges against Putin and reparations after the war. They had a major focus on that, and they actually had a panel of lawyers talking about using international law to prosecute Putin and others for war crimes, and then to seize assets around the world to repay Ukraine. Now, those are rather radical legal ideas that may step on sovereign immunity. And as is mentioned here before, I don't know if that's going to happen voluntarily. I don't know if Russia will ever submit like that, a nuclear power. I don't know. But I asked the people in the Ukraine pavilion, I said, is there a Russian side to the story here? Is there anyone from Russia as a counterpoint? Is there any debate or anything like that? And I was told by several people at the Ukraine pavilion that Russia, Russian interests, Russian government, Russian representatives are banned from the World Economic Forum. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what they all told me, and I saw no evidence of them. And I'm not saying they should necessarily be there, but they were banned. Other dictators like Xi Jinping have actually given the keynote address. So I guess it depends which oligarchs, which dictators, which tyrants, which genociders Klaus Schwab wants to do business with, and which others Klaus Schwab doesn't want to do business with. And I don't know if that's in sync. I don't know if that's in sync with our own countries.
Yeah, I do wanna add one point there, Ezra, because I was there in Davos last year as well, and I know, Alan, I'm going to give you the mic soon. I know you've had your hand up for a while, but they did have a whole room or house about the Ukraine war. I didn't know that Russia was banned, and I didn't know this about the World Economic Forum, that there are such restrictions on who has a seat on the table, which I think is wrong. And that's like probably one thing that Schwab can learn from this space, is that everyone should have a seat on the table, including people you strongly disagree with. And we saw the discussion earlier between Thierry and Sebastian. I do want to go to Wahid, and I'll probably touch on it as well. And then maybe Ezra, you can add on to it about the experience in Davos. So anyone that arrives there, what it's like. So
we should get
Sure.
to go to Alan, because apparently, he can talk about how the WEF and its policies are affecting Brazil. I'm very keen to hear that one.
yeah, so I will go to that one next. So I'll put this on the agenda to go to that point next, and then go to Piotr. But I do see a lot of people. So anyone in the audience, if you have specific questions or anything you want to know about, bottom right corner in the comment section, that purple circle, that's where you can tell us, and we're checking it, and that's what we decide where to discuss. So if you don't mind, Ian, I'm just going to touch on it briefly, Ezra and Wahid, Faith Tribe, before going to Alan, because I know Alan's been waiting for a while, and I think it gives us good perspective on this. So just for the audience asking, it's very interesting in Davos, because you expect such a meeting where policymakers and billionaires come together to be a very comfortable, great place, well taken care of, very convenient, because you got all these powerful people coming in. It's the opposite. They do it in the midst of winter, so it's freezing. The internet is shit across the board, and everything closes early. There's no delivery or Uber Eats in the middle of the night. So it's not as convenient as you'd expect. And I spoke to a few people and they said, and Ezra can add on to this, and Wahid, they said that this is relatively normal because this is intentional because they want to, they want to kind of make people earn the results of Davos. So they don't want to make it easy for anyone. They want to kind of bring them back to reality that, hey, you shouldn't be comfortable here. Or at least for most people, because the others will just come on a helicopter and maybe they have a different experience to what we did. But the cool thing about Davos from my end, and I'll go to you, Wahid, next, is that the cool thing is when you're walking on the street or in a cafe, you literally could bump into anyone. And Ezra, you saw this obviously with the interviews that you did. All the people you see on the news are all in one place. So there's nothing like it in terms of concentration of power. So if you're there for business, for example, it's a great place to be. If you're there to get things done, it's a great place to be. And I'm not talking about I'm talking for the average entrepreneur or investor, but also journalist. It's a great place to be if you get access, or even if you don't get access, do what Ezra did, and Rebel News is just get your way in there and you'll just get so much done in such a short period of time. So that's my experience. Security is pretty high, but it's a very normal place, like a small town in the middle of the snow. And you see all these powerful people walking around on the street or sitting in a cafe like your average Joe. So it's a very, very interesting experience. Wahid, before we go to Ezra, anything to add on to it?
Well, obviously accommodations are extremely difficult, obviously very expensive, not comfortable by any other standards that people are used to. I would say the last Davos in May was spectacular because I thought that the weather was much better. I don't for the life of me understand why they always do it in during a winter storm. But anyways, it is what it is. But it's not the most comfortable place. It's a village that has not, in my view, done enough to scale. It's actually the anti-scale, right? It's brutal. And it's probably the most negative part for me of Davos. In terms of the overall experience, I have never gone there and not gotten great results. I think you'd say the same thing, Mario. You and I spent a lot of time together, met a few people that could, we can be game changing for them.
And for anyone listening, just before people make assumptions, we're there purely for business. So that was not all about policymakers making decisions. There's a lot of investor meetings, strategic partnerships. So because it's one place where everyone comes to it, we're in crypto. So for crypto, all the big investors, the big exchange, the big players come to one place. So when I tweeted that I'm in Davos, a lot of people made the wrong assumption. I'm not there as part of all the other things you see on the news. I'm there for purely business reasons.
Bill Gates to discuss how to
I'm not,
people bugs, right?
I didn't meet Mr. Schwab, and we didn't discuss COVID. But yeah, so anything else to add, Wahid, before we go to Ezra on this?
No, and then the last thing I would say, obviously, you asked about the experience. I don't think it's as cool as people think in terms of lifestyle.
It's boring as hell. And security, I got stopped by security, by the way. My car got stopped. What do you mean not boring? It's just you meeting people, having coffees, freezing your ass off, and then leaving.
But
and then crowded.
Hate that, Mario, you hate that in particular. But a lot of people genuinely like that, as you said, once a year, you can pretty much meet anyone you want. And there is an attitude in Davos which I like, that if you DM someone for a meeting or whatever, it's not taboo. So people, so it's just a once in a time where you can get access to a lot of different ideas, a lot of people. The only other thing I want to add up is that I found there to be a very big anti-clash on ESG and all those things. So it's not monolithic. I cannot emphasize
a lot of for the audience. A lot of people at Davos, at the World Economic Forum, are criticizing the World Economic Forum. So this is a very interesting point. When I was walking on the street, people would come up to me and when they're interviewing me stuff, that tell me like, what's your take on the criticism and XYZ? I'm not going to start naming them now. Related to ABC. I'm not going to name people either.
So there's one last statement, Mario, I want to make just to lift everyone's mood a little bit. So maybe I'm a little bit older than most people here. I remember the 70s and 80s. Okay. I got to tell you, folks like Rebel and all the alternative media and the scrutiny and spaces, we could have, what it was like 30, 40 years ago in terms of echo chamber, monolithic, narrative, etc., is so much worse than today, guys. So lift your spirits up. It's really not that bad. The fact everyone is under scrutiny. Now, the Klauses of the world had 10 times more power 20, 30 years ago than they do now. Okay, I cannot emphasize this enough. The guys at Pfizer, all these people are entrenched now in fear. So it's not what you guys think. We have such openness now of narrative as opposed to where we used to be.
But how do we say that when a lot of these theories that had come out in the beginning that ended up being proven true, that were censored by all of these social media platforms from governments around the world that were putting out these narratives that they knew were lies? How is that something that a point that you can defend?
I'd say the media. I think the media has improved.
Yeah,
but social media's made it worse.
And I'm also saying that the fact that all these lies are now out in the open. You know what? You know what vaccines were like in the 70s and 80s? There was no alternative narrative. At least now we got guys like yourself, chasing Pfizer around and holding them to account. That did not exist before. All I'm trying to say is that, the whole idea of canceling Davos is sort of hypocritical because it goes against the fact that, okay, let's bring people together, let them network, let them do all this. And frankly, the debate and criticism there was outstanding. Okay. And not something you saw in the 70s and 80s.
Okay, Mario, I want to ask you a
Mario?
question right before I go to other people.
And I see Aaron, I'll give you the mic right after as well. So you try to unmute
my
as well.
question to you, right, is your feelings since you were at Davos last year. Has anything changed, with the mood or with the way people talk about ESG? I mean, last year everybody was bullish on it. This year, what was it? What was it like? Was it any different?
Everyone is questioning everything. Everything.
Exactly. There's no one narrative. Everything. When we used to say, "Don't trust the media," don't trust this. Oh my God! Like the most establishment figures know now not to trust what they hear. Okay, because it's just, I think people have seen the track record over the last few years, and have seen how much misinformation was coming from the actual establishment, let alone alternative media, right? So that's so.
But at one point, ExxonMobil came out with their data. It was leaked about 3 days ago, and they're one of the biggest funders of the WEF. So how can we expect that companies that fund and literally want to be at the WF because it's such a popular and prestigious place to be seen, funding it, and then they're the ones that are suppressing the actual information about climate about 50 years ago? Kind of a conflict of interest, no?
Mario, can I comment? Sorry to
jump in, Aaron.
here. Yeah, sorry I was glitching out earlier, but I have a layover. Going to get on another flight, so I just wanted to chime in. I'm going to try to just stick to the facts on my comment here because I think a question in the background of a lot of this commentary is what exactly is the WEF? What kind of organization is it? How is it structured? Who makes decisions? And then how does it play out in Davos? Or why does it play out in Davos the way it does? So strictly speaking, the WEF is a trade organization. It's this by their own self-description, by their legal structure and so forth. That's what they are. They're a trade organization representing the 1,000 wealthiest corporations in the world. Corporations whose market capitalization exceeds the gross national product of most countries in the world. The 10 wealthiest individuals on planet Earth have more wealth collectively than the 85 poorest countries in the world. So just pause and think about that statistic to wrap your head around the stakeholders at the WEF, the people who pay the dues, the people who make the organization happen. As a trade organization, their ultimate agenda, if you peel away all the theatrics and the whatever else, their ultimate agenda is whatever will serve the interest of those 1,000-member companies, period. And the interest of corporations is increasing their market share, increasing their revenues, and increasing their power. That is what the interest of the WEF is. So when you ask a question like, well, why wasn't Vladimir Putin invited? The answer has to do with somehow, in some way, it didn't align with the interests of those 1,000 corporations for whatever reason. If you ask the question, well, what is the ideology? Are Are they pro this or are they anti that? The answer to that question is, well, the ideology is going to align with the interests of those corporations. So climate change, for example, the WEF is only going to embrace climate change and foreground Greta and those types of people if those 1,000-member corporations believe that they can utilize the climate agenda. And this is not to say they have nefarious motives. It's just, does that agenda align with our interests? Does it advance our interests? And so I think once you peel back all the layers, and you can very clearly see, why do many of the world leaders want to go to Davos?
Well, by the way, to peel it back
to
to
meet with
peel it
those
back
leaders.
a little further, Aaron. I mean, consider this, like even down deeper is the fact that there's government interaction here. There are world leaders in governments that are connected to all of this. And so
That's
it's
right.
one thing for corporations to try to work out deals. Listen, I believe in free markets. I believe that capitalism has been a good thing for society. I don't hate corporations. I think that they should do what they need to do. I think the thing that bothers people the most is the way that these deals getting made have a government connection to them. So when you look at the favoritism that certain large corporations, that even guys like Larry Fink, who invests in hundreds of the world's top corporations, have to government, this is a real problem in my mind.
Yeah,
Damn.
let me just comment on that, Jim, real quick, because
just quickly, Aaron, and now I want to jump into Ezra and Alan right after, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just very quickly, the direction that we've seen unfold, whether intentionally or unintentionally, whatever, at the World Economic Forum is toward the melding of state and corporate power. Now, why is that? The largest source of capital that many of these corporations want access to is taxpayer dollars in the wealthiest countries, meaning governments, okay? And likewise, for governments who want to expand power and control over populations, the largest external source of power outside of direct government power is corporate power operating at that level.
And keep going, Aaron, but
So
a
those
quick
interests
interjection
happen
here.
to align.
Aaron, quick interjection, keep going, but I just want to throw this in here. A lot of people, when we think of numbers like GDP, forget that a component of gross domestic product is government spending. Which I just say that
That's
to
right.
emphasize exactly
That's
what
right.
you're saying. So.
Yeah.
And I want to jump in, Aaron, if you don't mind. I want to quickly jump into Ezra, if you don't mind, Aaron. Because Ezra, I want to kind of wrap up the discussion about the experience on the ground in Davos before we move on to the next points in the agenda. Me and Wahid have spoken about our experience. What was yours like? Because you were a lot more active in questioning the people that should be questioned, asking the questions that people had in their mind.
Sure. Well, it's a great point how far away Davos is to anybody. You have to fly to Zurich, and then it's about a 2-hour drive. A lot of private jets land at a nearby private jet airstrip.
You're talking about Zurich's, the one in Zurich?
Zurich is the main commercial airport. They do take private jets there too, but I went to a private jet airstrip called Alterheim. And the private jets were landing every 10 minutes. It was unbelievable. In fact, there was so many paparazzi there. They had an official paparazzi area where just guys with telephoto lenses would snap pictures of these, VVIPs getting off the jet and then getting in the helicopter, because God forbid they drive the last, 45 minutes to Davos. And then once they landed by helicopter at the helipad in Davos that is just set up just for the World Economic Forum, then they get in a black tinted window SUV to take them to their destination. So the fact that Albert Bourla made the mistake of walking on the street, the fact that, Tony Blair walked on the street, John Kerry walked on the street, they didn't have to do that. I guess they just wanted some fresh air, because there's this entire insulated way of moving around. There's endless black tinted window SUVs, the kind of things that, just big. There are some green vehicles there, but none of the VIPs ride them. It's private jet to private helicopter to private SUV. And it's only when they make the mistake of leaving the drawbridge castle that they'll come into contact with ruffians like me. The whole downtown of Davos, the main drag, is turned into, I would call it a Potemkin village. Coffee shops, restaurants, stores are bought out by Google, Meta, whatever, all these companies, BlackRock, that turn them into like a showcase just for a week. So there might be a clothing store that might get paid a ton of money to shut down for a week, move all their stuff out. Carpenters come in and turn it into really like a movie set or a Disneyland area just for the week. And then when the week is over, they tear it down and go back to normal life. And by the way, in terms of accommodations, the entire town is booked up by the conference.
And
so ruffians,
expensive. Ezra, give them an idea of how expensive it is. Like a room could cost you $10,000 a night, and that's a tiny, tiny room.
It really could. We had to stay a whole town over, half an hour away, and it was still extremely expensive. That's what happens when you take thousands of very high net worth people and dump them in a small town. And I think there's something deliberate about that. If you want to go to Davos, as I did, and you're not an official person, it is hard, it is long, slow, and expensive. And I think that's by design. This is an exclusive retreat high on Mount Olympus. And how dare the little people come there? Last anecdote. We were one of the few independent journalistic groups there, but there were a few others. There was a Japanese lady named Masako who was an independent journalist, and she was very, very good at her job. And she managed to scrum Klaus Schwab as he was leaving his hotel to go out to dinner. And you can find this on her Twitter page easily or her website. And she went up to Klaus Schwab and said, "Can I ask you a question?" And his handler said, "No, we're busy." But Klaus Schwab turned around and said, "Yes." She said, "I'm from Japan." He said, "Oh, who are you with?" And she said, "I'm with an independent media outlet." He laughed at her and turned his back on her and walked away. So Klaus Schwab, that's just how it is when some lowly peasant dares to speak to His Royal Highness and look him in the eye. Klaus Schwab would have spoken with her perhaps had she been with the New York Times or some other regime media that was fully bought into the WEF agenda. When she dared say she's independent, he laughed and walked away from her. And that tells you everything you need to know about the relationship between these masters of the universe and you. And even if you're at Davos, there's always a bigger fish than you. There's lots of little fish. There's some medium fish, but then there are the big whales. And whoever was saying before, I think it was Aaron, that this is really run for the benefit of the trillionaires. That is correct. And Klaus Schwab is not interested in talking to any media other than media that will really take down notes of his narrative and propagate them. How is it possible that Albert Bourla has done 100 interviews in the last 2 years, and not a single journalist has asked him an accountability question? How is that even possible? Well, because they're all in on the game.
I want to jump into Piotr to balance the discussion, and then obviously go to Alan, who's been waiting for a really long time. And also, before going to Piotr, I want to welcome James Melville on stage. First time on the show. James, such a pleasure to have you. So I've got a few questions for you right after Piotr and Alan, but it's a pleasure to have you, man. And Ezra, I also want to agree with the point that you made. I didn't see that video of Klaus. I've heard about it, mocking the independent journalist. But yes,
disgusting. Yeah,
there are
disgusting.
meetings that do happen behind the scenes. It's still like it's probably one of the few places where you can find such influential people all in one place, sitting in a cafe. You know, we had the Queen or Princess of Jordan, for example, was sitting in a cafe. I had policymakers walk past, and people, when you see that, usually those people would be when people see them in the public, that have a swarm of people around them. In Davos, it's a lot more normalized. So that's at least my observation. But obviously, if you don't imagine it, like Ezra kind of balanced it out, don't imagine like you go there and you're going to see presidents walking past you. It's not that far. But Piotr, I'll let you respond to the points that Ezra made and balance out the discussion before going to Alan and of course James.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Really interesting, and I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not going to disagree with them as much as you think. I have a huge array of issues with the WEF. Just for context, I think this is also a good time to address one of the biggest things that happens about these kinds of conversations, which is when we talk about globalism or globalization, and often WF, World Bank, all these sorts of entities are mentioned. Now, I work in the World Bank, but I don't like the WF, or I have problems with the WS. So I think this is a really good illustration how when you label someone a certain term or orientation, that's a little bit simpler of a simplification, because it doesn't mean they actually have an alignment with everything that's associated with that concept, i.e. globalism. So to what has been said already, I'll state the positives first. So the World Economic Forum does produce a lot of research. It does come out with a lot of data, and it does provide some interesting analysis on work-life balance, for example. They've done a lot of work, which I find very useful, about improving 4-day work weeks, finding an improvement in the way that we go about responding to mental health, climate change, and these sorts of things. However, now I'm going to focus on some of the negatives. So some of the negatives for me, this is about as elite and detached from the average individual as you can get. To everything that Ezra has said, I went to the WF, not as a part of a congregation, not as anything, as an independent. I went with some friends. I was working with a certain organisation, and we wanted to try and go to see what it was like, see if we could build a network, fundraising. It was part of an NGO. Oh my lord, the prices are through the roof. For just to mention, 1,000 flights land in the beginning of the event. These are apparently individuals who care about climate change and environmental social governance, or ESG principles, yet they're coming in private jets and taking private cars. There's no carpooling, there's no coaches, there's no public transport. It's incredibly unsustainable in its principles, and yet we're being preached to about how we need to be more sustainable. Some of the biggest funders of this organization are Pfizer, Coca-Cola, Nestle, Google, Meta, and some of those companies, namely Nestle and whichever one I've forgotten already, are some of the biggest pollutants in the world. Coca-Cola, they fund the COP27, 28 events every year in the UN. Some of the biggest pollutants, they don't even have non-plastic alternative packaging. So the World Economic Forum on the surface looks principally quite good. It's about trying to bring together lots of different ideas from countries, cultures, principles or values, and put them in a space. But it is very heavily Western. If you are a country that has done bad things, i.e. Russia, you are not allowed to come, which I don't think is great, because if you want to be fully representative, you need everybody there. They don't do well with criticism. There was a French journalist from a couple of years ago who actually spoke out against some of the principles that the World Economic Forum was talking about. I think it was to do with capitalism, and he was not really that well interviewed or given public sort of attention by the media. And then there's the last thing, which really began to get my mind questioning the authenticity of World Economic Forum, which is when they talked about stakeholder capitalism. Now, the concept of this is that everybody, firms, businesses, state investors, governments, states, civil society, we all have an equal slice of the pie. Capitalism doesn't work like that. And so stakeholder capitalism, for me and many other people, was simply just a rebranding of the status quo. And I do think that there is a large array of issues that the World Economic Forum has. It could be, in principle, a very effective thing. As I say, I do think it comes out with a lot of knowledge and human capital. But I think that the way it is constructed and done needs to be grossly changed. But it's not going to, because it's primarily about, to Aaron's point, it's about economic growth. It's about raising money. It's about monetarily trade. So for businesses to businesses and businesses to governments, yes, great. But if you're not a business that's already within that specific community, it's hard to break into that realm.
Your audio, by the way, so Piotr, I'm going to just your audio's shit as always, Piotr. But I think you've made really, really good points. Nick, I'd want to jump to Alan because I know he's been waiting for a really long time as well to get his perspective on things as well. Alan, first, I appreciate your patience and would love your take on the World Economic Forum, especially how it from a Brazilian perspective.
Thank you so much, Mario and Nick and everyone here. First of all, I would like to add that capitalism is not something antagonic to communism, socialism, Marxism, because we cannot compare a economic system with a kind of culture. So this is the first thing we need to pay attention of. Secondly, when we say I disagree or I agree that people are making clubs or think tank or something like that, they can do whatever they want. The problem is, and then I need to quote Stalin, do not pay attention in their words, but in their deeds. So we need to take care when they now. I mean, everyone has freedom to think whatever they want, but when they start doing things, building systems to shut up everyone that disagrees with them, and starting to suffocate or stiff small business, making a monopoly in the world, controlling government such a way that we cannot do anything to fight back, that is a problem. We need to pay attention on it. Otherwise, we will discuss about words while they are doing things.
But
And
can I say something? Sorry, about your point there. And this point's been made a few times. Governments making decisions and shaping policy for the world. We have to remember, the World Economic Forum is where they meet, and they discuss things, but they cannot decide policy for Brazil or policy for the US or
they can
Japan
do.
or Russia.
They can.
They can influence, but at the end of the day, these countries and the political systems in countries like the US, they'll make the final decision. And we're seeing a lot of resistance in many countries around anything that comes out of the World Economic Forum. So it's not like a bunch of people that will make the actual decisions in the World Economic Forum. And if anyone disagrees with this, do let me know. But Alan, I'll let you continue first.
Yeah. So the point is, Mario, you said that they do not make decision openly, but behind the scene they do. So, and when you say there are a lot of countries they can decide to fight back, you are talking about the first world countries, because in Brazil it's not such a case. So I'm from Brazil. If you have your own business in Brazil and you start getting bigger, you will not get any credit to increase your business in these such countries that you do not have a free trade and better say free market. And we need to emphasize the differences between free market and free trade. I post on a comment here in this space a article written by Karl Marx on free trade. There is no such a thing as a socialist against free trade. They all defend it. The problem is they do not defend free market. And that's the big difference. When you start to stiff and suffocate free market while you are kind of openly defending free trade, what you are doing, you are defending such a monopoly that can control countries. So if you say, oh no, there are a lot of people fighting back where? Venezuela, Cuba, Brazil, Argentina? No way. You can say they are fighting back here in the United States, where I live, but not in my country. We do not have at least one small tool to fight them back because we do not have money. We do not have free market. We cannot grow. We cannot do anything against them. So if you say, oh, they do not decide, they do. They really decide everything in my country, everything in all these poor countries. They do decide because they are billionaires and they are protected by this government that want to stiff free market while they are openly defending free trade with their tyrant friends like China. They do decide. They do destroy every person who is growing up their business, their lives. You know, it's it's such a thing that if you are in America, you can say that kind of.
Fair
But
point.
not in Brazil.
It's a fair point. I think not all countries can push back to the same extent. Piotr or Sam, maybe you want to touch on that point. But I think it's a valid point made by Alan.
Yeah, I would just say, I'm going to sound more like quintessential globalist to people in the audience now, but I'm not a globalist. I'm an internationalist, which means I believe in international cooperation. Slight difference. But I don't agree fully on that. I'm more aligned with you, Mario. The WF doesn't have a mandate. It doesn't have a capacity to actually force national governments to implement policy. They can heavily influence.
They can have an influence, yeah.
I
think, Alan, would you agree with that statement, Alan? Do you think that could we characterize it as heavily influence rather than decide? Because they can't explicitly decide, but they can
not
heavily
in poor
influence.
Countries. Not
no,
in
but they
poor
can't.
countries.
Even in poor countries, I'm just semantics. They can heavily. There's a keyword here. Heavily influence. They can put them into a corner because countries like Sri Lanka
No,
won't have.
I disagree, Mario.
starve or comply. Starve or comply. That's not a real
That's
choice.
heavily influence. That's heavily influence. It is.
No. It's like the corporations will do
It's
something.
not influence,
They will
Mario.
decide on a certain thing, right? The corporations get together. They decide how can we best use this country's resources. They make the decision over at the WF. That's where they meet. And then these countries will have to pay the price because they are entirely dependent on corporate funding. They're entirely dependent on international funding. These countries cannot survive on their own. They need American money to help them, right? They need international money to help them. That's the problem. And so these decisions are made by fiat without the approval of the people living there.
So Ian, a couple of points to that. I lived in Kenya for several months, and one, I think we should also draw a distinction between several different members of the global south. Africa's very different to Brazil, very different to Southeast Asia, and so on. When I was in Kenya, I was there around about the time the WEF was happening, and I can tell you that a large array of Kenyans were well aware of it, and they would reject some of the policies. The national government, I mean, again, some countries that are more autocratic and they like the idea of just implementing the policies from the WEF because of X, Y, and Z, it benefits their self-interest, possibly. But Kenya was an example where they rejected some of them.
So I'd like to expand on the point I was trying to make. So most of these countries have elections, right? You've got different leaders. Now, the leaders that are aligned with the WF, meaning, the people who are listed as WF Global Young Leaders, the ones who are friendly with the WF, or who even have an investment, right? Like an investment or a share in the companies that do go to the WF and they attend these events. These young leaders, whatever you want to call them, right? Their policies will always be shaped by the people they meet at the WF, right? Now, it's up to the people, obviously, to decide whether they want to vote for these guys or whether they want to vote them out, right? In my country in particular, there are a number of leaders who do attend the WF. They were, like you said, present at the WF with the Malaysia pavilion, right? That's a thing that they do. And these people want to court that money at the WF. Now, a lot of this is it's self-interest, right? I mean, these people are corrupt as hell, right? Let's just make no mistake about it. They don't care about little people who vote for them. They make a bunch of promises. They go to the WF. They're told, hey, you guys, like if you give us some contract,
and nobody votes.
Malaysia,
nobody votes for them. I mean, I love what you're saying, but nobody votes for these idiots.
When we learn about it, when we learn that they've done this, then people will not vote for them. However, many voters are low information. They will simply vote according to whatever promises are being made. Whether they have a lot of ad spend. Now, that's another thing that people don't talk about. A lot of these politicians with the backing of the companies at the WF, but you can play semantic games and say that, it's not the WF as an organization fully. It's the people who go to the WF who are making these calls. No, I mean, that's a meaningless distinction because in general, the people who do go to the WF tend to be globalists and they will back these candidates with money, right? Like the WF itself as an organization doesn't do that. A lot of money. But the companies that do that, the companies that go there do.
We have to get away from these globalists are ruining everything. Countries need to have their own sovereignty, language, cultures, and border. This nonsense that we're going to make one world and we're all going to be the same is crazy. People tend to gather with similar people to themselves, and these elitists that are sitting at the top in Davos and other places in the world, dictating what happens to everybody else, need to be thrown the hell out. They've got their money. Leave us alone.
Yeah. So let me expand upon that because what Alan is pointing to, and I'm going to pass this back to you, Alan, with what I have to say here. Like, let's consider this for. I'm for global trade, but it has to be done under free market conditions. I'm thinking that's the distinction Alan's trying to make here, where people have individual liberty to make choices about how they're going to pursue their business and certain things. But then when you take a country like Brazil, and there are many others that don't have the kind of influence that the United States has, which, by the way, we're fighting and questioning the WEF, many of us like me in the United States, because the United States needs to positively influence this process rather than to buy into it. But when you take countries like Brazil that has some key natural resources and just oil and all the criminality that's gone around Petrobras, which I'm sure Alan knows much of, this whole issue where these larger countries connected with certain corporate interests, and by the way, World Economic Forum is not just Davos. It's an organization that connects throughout the year, not just for a week or two in Davos, Switzerland. And the people that connect around this often are making deals that are to the detriment of countries like Brazil, that help influence people like the criminal Lula, who's just now become president again and who's a communist and desires to take over the resources of Brazil to use them for the benefit of others. Alan, isn't
Jim,
that
can you give us an example?
I'll go.
Can you actually give an
Yes.
example? Because everybody talks about these dirty deals, but no one's actually given us a single example.
Oh my gosh!
Of a particular deal that was made.
Sam, okay, I'm going to pass it to Alan because Alan will have a better answer than I can give. But let me make this.
Jim, you just said that there was a deal. You just said that there was a deal.
I'm doing it, Sam. Let me do it. Okay,
easy guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Sam. The point is that right now, deals that are being made, that have been made around Brazil, and again, I'm going to pass it to Alan because he's going to have better answers than I do, but deals that are made around Brazil, for example, with China related to oil, because they don't produce as much oil on their side, those deals get made all the way around Brazil, and then it affects them as a country. That is one key example. These types of things happen, and China's connected into this as well too.
Jim.
Go ahead, Alan. Yeah,
guys, hold on. Before Alan, before you hold on, Sam, I'll let you Sam and Jim to go back and forth. Sam, go ahead.
No, I mean, look, a lot of the talk tonight has been about deals made behind closed doors. And then there's just a statement, a deal was made, deals are being made, and then there's absolutely no evidence to back it up. Let's get some meat on the bones here. If you're saying that a deal has been made behind closed doors, tell us which deal you mean. Tell us which policies have been affected. That's how you have an intelligent debate. You don't just say deals are being made, and then everyone in the audience just goes, "Oh, that's
Sam,
terrible."
I can give you an example.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, just to give an idea. For example, the biggest companies in Brazil about construction and so forth, they need more credit. Do you agree with that? That big companies need more and more credit from banks?
It's a bit more complex. Continue. It's a pretty broad question, but continue.
Yeah, but do you understand that big companies need
Am I dropping
bigger
out, or is
credit?
it Alan?
No, it's you. We can hear
Okay,
Alan.
go ahead, Alan. Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine.
Yeah. So once you need to comply to get these credits, you will follow whatever they want, unless if you try to fight back, and they will they will destroy your company. And these big companies that want to comply everything they say, they destroy small and medium business that can fight them back. And these companies are the companies who fund the corrupted politicians, and that's how they do not make democracy, as people love to say. I do not like the word democracy. I like republic, and they do not make a fair fight between the politicians and between their voters. So this is how they control everything.
But this happens in the US. This is lobbying.
I agree that happens in the US.
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do.
Where does this is about the World
It's not even
Economic
lobbying.
Forum.
It's not the same as lobbying.
Hold on, guys. Sorry, Wahid, go ahead.
I'm just saying this has nothing to do with World Economic Forum. It has nothing to do with it. You could say the same thing that the cabal is central banks. It's governments. It's Washington policy. It's CCP policy. It's Bolsonaro policy. Guys, come on. Let's
with
disagree.
respect,
you are framing.
So I will go to. I do want to go to James.
I would actually like to go to Prodigal. I mean,
before that. I know.
He has a number of examples. He has a number of examples they can provide Sam, so I'd like to go to him, and then we can go to whoever. Is that fair? Because he'll be
All right,
fast.
go ahead, Prodigal. All right, go ahead, Prodigal. Just one or two examples. Go ahead, Prodigal. Specific to the World Economic Forum. And while you're doing that, Prodigal, actually, I'll use this opportunity
Prodigal, you can
while you
unmute now.
unmute. Yeah, while you're unmuting, just for anyone listening, the newsletter's pinned above. I forgot to mention it. So if you do want a summary of all this and all the spaces that we do, make sure you subscribe to that newsletter and you get summaries. Prodigal,
Yeah, I'm
go
going to
ahead.
keep it as fast as I can. I'm just going to add a little context.
Thanks,
What people
man.
have to realize is we're in a
Thanks.
new Gilded Age. This isn't the early 20th century where the robber barons are tied to national interests.
Prodigal,
No, it's going to be really fast.
Prodigal.
I'm going to give
no,
the multinational corporations, the
examples.
NGOs, and everybody who's a partner at World Economic Forum have the same policies. I'll give you an example. The Bank of International Settlements said we want to move to CBDCs. You see IBM, Bank of America's CEO, and the national governments moving in unison for the CBDCs. You look at the ESG policy, Barclays, HSBC will not fund fossil fuels. They have made multiple announcements. This isn't that the WEF by itself is there, but you have the members of the WEF, you have NGOs, and you have these other lobbyists that were only allowed to grow to this size because our politicians, through lobbying and other means, repealed Glass-Steagall, repealed the Telecommunications Act in 1997, allowing 90% of media to be consolidated under 6 companies. There's no trust busting, right? These supranational organizations and these corporations have more power than the entire most national governments throughout the world.
Okay, so I'll pause it. Prodigal. I'll give you the mic again. So first, I want to agree with what you said, everything you said. But I do want to go back to Sam. So Sam, what you are requesting was an example of what exactly, just to make sure we're on point. What exact example?
I'm just look. I don't disagree with the points being made.
Neither.
But I don't see how they're coming specifically out of the World Economic
They're all members. There doesn't have to be an overt conspiracy.
Yeah, but no.
Prodigal. What does that mean?
But
So every policy for any country that's a member is now a fault of the World Economic Forum? That seems to be the argument here. Every single policy.
Well, when they're all moving at the same time,
country
right? They're not moving isolated.
But causation, correlation. I'll say this. Prodigal, I'm going to give you.
At the same time, Mario. That's the issue.
Yeah,
it's like they're all moving at the same time in the same direction, and they're having these conversations at the WEF where they go on public, on stage to talk about their policies, and they all move in unison. That's the issue. That's what the WEF facilitates.
It's hard. Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
In public, isn't that a good thing? That I know that
it's not
when it overrides the population.
The WEF is a problem because it is so tremendously powerful to the point where they can make these decisions in public, in the public eye, and the public can't do anything about it. Like, we can look at it, complain about it, look at what they're doing with ESG, and say, hey, that doesn't look like it's going to benefit us at all. But guess what? We are not the ones making the decisions. Our politicians, the people we vote into power because we trust them, they happen to be there as well, and they agree with the WEF, and they make all these policies happen because they have a ton of money. That is the issue. That's why the WEF
they get the golden parachute when they leave office. Now, why do you think they're getting $2 million speeches? Why do you think they get a $5 million book deal advance that never gets paid? The corruption is legal in the Western systems, and now the multinational corporations and the other globalists control these interests. When you say, well, they're not moving in unison, they're all there, they're bragging about it. When Bank of America's CEO is bragging about saying we're going to set a new ESG policy, and if you don't do what we like, we're not going to do business to you, how are you going to fund capital-intensive projects? How are you going to go against the system? To talk like this when you're in economics is just naivety, or you don't care to see what's going on, right? They won't fund it, right? You're seeing states push back, but even then, the outflow from BlackRock is very small compared to what it takes in. When the Federal Reserve basically makes BlackRock the steward of the COVID pandemic recovery money and stimulus, these corporations rule us.
I have a question for you. So would you agree with this statement before we go to James? Would you? I'm just trying to find the balance, and this is us trying to guess because we're not in those meetings.
Weird.
My mic is weird?
It sounds like you're in a tunnel again.
It's crippling. I can understand what you're saying. Just keep going. Just keep going, man.
No, if it's bad, I'll have to fix the mic. So interrupt.
Kathy asked a question.
Yeah. So I'll go to Nick to ask James a few questions, but I just wanted to kind of see if Prodigal agrees with this. The World Economic Forum is not a place where everyone goes, makes a decision, and then the next day it's implemented. But it's a place where they go and they agree on a few things, and they heavily influence a lot of the decisions being made throughout the year. Because it's a congregation of power, and there's a lot of things that do happen behind the curtains that none of us know, that I'm sure when you have, I gave examples and I gave positive ones. I'm sure there's more negative ones, but I gave positive ones here. North and South Korea meeting for the first time in Davos. The German unity discussions in Davos. Mandela and de Klerk meeting in Davos for the first time and playing a key role in ending apartheid. So a lot of these decisions are obviously positive. A lot are negative, but the concern that we have is there is that congregation of power. Is that just very briefly, because I do want to go to James, is that, Sam and Prodigal, would you agree with that characterization or still disagree? James agrees.
So, Mario, you made a lot of good points there, and for me, this is the thing. I don't believe that the intention of everybody there is sinister, but it seems like so many people, and it's a trend right now. It's a social media trend, this outrage at every single thing. It doesn't matter what subject we're talking about right now. There's outrage about everything. Everything is a conspiracy theory.
But Sam, I agree.
You've just listed a whole load of
Mario, I'll be quick. It's not a conspiracy when the Washington Post says that the billionaires have more control. It's not a conspiracy when Biden says and I'll end with it. When Biden says publicly, I can't get this done, we need to rely on the multinational corporations to put climate change. Like, this is facts. You can paint it however you want to. They're pushing policy. 90 million more people are going to starve in Africa, are near starvation, because they're pushing boundary change.
I agree. So the point that you're making, and this is a point that I made, and I made a few tweets about it. Today, Oxfam did say that this is the first time in history that, the poorest people in the world lost wealth and the richest people in the world gained wealth at the same time.
No, that's been happening since 2020. Oxfam has seen it.
Yeah, but did the pandemic accelerated?
Yeah. Well, 2000, so guys, I love you all. Just 2 seconds. Yeah, so just 2020. No. Piotr, okay, so inequality is been getting worse and worse. So rightly so. Sam, I agree with your point. I think people are and that's why I'm trying to balance it out. I think people are just too extreme in painting. Like, as soon as I said I'm going to Davos, people immediately painted it like, hey, he's on the other side. Everyone's there is evil. No, there's no evil. There's no. That's what I try to do. There's always good and bad everywhere. Even though
the end results are all that matter, Mario. You could claim the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Prodigal. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, Nick, can you hear me or no?
Yeah. I mean, we can hear you. It just sounds like you're talking into a tube. That's all.
You actually no. It auto corrects itself, so don't worry about it. Like, if you keep speaking, for some reason it fixes it, right? I don't know why it does that, but it comes in and out. So sometimes you sound like you're coming through a tube. Other times you sound fine.
How am I? Am I now good? Am I good now?
You're better.
Okay. I'll go to Nick
worse.
Nick, off to you, Nick.
Yeah, Nick, you host.
Sure. So James, obviously you've been covering this pretty extensively, and you're pretty well versed in the World Economic Forum in general. One of the biggest concerns that people have with the World Economic Forum is it's one of their biggest goals here, right? Which is the Great Reset, which people like to call conspiracy and everything like that. But what it is, they're very open about it, and they've been talking about it since 2020. Right?
2010. It was the fourth industrial revolution before it was rebranded as the Great Reset. But continue.
No, it's 2020. It's 2020.
Yeah, HBO did a documentary on it in the early 2010s where they want to tie basically the new monetary system to energy consumption, etc. Continue. I could post it up top if you want me to.
He's true.
Right.
He's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Okay. So when it was rebranded, I guess, as the Great Reset in 2020, which started driving a lot of speculation about, the ultimate goals of the World Economic Forum. And so basically what they've said is, quote, there is an urgent need for global stakeholders to cooperate in simultaneously managing the direct consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. To improve the state of the world, the WEF is starting the Great Reset initiative, which is to urgently build the foundation of our economic and social system for a fairer, sustainable, and more resilient post-COVID future. So
it's about combining efforts, Nick. Just to put a pin on it. It's to combine all these efforts in a way that has never been done before. This is what Klaus Schwab talked about in the book, The Great Reset. It is also his keynote speech from last year, or the year before, actually, where he talked about consolidating all this power and moving it in a single direction. This is something that is being done through the top 1,000 corporations in the world, excluding a few, of course, like Tesla, as well as government interests, think tanks, and a number of activist organizations. We're talking hundreds of activist organizations are all moving move towards a single direction under Klaus Schwab's basically orders, right, and his people. The idea is to remove all the differences that, the WEF wasn't always this consolidated. It used to be a place where people do trade, they have different ideas, competing ideas, and that was great. That's democracy in action, whatever you want to call it. But that's no longer the case. Now, the top people, the top dogs, I'm not talking about the little people who go there like you guys, when you attend the WF, you're not privy to these conversations, right? You're not on the stage, on the main stage with all the big names, right? So you're small players, no offense, but you're not important to the big picture here. The people in charge of painting this big picture, however, they're all moving in a single direction. You can simply watch Ursula von der Leyen's recent speech, her keynote speech at the WF. She outlines it very, very succinctly. I recommend that you all watch it.
Right. So essentially, my question is, James, I kind of want based on everything you've heard while you've been in the room, what is your overall opinion on what is going on with the World Economic Forum? Is it just a push for corporatism? Is it a push for, a push against the United States as a world power? What is it?
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. I love these spaces. I learned so much from them. But I've listened to about an hour's worth of the comments. I agree with many of the things that have been said. But I want to take a bit of a historical context about the WEF. I mean, Davos has obviously been going around for a number of years, but back into the 70s and 80s when the WEF was sort of developing and spreading its wings, it was largely seen as a policy wonk shop, and then it became more corporate over time. So I think there is an element, first of all, that WEF is a giant networking center for the, in inverted commas, the elites. It's a money-making machine, but it's also setting the agendas, as people have pointed out. And I think the reason why the WEF has become part of the kind of bubble of skepticism in terms of what their motives are is really since the pandemic onwards. I mean, if you look at the pandemic and then the pandemic moving into sort of a digital response and vaccine passports, and then you look at some of the things that have been written about in the WEF, such as the Great Reset and so on, which were previously seen on the kind of outer edges, and people who analyse that and be accused of being conspiracy theorists. A lot of this stuff is consolidation. And there's a really good point that someone mentioned earlier on about if you look at where everyone's heading on this in terms of the financial system, the fiat model, which largely is a busted flush, since, in particular since 2008 and 2009, and then aspects of net zero, then aspects in terms of what's happening with the pandemic response and vaccine rollouts and what the WHO are doing with particular treaties. The one thing that I've really noticed with the WEF and listening to some of the panel debates and reading about some of the keynote speeches this week is whether we're talking about net zero, we're talking about pandemic response, vaccines, monetary system, central bank digital currencies. There's one thing that interlinks all of those things together, and it came up time and time again from various speeches, in particular Tony Blair's speech, and that is digitalization of everything, and also digital ID. And I think that's where we're heading. I mean, none of this is conspiracy theory. It's about kind of join the dots theory. And I agree with another comment earlier that the majority of people have no idea about this. They have no idea about what's going on behind the scenes. And we need to be careful, all of us, about separating stuff that is actually fact and stuff that is wild theories. And I think the WEF is a consolidation for a lot of people, because it's very, very difficult for everyone to go, something's happening in one place and something else is happening over here. We're bombarded by news to the point that most people are bamboozled or switch off or are too scared to say something because they really don't understand the issues. So the WEF becomes the center point for that. And I agree that the WEF is not setting legislative policy, but it's nudging. It's putting everyone in the same room. As George Carlin once said, it's a big club and we're not in it. People are in the same room and they are, they're meeting each other, they're discussing ideas. Deals will be made behind the scenes that we don't even know about. But the connecting force, going back to something I said earlier, is about motives and agendas. And I think since the pandemic, people on our side of the debate are looking at this and thinking, well, what is the direction of travel here? And for me, it's two things, of which is these two things were mentioned repeatedly through this week at Davos. One is about the digitalization of almost everything in digital ID. And the second point, which is connected to the first point, is our financial system, our monetary system, is a mess. And the move towards central bank digital currencies, in pilot scheme or consultation or executive order in the States, is happening everywhere underneath the radar. And most people are unaware of this and what it means and the risks attached to it. So I think what we're looking at is a number of people who are putting problems in the world together and seeing digital ID as a potential solution. It's back to that old thing, you create a problem, you create a solution, you create a whole set of other problems. And the WEF has become like the conduit, almost like the poster boy for all of this stuff. But I do think that it has an influence. It has an influence because it's getting people in the same room and they're saying things that are interconnected, and then governments are then, along with the corporate aspects of government and corporatism, are putting this together and moving towards these digital ID solutions on a number of different fronts. That's all I need to say.
Right. So James, I do have one more question for you here, just based on your points here. So there is the Brookings Institute, which is a think tank in Washington, D.C. They have given an argument both for and against the World Economic Forum, and they say the need for a group like the WEF is more important now than ever. The global challenges we face cannot be solved without action by wealth holders and decision makers of the corporate community. Right? So is this a fair point, or is this something that, have we gone beyond that to the point where they don't actually have the best interests of the world in mind?
Well,
or?
WEF and Davos have been around for a very long time. I've always had issues with that way before even the COVID response. I agree with, again, an earlier point. I think the WEF is not all bad. I think there's certain things that they are saying about how to improve communities and well-being and the rest of it. There's something in that. But there's a lot of stuff that is interconnected to the problems that we're seeing right now. And I think whether it's WEF, whether it's aspects of corporate, whether it's to do with corrupt governments, whether it's to do with aspects of media and the sort of funding pipelines of the media, you have a series of interconnections there. And what they're doing is framing a set of messages under the auspices of virtue, which is like the greatest kind of Machiavellian con trick always shown by a bunch of authoritarians. So they basically do good, stay safe, stay secure, and it's for your convenience. So they're doing all this under the auspice of doing good. But we all really know what it's about. It's about asset grabs. It's about asset grabs of money. It's about asset grabs of land, of energy, of healthcare, of data, and so on. Now, none of this is new. Since the world is turning, our elites have been trying to do this. But the problem we've got now compared to what's happened in the past is it's much more interconnected through tech. It's not like it was, say, 100 years ago where elites would do what elite things do. But now we have that interconnection whereby the solution can be driven around all forms of either big tech or digital ID. And I think the WEF is a platform where, if you look at the agenda this week, it's all interconnected around all these different issues, with the ultimate solution being somewhere down the lines of digitalization and digital ID.
James, I have a question for you. I've been pretty critical and concerned about the impact of inequality around the world on both the world economy and potential military conflicts. If this continues, this path continues, and the reason I'm asking it now is obviously it was discussed at the World Economic Forum, and I actually tweeted a tweet by one of the visitors there that kind of brought attention to this. They were talking about globalization is great for the general economy, but it's got serious flaws in leading to more inequality. If this pattern continues, where do you see the world in the next 5 years, 10 years? Because it's just getting more and more concerning. The polarization we're seeing in different countries, the populism, it just shows that people are standing up to that inequality, and rightly so. I'm just worried where it's going to lead, because it's not getting better, and COVID just made it significantly worse.
Yeah, I agree. I think the problems are really since 2008. There's always been problems in the world, but in particular, sort of financial.
Yeah, the GFC. Yeah, exactly.
From an inequality point of view, it's really catapulted to different dimensions since the financial crisis, and then had the world dealing with a decade of austerity. And then you have COVID, and then, to bail out in terms of the response of COVID, money printing just took place on a ridiculous scale. In Britain, I think it was pretty much 500 billion was printed over the 2-year response of COVID. Now, most of that money was not going into the real economy. It was propping up financial institutions and governments and so on. And yet that has a knock-on effect by the dint of quantitative easing. It devalues currency and creates inflation problems. And therefore that creates an aspect in the real economy of more poverty. And you've got ongoing cost of living crisis. So I think we have got a major issue whereby the 1% are getting richer and everyone else is getting, in real terms, poorer. And it's not becoming just even a thing about, the working classes and middle classes are attached into this as well, especially since, COVID onwards. And I think people are struggling with zero-sum games in the UK, for instance, of either heating or eating.
Just add one point to what.
No, man. No, your mic, bro. Your mic. You gotta fix your mic.
What about this? Is that better?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Okay, it's because I'm far away, right? Okay.
Hey, fella.
No, I absolutely loved what was being said
Yeah,
before
that
he fell off.
sucked. The fucking thing crashed. Everybody, ugh.
Okay, Ian can't hear me either.
So, Ian, what do you think about what James was saying while waiting for James to be back?
I was just listening. There's there's this train of thought and I've lost it. I'm sorry.
He quoted George Carlin, who I really love, and another one he makes me think of when he mentioned him is that the WEF gives off thoughts of we don't have rights, we have privileges.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we don't have rights, we have privileges, and they're granted to us basically by world governments and by corporations, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a certain overextension of just how powerful the WEF is, but I think it's because we don't know what it means, what it really stands for, that there's a lot of ambiguity and distrust in it. And,
I think that's true. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think we're on the same page on this. Like, if anything, the WEF needs to actually have some sort of founding
accountability metrics.
Accountability methods, yeah, like what's being discussed, what's being agreed to. I think members of it need to actually address these things, right? And it has to be done as a whole, right? As a whole organization, not as independent organizations that go there making these decisions, right? I think that this is something that needs to be a foundational, I would say, pillar of the WEF.
Well, there was another interesting one from about 2010. If you cast your minds back after the global financial crisis, there was the Occupy movement, if people remember. And as part of the Occupy movement, they occupied London, they occupied Wall Street, they occupied a lot of places. But one of the things that came out of that was what was known as the World Social Forum, which was attemptedly people's desire to create a sort of crowdsourced sort of people's version of the World Economic Forum. It didn't lead anywhere, unfortunately, but there were these efforts to sort of counterbalance against this very specific prospective approach narrative that we do have. And I do think the World Economic Forum has a place to be more useful for research and sort of congregation.
But these people are too smart.
No, right? I know.
They can't handicap the West when they know China pollutes more than the entire developed world combined, and China said energy security is national security, which is smart, which is what the U.S. should do, build out refineries and take care of natural gas, because all the reductions in pollution has been through natural gas, especially when there's a war in Ukraine. These same people who are pushing for war don't seem to care how many lives are lost from their bombs, don't seem to care how much smoke comes out of the bombs on Ukraine. They didn't care when they sent Boris Johnson over there to kill the peace deal, right? So it's all hypocrites. What this end system will result in is they will freeze into power players. And people, the social mobility, which has been decreasing in decades, will be gone. Where you are now in life, you will be locked in forever. The reason why they're doing this is because this is the first time in history they are able to. Before the emergence of these multinational corporations, corporations had to care where they made money. The robber barons of old, Rockefeller, Carnegie, even Ford, cared if the U.S. economy was good because that's where they were based, that's where they need their money. Now, if they don't make it in North America, they'll make it in Asia. They don't make it in Asia, they'll make it in Europe. And they have homogenized all these cultures, that all these international cities, if New York falls, I'll go to Paris. If Paris falls, I'll go to Hong Kong. If Hong Kong falls, I'll go to Tokyo. They have managed to root out culture, nationalism, religion, family. That's their end goal, because once they cement it in place, you're not going to be able to afford any of these things. You're not going to be able to do a goddamn thing. You won't be able to afford a steak. You won't be able to afford the car. Their standard of living will not change, and they will consolidate power, and this regulatory burden will eliminate any future competition they have, because everything will be frozen. If you have to comply with all these rules, which make no sense, I mean, you're talking about how great they are. What came out? What did Oxford say this week? That various standards in their carbon tax credit system was bullshit. 90+% went to nothing. So these people use euphemisms and count on your stupidity to say, oh, okay. I'm still waiting for an answer why, when there wasn't even an industrial revolution in cars, the temperature was hotter when the dinosaurs were around. Right?
So many points. Protocol. So many points. I don't know if Sam or Brian, you want to take this one, but just so many points. Protocol, it's like when you speak, you make a lot of good points, but there's too many at a time.
Would you guys all agree?
He's one of the best. Mario. He's the best speaker there is.
Literally the best speaker. And I'd like for him to finish. Yeah, let him finish first, and then you'll go.
I'll end with this point. They couldn't. China and Russia can do it through a barrel of the gun institute control. The West could only take away their citizens' inalienable rights and freedoms through the public safety state. The COVID pandemic fear porn didn't work. What did they say next? We're going to push the climate change. Project Veritas had the video of CNN. They had their marching orders. And for people to say, I don't know this, no, it's for our good. Well, what have they improved? What have they given the West? Globalism has given us a system where you compete for your home against international billionaires, where you compete against your wages against migrants and illegals, and where your culture is being eradicated, and they say don't have any nationalism.
Well, hang on, Protocol. No, there's many points made.
Come on, he's talking about fucking everything. There's too many things.
I know, exactly. There's just way too many points to respond to get a discussion. So
yeah,
I'll let
you
respond.
Machine gun it.
Yeah, I can see it. Not machine gun it. You said machine bomb it. Go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Prodigal. He also texted me saying that he's fucking exhausting and not going to be speaking like his usual self. Bullshit. That was the, yeah.
Jonah, go ahead. Because I want to go back to James as well to continue that chain of thought that was in the other space that crashed. But yeah, go ahead, Piotr, just to respond.
Prodigal and
I just want to make a quick point.
Guys, please, Piotr, go ahead.
Briefly, just like 15 seconds. Sorry. Just look at the evidence. That's my point. Look at the evidence. Look at what the world looks like now. This is the result of all of that meddling, all of the plans. Look at what it looks like now. Is it good? Is it a good place? I mean, ask yourself that question. There you go.
Well, Ian, well, yes, because life expectancy is at the highest it's ever been. Quality of living is at the highest it's ever been. The average standard of living
dropped in the US,
at the highest
and the gap between
relative, yes, but you're also talking about Ian. You're talking about
Canadians can't buy a house. Americans can't buy a house.
Can I speak, please, mate? Okay, now you do kind of piss me off when you do that. Look, I never interrupt you unless I do genuinely think you're talking like bloody everything. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that I agree with a lot of what you say. We agree on a lot of stuff. You're very respectful to me, and I'm sorry for losing my moment there. But look, globalism is very nuanced. It's built off, as I said before, the long-standing remnancy of colonialism, imperialism, and a desire to sometimes deliberately keep certain states poorer because then you can extract and utilize them. There's a great book, I've mentioned it before, called Why Nations Fail, and the deliberate desire to have extractive institutions in certain countries so that you can utilize them for resource acquisition and so on. So this is a dark component to globalization. But that being said, not all of it is economic. Some of it is demography. Some of it is public health. And the average life expectancy of people in Africa has more than doubled in some places. The average income has more than tripled. The global poverty rate has decreased. Now, you can argue whether or not $2 a day or more is not exactly great poverty, but for some people who have literally nothing and have lived in subsistence and poverty traps for the whole of their lives, globalism has given them the opportunity to do that. If China didn't think that the globalization, free trade and all this sort of stuff was so bad, then they wouldn't have opened up to the World Trade Organization in 2002. So I think we need a better form of globalization. And that's why this whole idea, to bring it back to the actual topic of the room and pivot back to Mario, is this whole idea of stakeholder capitalism. Sounds great, but in theory, it wasn't really anything but a rebranding. So, yeah, anyway, I'll land there because I could talk about this all day.
Yeah, could I just chime in really fast? I
Sure,
think that I think what Peter just said. I think that to say that the world is worse off now than it has been in the past is such an extreme misconception. I mean, no matter what metric you look at and compare it to 100 years ago, or even 40 years ago, and we're like way ahead of it. So just an example would be the world population living in extreme poverty. In like 1900, it was 78%, whereas today I think it's like 9 or 10%. The literacy rate, I think it was around 78% in 1900, and today it's 14% worldwide. I mean, I could go on and on. Health, child mortality. I mean, it just goes on and on. Basically, every metric that you can use to measure a standard of living in the world has almost exponentially increased over the last 150 years. So I don't think you can use that argument that we're living.
Focus on the 90s forward.
Focus
when
on
true
the 90s.
globalization and mergers started. Focus on that.
If I focus on the 90s, it's still a downward trend
But Brian, what do you credit that to? Does that have anything to do with the World Economic Forum or consortiums like this? Globalism, or what do you credit that to?
It would be irresponsible to say it's because of the World Economic Forum. I credit it I credit technology for a lot of that. I do credit some globalization. I think that as we globalize the planet, technology is able to spread new ideas, come up. We work together on technology. We're going to need to continue to do that. Whether we do it through the World Economic Forum, I don't know. I think that some aspects of the forum are unfair for especially the lower classes, the middle classes. I think that it's greatly skewed towards the wealthy and the powerful. But I just want to point out that by no means has the standard of living gone down. Not even if you compared the year 2000 to today.
How big is the American middle class? Do you know that? What's their debt levels? It's at all-time highs. You are 100% wrong. All I care about is America and the West.
But they
I'll
use
be
the
honest.
United States.
Hang on. Okay, hang on. Brian, finish your point, and then we'll go to. I'll let Predigo respond.
Yeah. I mean, if you go country to country, I'm sure some of the numbers are trending down in some areas. But overall, the world is a better place. The U.S., I think you can also say it's a better place. Yeah, we're in a hell of a lot of debt. I think that can be blamed on pretty much every policymaker in the United States over the course of the last 40 years, as well as the rest of the planet. But I think overall, I don't think we're doing bad.
Okay, Prodigal, go ahead and respond. Quickly.
My mic before you respond. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, Nick.
Yes. Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
You sound good.
Yeah, he's 100%.
Mario?
Yeah, can you hear me okay or no?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank God. Okay. Sorry, Prodigal. I just want to make a point. I've been a lot of technical issues on my end, but the point that Brian made, and I heard some of it, Prodigal, and let me know what you think, is that the way I look at it is that the world as a whole has improved drastically, and there's multiple metrics to show for that. Living in today, we've never had as much peace as we have now, despite the Ukraine war. Life expectancy, quality of life, etc. That's all improved. However, inequality has never been worse. So it's like a double-edged sword. I'm not sure if would you agree that I'm trying to take the middle position here.
I agree with that, and I want to address some of his points. I mean, somebody picked out China the other time. The only reason why China was the only nation to basically be able to buck the globalists is because we had globalized all markets before. We had entered them. To get access to the Chinese market, which was $1 billion plus, we made deals with them regarding joint ventures, tech, etc. And they basically took the exact opposite economic strategy that we recommended to the Soviet Union and Russia in particular when they fall, the shock economic treatment. China only had basically free markets in its global cities. It didn't depeg its currency. It didn't get rid of, balance its budget to get rid of education and other social programs. So China did the exact opposite of what we told them to. And when he says the standard of living, social mobility has never been worse. Consolidation in all industries has never been worse. We're at a point where Europeans and Americans and Canadians can't even afford a house, right? Debt levels for the individual family is $176,000 in the U.S. They have average credit card debt at $17,000 at the highest rates ever. We are still spending on stimulus for these programs that don't go anywhere, and we're increasing prices. Nobody's against transition to clean renewable energy if it works. But when you're saying this is the be-all, end-all, and everybody knows you have to idle other facilities, whether they're biofuels, whether it's coal, whether it's natural gas, you aren't solving anything. And these people want you to think that when you strip mine the world and use slave labor for these batteries, which multiple studies have shown takes somewhere from 6 to 7 years before the car even has an economic impact, these people are lying to your face. Biofuel is cutting down trees and burning wood chips. And they want to pretend, well, no, we're going to eliminate this. No, we're not. And our geopolitical rivals like China and even India, which is neutral, and other countries are saying, we're not this crazy. We're going to do what's best for us. We're going to take care of coal. The standard of living in Africa, that's from clean water and electricity. That isn't because we improved their lives a great deal. Go look at Nigeria, where they rebel against China. Go look at what we're doing in the Congo and who we're propping up. These are all lies. And you expect people who don't read international news and don't know geopolitical politics to just go along and say this is a good thing. When supranational organizations with our own elected officials and multinational corporations are meeting and deciding policies against the own populations of their own countries, this is treason, in my opinion, and they are
Prodigal, you're
pushing
doing
this
it
at a
again, mate.
time.
You're
At a time,
conflating so many
I would
different
believe they
things.
want to win in
Can I
Russia.
No, but
Yeah.
this is ridiculous. He's
can I
conflating.
jump in with
What's
some
not factually
data?
correct, Pieter?
Prodigal, can I jump in with some data?
Because
We can't talk. We
you're
can't talk
bringing in
about.
so
Can I
many
just say?
different
Hey,
points.
hang on,
5
Piotr.
seconds. 5
Let's
seconds.
go Sam first. Let's go Sam first, and we'll go to Piotr. I'll let you respond after that. Go ahead,
Because
Sam.
they're all connected. We don't live in a vacuum, right? Everything
Well, I just
touches
want to
upon
say,
it.
I'm talking of not living in a vacuum. You can't
We
talk
can
about
lock down for
household debt.
COVID, but if
You
everybody
can't
else
talk
dies, who
about
cares?
household debt without talking about GDP, because household debt is down 20% relative to GDP in the last 14
$1 in
years.
an OnlyFans account isn't the same.
You can't take stats out of in isolation and ignore the wider macroeconomic picture. It's a tactic of people who try to use data to mislead. Household debt to
$1 in an
GDP is
OnlyFans
down
account is not the same as
20%.
$1 in oil and $1 in.
No,
Go ahead,
Prodigal, you cut out there. Oh, he dropped. All right.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I made my point. I just think it's really important that we put data into context. You can't talk about household debt being high when GDP, relative to household debt is down 20% in the last 14 years. It's misleading to state these numbers
Has social
in isolation.
mobility
I completely
increased?
agreed with
Has
Brian.
cost of living
I completely
decreased?
agreed with Brian. When we look globally, when we look, we're in a terrible inflationary environment right now.
Why is that?
Okay,
They
that
shut
wasn't
down the
caused by
world.
the
They
world
let the big
economic.
companies stay open. Home Depot was open.
wasn't
Walmart was
caused by
open.
the
They
world
bankrupted a third.
They rush.
Prodigal. Go ahead, Sam.
No, it's fine. I mean, Prodigal can respond. I'm just saying,
Sure,
I don't think that inflation was caused by the World Economic Forum.
I'm not saying these are all the
Piotr, you
same
want to respond
actors,
to-
whether it's the World Economic Forum, whether it's the UN, whether it's the West acting in unison with
All
the
right,
multinational
Prodigal, what the
corporations.
hell?
They have the
No,
same
this
goal.
is pissing me off now, man. You can't talk about every single organisation as being a driver of every single factor. The World Economic Forum is a completely different institutional body. It's not even an institutional body. It's a forum for a bunch of different people to come together in, frankly, rather grotesque and bullshit ways to talk about the global agenda from their very, cushy perspective. The United Nations is an organisation made up of every single country with the actual intention to try and improve the
Every country is on the Security Council.
Can I jump in
No,
here
but
real quick?
you think the UN
How many
Security Council,
African and Latin
Prodigal, is an
American members
aspect
are
of the
members of the
UN.
Permanent Security
If you're
Council?
going to
How many
talk
in South?
about causation and
Guys, come on. We've been doing this for a while now. I do want to go back to James with the chain of thought that you were talking about earlier, James, when the space crashed. Nick, do you want to ask the question again that James was answering before? Unless, James, you want to comment on the current discussion. I would love to continue the answer, the chain of thought you had in the last space.
Yeah, I got cut off. There's a crash. I don't know how long I was talking for into the ether with nothing there. But I'll try again. I mean, basically, I agree with the thread that the WEF is a problem. in the fact that it's bringing together a lot of people to share ideas. And but they've got no legislation, but they're nudging governments around the world, and it's a great networking forum. But for the elites to come together. But to answer the question, I think the last question I had was about where do I see things in a few years' time. I think we're in, the world has always been spinning around different crises, since the dawn of civilization, whether it's wars or famine or disease or whatever. But I think the problem now we've got is around technology, because it was shown through the pandemic response, in particular how the rollout of a form of digital ID with vaccine passports, combined with other issues that have come down the tracks that have been developed through net zero, and in particular thing I focus on quite a bit, the fiat monetary system, which is a busted flush, and the potential solutions for that through central bank digital currencies. And I think that what we're heading for is that we're sleepwalking towards an entrapment of too much technology, too much digitalization, too much digital ID. And it will be wrapped around the auspices of safety, security, and also convenience. Take central bank digital currencies. Most people, the average person, will have no idea about what that means. And it will be framed and sold as, it's a bit like PayPal or, Apple Pay or whatever. It's for your convenience. It'll make things quicker. My argument with that, my concern with that, is that it risks entrapment and a possible slope towards central bank digital currencies into social credit systems. And if our financial transactions are effectively owned by the state, that is not a good thing, because it does open up all kinds of abuse in terms of people's ability to pay with a sense of freedom and also privacy as well. So that's the thing I think we're heading towards, because there is pilot schemes and there's also consultation documents all around the world on central bank digital currencies. And I think that is one of the main maneuverings around all of this, because our monetary system, it's a mess. Whether it's financial institutions or governments, the only way the system is being propped up is through quantitative easing, which then creates another problem, because by doing that, it creates aspects of inflation. And I think what they're doing as well is adding other aspects onto the digitalization of everything, such as, for instance, the net zero response, such as, for instance, smart cities. And actually anything that's called smart is not smart. It's about control. But I think this is ultimately, on the point of inequality, a set of maneuverings under the auspice of virtue for everyone to comply. So therefore, the massive corporations, in connection with government policy, get more in terms of what they want, in terms of assets and also wealth. And the point about the WEF, to finish this off, is they're part of the conduit of this. They're like the networking forum where effectively all these bad actors are putting all these things in place under the auspice of virtue. They gather together. So the optics aren't very good at WF, are they? They're, the likes of Tony Blair and Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and so on. All the same names keep coming up time and time again. Plus, big business and pharmaceutical companies. So I think ultimately they're wanting the same things. It's about more control, more assets, and more wealth. I mean, none of this is new. This has all been happening for, decades and decades and decades. But the difference now is that they've got the technology to effectively entrap the entire global economy.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So go Jim first. Yeah, Jim, and then I want to address some things that Maze said to us earlier in the comment section. So go ahead.
Yeah. So and Maze has got some good info. But listen, I posted something up top that is, because and what James is saying, by the way, is fantastic, and I hope we can connect sometime, James. I'd love to talk about this even further. But the claim has been made, hey, backroom deals. What are you talking about, Governor? Listen, I posted up a picture from the WEF website where they are talking about ESG without proper environmental, social, and governance regulation. Potentially harmful greenwashing efforts may flourish. Well, if greenwashing means skepticism about climate alarmism, count me in as a greenwasher. But here's the point: beyond just the climate change thing, environmental, social, and governance, like, is this catch-all thing about promoting a type of injection into private business that favors certain government interests that are also promoted by certain actors in policy in and outside of government. So the notion that the WEF does not have an agenda that is toward government action is false. Also, I found, and I'll post it up sometime because the site I got it from, the information's accurate, but the site I got it from is just a kooky site, kooky conspiracy site. But they posted up a document that is how many pages here? It is a 16. Is it a 16? No. It's a 12-page document. That's a list of everybody from governments around the world who are showing up at the WEF. Now, those people are talking in the background, privately, whatever. And what all that means, we got to figure all that out. And so I'm not saying every conspiracy of every bad thing is happening at the World Economic Forum in Davos. But the reality is this. The fact that they promote ESG, the fact that they have the influence because of the connections that have been built around the WEF to push an ESG agenda. ESG is antithetical to freedom, period. It is about using government forces to try to advance certain goals that cannot otherwise win legislatively through the ballot box or anywhere else. It's a bypass of free systems of government, not some we're talking together and we're trying to figure out how to do things. This is what we've got to realize, and that's got to be seriously addressed by people because these are serious attempts to advance a particular agenda that is causing particular problems in the world economic system, even because ESG goes beyond corporations building value for their shareholders and owners. It's about advancing a political agenda.
Right. So I'll let James respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Maze after that. Go ahead, James. Quickly.
Yeah, I agree. It comes back to that point, using ESG as an example. It's a virtue trick again. The actual elements of ESG are on a whole quite noble. And ESG has effectively become the bastard child of social responsibility. Where in an idea where we want corporates to be ethical with good governance and have a proper trickle-down effect whereby employees and also the wider communities benefit. But it's not. What's happening is that they're using the masquerade of virtue to plunder more assets under the auspice of this badge word of ESG. I mean, it was mentioned a lot, for instance, within some of the panel debates at WEF about this particular element, in the same way that they do the same con trick around the responses to COVID. And I think what's happened with all this is since COVID onwards, the individuals who've gathered at the WEF and so on, whether it's to do with finance, whether it's to do with big energy, whether it's to do with tech or governments and so on, they've sort of spotted an opportunity out of the panic of COVID to consolidate their control, first of all, by scaring the living daylights out of people into compliance, but at the same time using other agenda issues to get people to comply because to do good, to save the planet, for instance. And then the other aspect, which will come down the tracks that I've talked about, central bank digital currencies, for people to comply with that because it's for their convenience. It's the oldest trick in the book to get people to comply either out of fear or they feel that they're being worthy and they're complying because they're saving the planet, doing the right thing, being virtuous, or because of convenience. And all of these things are coming together. And it was so interesting at the WEF, just listening to some of the debates and so on. The solution in every single case, as I said earlier, was to do with aspects around digitalization. And that's the thing that concerns me now compared to, what happened in 2008, 2009 financial crash and so on. We're in a different landscape of tech right now, which means that there's an interconnection right across the planet so people can comply in a number of different ways through digital ID. And for me, it's also about, so that's the problem. So what's our solution? I'd be interested to hear what people say about this. How do we prevent this going further? For instance, more entrapment through healthcare digital ID or, for instance, financial ID through central bank digital currencies. How do we stop that? Because if we're not careful, we are going to end up in an even worse landscape in 5 years' time. How do we reach out to our communities?
James, sorry, James.
Right. Quickly, Jim,
James,
go ahead.
I was going to say, ESG is bad enough. And it is something that must be opposed politically, ideologically in discussions like this and elsewhere where we can put it out. But I'll tell you, and you pointed out, the most concerning thing is not the technology behind CDBCs, but the fact that they could so easily, not just in places like China that have a little bit more authoritarian system, or maybe a few other governments around the world you can point out, but in places like the United States, in European countries and elsewhere that actually have free government, where at least with all its faults, people have a voice with their elected officials. And some of those elected officials, particularly when you look at the EU and certain Democrats and some others in the United States, Republicans too, that this social credit system, that once they've got your money, they've got everything. And this stuff gets very, very scary, and it is just naive, in my opinion, to say that Davos in particular and the World Economic Forum in general and its operations on an annual basis don't play a role in the advancement of these really scary ideas.
The last thing I want to say on this, just one last comment. I agree with that. I think WEF is the conduit to put everyone together. Their entire agenda was around all the things that we're talking about here. But it is about more control. But it's control for effectively the greatest asset grab for a bunch of disaster capitalists in the history of the planet wrapped around technology. If you take, for instance, smart cities, and in the UK there's a problem right now with a lot of people complaining about the sort of 15-minute cities and low traffic neighborhoods. That's effectively another form of control. It's destroying local businesses. There's pilot schemes, for instance, in Oxford. This proposal in Scotland right now that Scotland's going to turn itself into a 20-minute zone. And a lot of small and medium enterprises are concerned about that because they won't have the same footfall in the centre of town for trading. That's all part of the same problem. And so we end up reacting to this. So these things suddenly happen. And the same thing that central bank digital currencies are coming down the tracks. Most people don't have any idea what that means and what the potential repercussions are of that. And I agree, it could lead into forms of social credit systems. So therefore, my question again to everyone is, as someone who specializes as a profession in communications, we should be nudging people in our communities to I don't like the phrase wake people up. It's very patronizing. But it's to try and do aspects of that where people, through their own day-to-day circumstances, go, actually, I'm not going to put up with this anymore. I'm going to take a stand. And I'm a great believer there's 4 communities over the last 3 years. The last thing I'm going to say is there's people from the COVID response onwards who have been bamboozled and scared because they're watching and reading the wrong things. There's people like us who are very aware of what's going on. There's people in the third community who want all this to happen, in particular the 1%. And then there's the final group, and it's the final group that we need to be focusing on, the silent majority. The people who know in their hearts that over the last 3 years this isn't right, but they don't want to make a fuss. But they'll listen to what we're saying if we approach it in the right way. So my question to everyone here is, how do we solve some of these problems? How do we push back from things like the WEF and actually the agendas that are happening to take away a lot of our freedoms under the auspice of digital ID?
So this is actually going to be a good transition to Maze, because a lot of your points she brought up actually, and so I want to encourage everybody to leave the reply in the bottom right-hand corner, hit that purple button, because that's actually why we brought Maze up. She brought some fantastic points. And before we go to her, I do want to say, go up to the top into the Jumbotron or the Nest, whatever you want to call it. Click on there and sign up for the newsletter as well. Maze, you brought up several good talking points here. Some of the things that James actually brought up were smart cities, public-private partnerships, and ESG. And I'd love to hear what you have to say on that.
Thank you, Nick. And yeah, this is a great conversation. So just some helpful nuances. I think it's important to know that globalization and globalism are a bit different, right? Globalization is happening. The interconnectedness, the interdependence of countries, the cooperation, the flow of data, and the it's happening, right? But what's also happening is that there is some sort of let's just say plan of governance that is taking shape without our consent, without us being a part of the changes and decision making. So, and I think that there's many paths to being able to kind of get to this ideal globalization, but the one that's drawn out for us is not necessarily, I would say, conducive to everyone benefiting from it. It is definitely going to
Mace,
take advantage.
can I ask a question? Sorry, Mace. Is my audio
Yeah,
working? Because I've got
sure.
okay. So you said globalization, globalism. Can you define very briefly the difference between the two?
Well, just the nuances is, globalization is like the increasing the interconnectedness, kind of moving around data and trade and
Okay.
so in globalization, it's like being able to even let's say manufacture things in countries where it'd be a lot cheaper. That would impact the countries that are already developed, the middle class that is creating those same products, but that would calibrate, right, eventually over time. But what we're talking about right now is kind of more of an ideology of how things should be in terms of efficiency. So with the amount of the population as it's growing, they're, moving into a digital transaction system. And you know what? James was on point. Like everything that he said is exactly correct. There's just a lot of implications around that, right? So a lot of the policies that are being pushed, with the veneer of climate change and all of that, is getting pushed down through these ESG. So if you imagine veins kind of going around the whole planet, that's kind of the ESG. It's a scoring system, right? And anything that goes against or doesn't necessarily align to net zero would be adversely impacted. And then that also adversely impacts their ability to get funding and investments. So this is being adopted right now. So we're in full implementation mode of the 2030 agenda. There are C40 cities right now that are being created. I don't know if you guys have heard of the C40 cities, but these are the smart cities where they're going to be aggressively pushing a lot of the 2030 agenda, which is also the smart cities consumption intervention. So by 2030, they won't be the consumption of meat and dairy will be zero. The private ownership of cars will be zero. The number of outfits that people can buy per year is 3 per person. This is the type of stuff that I really want to highlight because, guys, we're actually positioned very well in this because the last Great Reset, they did not have the same opportunity that we have, right? We have an opportunity to research, to connect on platforms like this and discuss, and to effectively, like James said, kind of in our own life, there's going to be unique types of opportunities that surface where we'll be able to grab the wheel. But talking about
So
Okay.
these,
Maze, let me ask you
exactly,
real quick. I want to ask you
yeah,
the Agenda 2030, is that a World Economic Forum initiative?
it is. It is.
It's not. We already refuted that earlier on. It's not. It was a video that was released that was written by an individual. Was created by an individual MP, a Danish MP, I think. It was a theoretical theory about what could the world look like in 2030. It is
Okay.
not
Oh,
a World
Okay,
Economic
let's
Forum
do. Actually,
agenda.
I'm
It's a
curious.
conspiracy theory that has been.
Yeah, per.
It's a conspiracy theory
Let's go
that's
through
been
it.
driven
Let's
for the
go.
last
Okay,
6
okay.
years.
Seb, I'm gonna go through it. And Prodigal, I know you've been waiting for a while patiently, which I'm very happy about. So I'll give you the mic shortly. But sorry, Nick, just quickly. So Nick, can you go back to your question? Can you ask it again? Because I want
Sure.
to really dig into this. Can you
Okay,
ask your
so
question again?
Maze, you were referring to different initiatives in Agenda 2030, and maybe we've talked just a little bit about it. But is that an initiative from the World Economic Forum, or is that a third party?
Which initiative? Which initiative?
Well, she was mentioning, about transitioning away from meats and moving towards smart cities and such, and attributed that to Agenda
so
2030. And so that's what I want to know. Is that
Okay, so agenda. So let's ask the first question, Maze, very briefly. I want to go through the thought process because that was touched on a few times. What is Agenda 2030 for the audience? Because the space did crash. We do have a new audience. What's Agenda 2030? And by the way,
Yes.
while I do this, while I go through this exercise, I want everyone in the audience, I want to go through the comments. Give me your thoughts on Agenda 2030 as we go through this thought process. I want to see where the audience is going to be at. But yeah, please, Maze, can you explain it very briefly? And I want to go to Sam with another question.
Yes, and I think it's very important that we understand that this is all a part of the Sustainable Development Agenda, part of the UN. It's a strategic partnership. I'm not talking about the video, Sam. I know what you're referring to, and I understand, how that was kind of suggested as by, not necessarily a mandate. But no, there's definitely a 2030 agenda, and I can drop some links in the chat for you guys. And so this is kind of they're calling it a way to be able to solve for poverty and hunger and, create productive employment and, education and universal health care coverage.
So Maze, what's the concern
it's a
that
UN
people
agenda.
have?
It's a UN agenda.
Okay, why is it so polarizing? Why people have concerns with the 2030 agenda? What particular points are concerning for people?
And that's a great question too. See, I think that there's a lot of these things that we would want as a globalization, right, as a society, but the way I think that the globalism, the ideology, that the way that they're paving the path there is not necessarily, and that there's issues with that. So, for instance, like I said, the consumption interventions, the just determining that the best way the private-public partnerships is literally the most dangerous, and I can break that down for you. That's just going to take a little bit more time, so I'll just pause kind of with the nutshelling. But the private public partnerships, the smart cities, where literally the Internet of Things is going to network in everything from your car, your toaster, your watch. And then what they're talking about, including our biosensors. This is very openly discussed, by the way. I'm not trying to be they're talking about biosensors that would be able to kind of connect and be layered in to the Internet of Things. And they call it
sorry, Mace. Now finish your point. No, I interrupted at a bad time. Continue finishing your point, then I'll go to Sam. Go ahead, continue.
I think that there's a lot of the ideology, I think, is just a bit flawed in how we can achieve globalization. And so the 2030 agenda that they have literally under full implementation is very technological. It's radicalized. It's radicalizing technology.
It could lead to more inequality, more centralization of power. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Okay, I understand. And by the way, just for the audience, again, comment bottom right. Let me know what you think it is. And we're talking about Agenda 2030, Initiative 2030, whatever you want to call it. And I do want to I want to get everyone's perspective on this, including you, Brian, if you don't mind, and Protocol and James. Sam, so you quickly snapped at when they made deducted initiatives here. You responded pretty abruptly when they said this is an agenda by the World Economic Forum. You're saying it's an agenda by
it's a UN agenda.
Okay. So, but why is it? Why? Yeah. But when I saw the amount of criticism earlier in the comments, I'm like, holy shit, this must be something really bad. It's something good with negative repercussions. Is that a fair statement? And Protocol, you probably disagree on that, so I'll go to Protocol right after.
I've shared it, Mary. I've shared it in our chat, so you can actually pin it. It's a big old document. It's the main points are, these are just buzzwords: people, planet, prosperity, peace, partnership. Okay, so I get their buzzwords. They're resolving to end poverty and hunger everywhere, to combat inequalities, et cetera, we keep going back to this thing about technology, and I think it's misunderstood. It's interesting. We've obviously had Elon on the spaces before. One of Elon's goals, one of the reasons that Elon is trying to create robo-taxis and autonomous vehicles is so we can have far less vehicles on the road, ironically, as someone who is making a lot of money selling cars. And yet we're painting it as some kind of evil agenda. You can't own a car. That's not the agenda. And it's the same with anything like this. It's like, let's take an agenda that I hate to say this as some, whatever people want to assume my politics are. I don't believe the UN have got together and goes, let's fuck everybody in poor countries and let's ruin it. Let's control everybody. Let's take everybody's cars away. I don't believe the UN have done that. I believe the UN have said, look, we want to end hunger. We want to stop wasting the globe's resources. We don't need 2 billion old cars on the road because
Well,
technology is going to combat this stuff.
They make
Technology is going to
promises.
combat this stuff. That's the point.
Sam,
Is we should be embracing
Sam, can
technology.
Sam, I'm good. I'm just gonna have to disagree with you there. The UN may say all these nice things. They may have all these nice claims, make these nice promises, but guess what? Look at the results. Just look at the results. That's all I
Ian, I'm
ask.
going to say one
It's a
thing
corrupt
fast.
organization.
It's one point. I'm not going to talk.
Protocol. Yeah, no, I want to go to you. I'm actually going to go to you next, I promise. And my question to you, Protocol, is would you agree with the statement? And I know you probably have a million things in your mind. I know that for a fact. So we'll get to the other points after, I promise you. But on this particular point, Protocol, just this point, would you agree with the statement that the intentions could be good, but the implementation is what's concerning? Is that a fair statement,
I
Protocol?
don't think it's a fair statement, and I'll give one example. It's come out recently that ethanol and biofuels actually cause more environmental harm than good. Germany was literally begging Biden to give a biofuel waiver that would feed 2 to 3 more billion people across the world. He refused. And that was for climate change, and they're still doing it. You look at this and you say, how are we going to change it? In the U.S., we can't. They're using regulatory capture. They directed the SEC to get all public companies to disclose their climate emissions. They're not renewing nuclear facilities licenses. They're closing down coal plants. And in California, they just closed down 4 hydro dams, which are the most cleanest possible energy source that powered 60,000 houses in California, households. So this is all full of shit, is what it is.
But these are, yeah, okay. Okay, so to respond to what he's saying, Ian, yeah, I know, Ian, you tend to agree a lot with what Protocol says, but I do see that, and maybe I'll go to Danish on this one. Dr. Danish, do you mind responding to Protocol's point? Because my take is, I don't know if is he like finding a few examples?
Exactly.
It's not that, actually, Mario, the problem is they claim something's clean, but it's actually dirty, right? And we see this quite evidently in the way that they have rebranded oil, as in fossil fuels, right, gasoline, as green. Seriously, they call it green now. Like, how are fossil fuels green? They're not. They're absolutely not green, and yet they're calling it that because they want to meet their ESG goals. It's a stupid label. That's all they're doing.
Can you expand on that, Ian, so we actually understand what you're talking about?
I'm talking about in Europe, where they are drilling again. They're doing the fossil fuel thing, but they're saying it's green because they have failed
Europe,
thus far to meet their ESG goals.
Who's saying it's green?
The governments.
Which government? Europe has 27 governments.
The European Union.
The European Union, yeah.
So the European Union are saying that. I'm just digging because I want to understand the context.
Yeah, the European Union says that fossil fuels are green now. You see why Greta is bad? So here's the thing. I agree with Greta that fossil fuels are not clean. But the point is, they're calling it green. They're saying it's clean and all that crap because they want to meet their ESG goals. You see how much of a sham this whole thing is?
No, but this is about. You kind of implied what I was making is that implementation is the issue here. Like they're going towards a positive. Like they're aiming to do something good, but
they're not aiming to do anything good. They're aiming to do anything that will bring them the most profit. It doesn't really matter.
I think it's a mix of both. I think profit
stands
in the way of doing good. I think exactly. It's like a battle. It's like a battle between capitalism. Oh, not capitalism. A battle between profit and greed. Yeah, exactly. A battle between greed and doing things for the common good. I just see it's battle between both.
I mean, okay, so here's why it comes in, right? So people come with these ideas, they sound nice on paper, right? And that is where the whole common good argument comes from, the public good, the common good, whatever you would call it. But then afterwards, the companies, they get a hold of it. And they're like, you know what, how can we finagle a way to make profit out of this? So it really becomes a grift at that point, like the Green Lobby. The Green Lobby is pretty notorious for this because they will literally lobby to state governments, for instance, in California, to shut down hydroelectric power plants, right? Like that is what they do. And then they replace it with like incredibly expensive and inefficient, sustainable energy. They call it sustainable energy, but those are like your windmills, your average windmills, which by the way are produced in China. So, and they're produced of plastics and metals, not metals, like plastics and oil. So what is sustainable about that exactly? There's nothing sustainable about it, but it has the branding of being sustainable. It's not environmentally
and they're
friendly. It destroys the
non-recyclable.
local environment. Like they're
I want to
literally
go.
killing birds.
I want to. I see the. I'm going through the comments. By the way, Prodigal, you've got a lot of fans in the comments.
Yeah,
But I
everybody
want
loves
to
him.
go.
He's right.
But Ian,
I
I
want to
mean,
go.
Mario,
Do you mind?
the one thing I want to
Before
say is
my dear friend Prodigal, I do want to go. I'll give you the mic again. Just want to go to
You should give
Dr.
him the
Dinesh.
mic,
She's
yeah.
been waiting for a while, please. Yeah, and I'll give you
Yeah.
the mic in a bit.
Can you guys hear me?
Dr. Dinesh, good to have you back.
Hey.
Yeah, we can,
All
man.
right.
Good to have you back.
So, I wanted to kind of go back to the original commentary around the UN. I think it's really easy to talk, to cherry pick specific items and specific initiatives. I will tell you of one of the initiatives that I personally was involved with that I saw completely change people's lives. Specifically, the UN, after the earthquake in Kashmir, had a program called Skipper, which was spinal cord injury and paraplegic earthquake rehabilitation program, where they literally helped women who were affected by spinal cord injuries. Which, if you know anything about Kashmir, women with injuries are like third-class citizens. It's an awful, awful thing. And they went in, they trained them, they taught them how to do business, capitalism, actual capitalism, and they started honeybee farming businesses. And if you have paid attention, there was a lot of hoopla around it. And ultimately, they had these successful businesses in Kashmir. So we can talk about all the bad things that they do, but to try to act like the whole thing is marked and awful, I think is incredibly limited in insight.
Well, they help a small group of people. You just literally just talk about a small, tiny group of women. What
But
about
they are
in
doing
East
these
Timor when
programs
the
in
United Nations
all
stepped
over
in?
the world. I think ignoring that is literally just speaking from one side of
yeah,
the
How
they
about
spectrum.
the
worked
fact that they've
wonders in
taken, they've
Haiti. They've done a
stolen the
real good job
autonomy
in
of the
Haiti.
East Timorese for the favor of the Australian government? The Australian government is like the de facto rulers of East Timor, right? The people who live there, they do not have control of their government. It's all under the auspices of the Australian government, and the United Nations made that possible.
Again,
So
no one's
just to
perfect.
argue that, oh, it's
No one's
there's like a net good or whatever, it's like, well, that didn't really matter if people didn't have their freedom, does it?
It just depends. My point is that we can argue about exactly. I think instead of just saying they don't do any good, which is what Prodigal kind of said.
No, that's not what
No,
we're
I
saying.
never
No.
said that. I never said that. What I said is you can't lecture me about the environment when the disposable mass you force the world to work take 400 years to decompose and destroy the ocean. If we want to talk about the environment, you have to look at it comprehensively. People ask, why are you bringing up all these other things? Because they're all connected. We destroyed the ocean with these mass, and now these same people are lecturing me, and they're saying, hey, switch your gas car with an electric car that takes 30 minutes to charge, and guess what? We're going to try to put a kill switch in. At this point, do you want that government having that kind of control over you? I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't.
and
I'm from Eastern Europe. I don't trust governments. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's be clear here. So, and Dr. Dinesh, I mean, I don't mean to demean what you said, and I get your point, but let's just understand something here. The comprehensive plans of internationalist government agencies like the UN and ways that I've claimed the WEF does and these sorts of things. There is something that's really forgotten in this process. That free government, where individuals have control over their lives and they are not subject to expansive government policies that give special benefits to certain groups of people, whether that's a corporate interests or other interests, even, by the way, when it comes to welfare and stuff like that, too. When you have free government where people can make decisions, you have the best opportunity to expand liberty and expand economic growth and prosperity. We've seen this with all the negatives that have been going on in the last 100 years. We have seen adverse poverty, I mean the worst of poverty, amazingly decrease, especially since the 1970s. And that has been a good thing. And I think that with all these organizations that say they want to do these good things, the best thing that can happen is for these organizations to stop so much doing things and let the people figure it out. Because when you have global trade that's based on free market principles largely, which it's not entirely, and we could have that discussion, but when you have largely free market principles taking place in global trade, when you have more and more countries that provide freedom for its citizens so that they can also undertake those
But Jim, aren't
things.
there any
That's
global
good for
goods?
everything.
Is there no general
Jim, these
good?
are the same people that try to institute apartheid under the farce of combating COVID. Bill Gates, the same guy who did the
Yeah,
vaccine
absolutely.
rollout, gave us Common Core, which has set back American students decades, the pandemic lockdowns, lowest test score in history. You're saying, no, trust them. They have good catchphrases. There's been no accountability. Bill Gates is still at the forefront of this. And you're like, why does it not? Listen, I made what I am in America. I love America. It gave me social mobility. They are destroying it for people and Americans, and it's disgusting. If you don't see it because you're well off. I still care about the people. I want them to have opportunity. And when they
Well,
lock this in, you're locked in it forever. I can
now,
afford it. Whatever they charge, I could buy the steaks. I could fly. It's not going to make a difference to me. It's going to make a difference to a lot of other people. So the same people who failed you and pushed all these policies, whether it's ethanol, whether it's the mass that polluted the ocean, whether it's Common Core, whether it's lockdowns, whether it's apartheid and their vaccine mandates, you're saying, well, why don't you trust them? Why should I trust them? Bill Gates is a guy who tried to cut out his partner, Paul Allen, when the guy had cancer, right? This is who you trust? Go worship your God.
so I want to know what Dr. Dinesh wanted to ask me. I'll answer
It's
it
a
on that
very
too.
simple question, which is there's got to be a line where there are clearly some things that are public goods that the world should be coordinating to work towards. Do you not? Does everybody on the
What
stage
would
not
those
agree?
be, Dr. Dinesh? I'm curious.
Sorry, what was the question?
As I was asking, give me an example of one of those?
I don't know. The plight to end world hunger. The
Well,
plight.
but
I mean, these are
I
And
would argue
biofuel waivers. It's done.
Hold on,
Game over.
Radical. Hold
And
on.
ethanol.
or
Yeah.
protecting
My
our
retort
climate,
to that,
perhaps.
Dr. Dinesh.
I don't know.
So, Dr. Dinesh, my reply to you on world hunger is more economic freedom, not more coordination by governments. The reality is, and Milton Friedman used to make this point, and I think very effectively, the reductions in poverty that have ever taken place in world history have happened because of free markets where individuals got to make choices, where where largely special benefits were not conferred upon corporations, which is one of my big problems with the World Economic Forum and its tendency to provide that and other things too. But when you have economic freedom is when poverty goes away. You don't get poverty reduced by throwing money at it, by providing a welfare program, and there might be safety nets that governments can provide, and I might not argue with that on a limited basis. But we have taken extreme poverty, and this was an even worse problem in the 50s and 60s and 70s than it is now. We addressed world poverty by throwing money at it, by giving money to governments that never used it for their people or rarely did, and often enriching themselves wholly without getting it to their people. But when people get to make the decision to try to build their own future, then they succeed much better than any government program can.
I just fundamentally disagree. I think there are some things where you need to have safety nets. You need to provide access. You need to provide access to. There are people out there that don't have. They're not born in a wealthy family and have the ability to do all these things. I think we need to give. So we're saying that we shouldn't have free schooling. We shouldn't have access to free food for people. We shouldn't have access to free shelter. I mean, we shouldn't have access to a climate that actually enables. I mean, we know that all of these things are critical utilities. I mean, I can't believe that this is actually even a discussion.
Well, so
So
Dr.
what's the
Dinesh, let me respond
Jim,
to that. Dr. Dinesh,
I have a question for you, Jim. Jim, before you respond,
Mario,
can you just tell me?
your mic. Just
sorry,
ask this
go ahead.
question
Sorry.
and then try to fix that. Go ahead.
No, all good, all good. No, nothing. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, so Dr. Dinesh, my response to that is then give political. Or are you talking, Mario? I'm sorry.
No, he's not anymore. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So, Dr. Dinesh, my point then would be that when you give more political liberty to individuals, then those things can take place. That's how those things come about. They don't come about because a government program said, with someone on high said, okay, here, we grant this to you. I mean, I think it's significant that people go back and look at Daniel Patrick Moynihan's report to the Lyndon B. Johnson administration when he first called out the beginnings of an expanding welfare programs in the United States and the effect it was having in particular on the black family at that time. He actually showed this is the former U.S. Senator from New York. He showed in his study, and he was a brilliant man. I disagreed with him politically on a lot of things, but the guy was brilliant. And he went and did the research necessary to show we've got a problem here, and the welfare programs are contributing to it. They rejected him then. He backed away from it politically later and didn't make as big a point about it. But this is something that we find in study after study after study, that government interventions are, and I agree with you, some safety net can be there. I'm not necessarily against that. But what I'm saying is, if safety net is the answer, government safety net is the answer to all this, that's no good. By the way, school choice works. Better academic outcomes, more availability to others. There's a lot that government does that it does highly inefficiently at the harm of people who could otherwise make good decisions for themselves.
Okay, so Brian, I know you've had your hand up for a while, so I do want to let you respond to this, but I also want to throw in a question here. We've heard a lot about the fact that there are a lot of countries that are still poor out there, and especially in Africa. And when it comes to globalization, the United States was founded on the idea that subsidiarity, as in the decisions should be made at the lowest level of government, is the best way to do it. And the United States, in a very short amount of time, has become the most successful country the world has ever seen. So how is the argument made that globalization and putting the power into one consortium's hand is the way to handle global poverty?
Well, so I do agree. I think that local government is super important, and I think in most cases the most powerful, and it doesn't influence people outside that sphere. Like I'd say it's like school boards. I think school boards are really important rather than a state making a rule for every school in the state. So I think in many cases local government is very important, but at the same time, I don't think there's harm in nations working together for common goals and sharing information, sharing technology, and trying to work for a better good for everybody. It doesn't have to be total policy making. It should be things that they discuss and then they themselves vote on as a nation. I don't really agree on a global vote. So
But it seems like the entire idea behind the World Economic Forum is to push these initiatives on the entire globe, no?
So I respect the World Economic Forum in that I think the sharing of ideas, the sharing of philosophies, and all of that, I think that has tremendous value to everybody. I mean, there's never something wrong in people learning and discussing and better understanding each other. I do think that sometimes policy that could come out of these discussions that are forced on countries that might not be the best for, I think that can do harm. But I think overall, I don't have a problem with just the forum in itself where people gather, discuss, and share ideas and share their aspects of and their ideas, I think.
Okay.
So
if I can,
yeah,
I'd like to share a short story. Okay.
Sure.
And I'll just share it anyway. Don't need your permission. I'm just kidding. So when I was young, maybe a kid, like 12, heard about, globalism, right? What is globalism? A World Economic Forum, a world government, one world government. All these ideas are being thrown around, obviously. A lot of people are talking about it even back then, but the possibility of losing a sovereignty. I had no idea what this meant, right? All I thought about as a child, right, and this is my child's mind, I thought, oh, that's kind of neat, like the whole world, everybody deciding to vote, right? Like so that I could have a say in what happens in, say, I don't know, California, right? And some kid who lives in, or maybe not kid, but a person who lives in India could have a say in what happens in Australia, right? Like a lot of people, they kind of still think like that, which is actually quite silly. The idea that, a foreign country could have that much of an impact on somewhere else, right? And so no one's going to be happy in that case, right? That everybody's going to be miserable because policies they have to be local. They have to be localized because you live there. Who better than you to know what's good for you, right? And so, obviously, I was opposed to that idea. It's a stupid idea, right? Now, the problem with the World Economic Forum and similar organizations, but particularly the World Economic Forum, is that it attempts to turn that into a systemic thing through ESG, right? And that's why that's like such a problem. So not only is it like so obviously, a bunch of people from India are not voting to determine policy in, say, Italy. That's not what's happening. Instead, what's happening is you have a bunch of corporations, 1,000 or so, right? And a bunch of people who like to envision themselves as masters of the future, right? They're the ones making these calls. They're the ones saying, here's what would be good for like everybody, right? And maybe they're not even saying everybody, but what's good for them. What's good for their bottom line, because that's where it really is. Let's not kid ourselves and assume that, everything they're doing is altruistic. Maybe a couple of them are, but the corporations aren't there to be altruistic. Their only duty is to appease their shareholders, the people who invest in their companies. Otherwise, they're going to go bankrupt and there's no business left, right? So that's where their interest lies. And this interest does not, benefit anyone anywhere. Like, literally nowhere. And so you can't just say, oh, well, maybe it benefits some poor people in Africa. Well, it certainly doesn't benefit a bunch of people in California who are now paying, God knows how much money for their energy, right? Or people in the European Union who have to do the same thing. Or even the people in Vietnam who are getting slave wages because their economy is so dependent on foreign money, right? Now, if they had independence as individual nations, as sovereign nations, they wouldn't have to rely on the global economy to keep themselves afloat. They would basically succeed or fail on their own merits. It wouldn't be, under the influence of anybody else. There would be no certain power to decide that, hey, you know what, we're going to decide to kill this industry because it's not ESG friendly. And by the way, sorry, sucks to be you. 5 million people who don't have work now, sorry, sucks to be you. You're done. Your industry's finished. It wouldn't be like that. There would be more fairness and more equity, arguably, right? And one might suggest that, hey, maybe, why don't we do something that's more equitable for all these people? But that's not really the plan. It was never the plan. It's just a pretty word, it's a pretty phrase. It's things that they put out there for their marketing spiel. But really, it's all about the bottom line. Let's be fair. Let's be honest about this.
So I find it.
And sorry, I'd like to go to Caroline because she's had her hand up for ever. So
I was going to respond to your point, Ian, but if you don't want me to,
no, Sam. If you don't mind, Sam, if you could respond before Caroline. Sam, respond first to balance it out.
Again, it's like we give these examples. So we just give these examples and then we brush past them. Like why California energy so high? Because of runaway inflation, because of deregulation.
Because they closed the nuclear plant and 4 hydro dams. I just said this.
Yeah, but I'm saying is but
they have a drought because they haven't built a reservoir in decades, and their population has tripled.
And what has this
their own forest managers
This is a local. This is a local government. This is a local government problem. They deregulated the industry. And it has destroyed the industry. This has not got anything to do with people in Davos having a conversation. This has been going on in California for 30, 40 years that's led to this point. And it doesn't help that they're getting record temperatures every year. But of course, half this panel are going to deny that there's climate change, even though the statistics say there is. So this is the problem with these big spiels, because we can make a whole load of points. And unless we actually go into these points and take each one apart individually with evidence and say, well, look, it's not the world. It's not the world economic. Yeah, but I'm just making the point here that, every time we don't seem to back enough of stuff on this conversation up with evidence. We just make statements and then we move past them and expect everybody in the audience just to accept them. That, what's happened in Davos over the last 20 years is why energy prices are high in California. That's just not true. And anybody with any understanding of the economy in California...
It's all of the above. It's not mutually exclusive. It's not... When it's the same players with the same goals, it's not mutually exclusive.
The same
players. Yeah, they might have a nice party in Davos, but I read their white papers, their NGOs and think tanks put out, and it's all the same shit. You think people aren't reading these think tank papers. You think they're not reading the policy papers. We are. And all these people are part of the same clique. Yeah, it's not just the WEF. It's the same NGOs. It's the same bullshit. So that's what you're leaving out. And I'm sorry, you can't point to California's situation and say, yeah, closing that nuclear plant was smart. Yeah, closing those 4 hydro dams is smart.
Yeah, but these were local
It's just not. It's
decisions.
not
This
fair.
was decentralized. This was decentralized. This wasn't a centralized decision. This wasn't the man, controlling the earth from his sinister castle, which is what everyone seems to
It
say.
was
This was a
executive power
local.
from politicians who align with these goals. It was from the federal government under Biden. It's from Newsom. These people are part of it. They love it.
ESG.
They
You
love
think
these policies.
California's problem is a result of the last 3 or 4 years of policy? It's
I think
absolutely
it's
not, and
made it
everybody
worse.
knows
I
that.
think it's made it
Yeah,
worse. No, I think it's
I suspect
decades
a lot of
long.
things are worse and a lot of things are better.
Hold on.
Just like I think Germany deciding to shut down half of its nuclear energy made the situation worse. They had to do a U-turn. I think it was a big problem. Why do you think France did a 180? It's going to build 17 nuclear plants over the next couple of years. Why did the UK backtrack on fracking? They're trying to hold this together with toothpicks and bubble gum because they made their investments in this technology and this push, so they have to. They have a lot of favors that people are calling in, and they're doing it at the same time they're allowing Ukraine to go on. That's worsening the whole situation. So you know this. You're an investor. You're a smart guy. So I cannot believe you don't know these things.
Yeah, so Sam, I do want to make one point before we go on to Caroline. I do want to say that, while you made the characterization that a lot of people on this panel are climate change deniers, that's not necessarily true. But a lot of the argument has to do with the fact that they don't want these policies to be forced on them, especially with technologies that aren't ready yet. There's a lot of push from the World Economic Forum to say that we need to move to windmills and solar and all of these
But because these
green
evolutions
technologies
take
that aren't
decades,
ready
Nick,
yet.
and if we don't start doing it now, we're going to run out of time. People are just ignoring the science. They're ignoring the data. They're ignoring every
The
year
world
we're
has
having
consumed
record
more
highs.
coal this year than.
We should be using more power, not less. I'm just saying, we should be using more power, not less. The more we consume,
start forcing technologies that aren't ready to go yet on the world, we cannot afford to actually.
That's not the plan, Nick. That isn't the plan. That's misleading. That's
we
not the
should be
plan.
using
The plan
more
is
power, not less. More energy, more nuclear power plants.
The plan is
We should
to
have more
work
nuclear
towards
power
these
plants,
goals.
not less, not fewer.
I agree with nuclear power. I 100% agree with nuclear power.
Good.
The
We're on the
reason
same
that
page with that. And my
absolutely.
frustration is that they're saying that nuclear power isn't green enough. It doesn't fulfill the ESG goals because the climate
No,
lobby or
Ian,
whatever
you're
the fuck
right
you
in
want to
what
call
you
these
said
people.
earlier on. The EU actually just ruled that nuclear and natural gas are deemed green energy now. So you're right. They've just deemed. You're right.
It took them long
They
enough
should be
against what the climate lobby wanted because they're unhappy due to the fact that their bottom line is now affected because people are going to buy fewer windmills in Europe, right? That's the issue. So and you can see how they tried and succeeded for so long to brand nuclear energy as a bad thing. They said it was dirty. They said that all they had to
but
do was try
the
to
issue
turn a
is
room,
that the war in Ukraine has changed the picture.
It
Because
certainly has. They had to become more realistic. They couldn't be depending on Russian oil, cheap Russian oil for this entire time and expect to succeed. Here's the thing. In order for all of their little climate agenda goals to succeed, they need clean energy, right? They need cheap energy. Okay? They need cheap energy, and the only way they could get that was through Russia. Now, they kind of fucked themselves when they decided to sanction Russia and then decide to, do a little backtrack there and start buying Russian oil through China. It's too expensive, but they need that oil in order to survive. This is where they screwed themselves up. They thought, hey, we can screw the Russians and we can totally go ahead with the sustainable energy stuff, but turns out the technology sucked, and they
the truth
destroyed
is,
their
Ian, it
own
was a
economy.
perfect storm because in COVID, lots of refineries shut down, and you can't just switch refineries back on. The supply chain died. This is a much bigger picture. It wasn't just Russian oil. This is a huge picture, and I predicted that oil would spike several years ago, and it played out exactly how a lot of people predicted that post COVID there'll be a massive spike in oil demand or just going back to normal, but the issue was the infrastructure died during COVID. So it's not as simple as just saying it's Russian oil. In fact, the green initiatives were going in the right direction, and yet
because
COVID
the
screwed
energy was
everything up.
cheap, Sam. The energy was
How
cheap.
much did Germany spend on wind energy? They wanted to reach a 30% target. What did they actually reach? You should know this.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
but it
was
got to the point where Germany could.
What I do know is many
I got to say, Sam, like it's just fun because everyone's got to get challenged. So I've told people for a long time. I used to, and I probably mentioned it to you, but I used to sometimes more on Facebook back when it used to be like a decent platform. I used to block conservatives more than I would block liberals who were beating up on me. Unless I got with a liberal and I was just engaging with them and they just were being a jack. But I just saw some conservatives like, what are you doing? You don't even know what you're arguing about. And so what I would try to explain to people is when you get these arguments going, you have your argument. You're passionate about what you think, but what you need is to polish off the rough edges. And the way you do that is engagement, not just sitting back, everyone, patting each other's backs. It just doesn't work that way. And we never get to anything that's useful in the long run.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's Jim, I didn't even know I was a liberal until you explained it to me about a week ago. I honestly, I don't politics. I don't vote for. I voted like a conservative in the UK. Then I voted for Tony Blair's Labour, and that turned out to be a disaster. I don't have set politics, and this is why I love these debates. And I tend to play devil's advocate a lot on this spaces because somebody's got to. But you guys have taught me a lot, and I've actually shifted my opinion on quite a lot of areas, believe it or not. But I'm still going to be here on this panel to push back.
Yeah, Sam, I'll give you one more area. If you look at studies coming out now, these super solar farms are raising the temperature a couple of degrees. They're about to destroy the entire world as we know for 2.5 degrees Celsius. Go look it up. They have found this out. Most of this tech that they're putting in is non-recyclable. They're strip mining the earth. I'm not against this. We can transition
I
with
will look it
natural
up because I
gas.
look everything up, man.
Look it up. You want me to?
No,
I can
I
DM you a
promise
couple
you
of
I will.
articles.
Because anytime anything comes up on these spaces that I'm not aware of and I don't know about, I promise you I go away and I read up on it and I change my mind if I'm wrong. And I've said to the group here, loads of times I was wrong on that or I acknowledge that or whatever. And I think this is what's so great about these spaces is that we've got a bunch of guys who, and girls obviously, who respect each other but disagree so much on so many things. I mean, we were
Speaking of
literally.
girls, we should let Caroline speak. She's been waiting forever.
Yeah,
in the
sorry,
spacecraft.
Caroline. I'll be quiet now.
No, y'all are good. I was disappointed when I saw Brian drop off because Brian and I don't agree a ton, but I thought that what he said earlier was good. I agree with most of what you said. Sorry. But I think we just arrive at fundamentally different conclusions. I tend to fall on the side of what's going on at World Economic Forum is dangerous in terms of a centralization of power. And Sam, I agree with you in that we have to be careful in making sure that we are going through all of the facts. We have a good understanding of the effects of decisions that are made. And I actually think that hits on the concern is that in the United States, we have a government where we are able to make decisions at the lowest level of government quite often. And what that results in is this experiment of, hey, if Georgia super cares about going green, or California super cares about going green, which in many ways they claim to, that we have these little experiments to show whether or not those types of things can be successful. And so when you have people that are at the very top levels of government, of power, of business, and they have all of these grand ideas that they want to execute onto the world, with very little evidence of showing that they will actually work and work at scale, that is frightening to most people. And I don't think that criticism or fear is unearned. So I think I definitely agree with both of you on some points. I just think that we arrive at very different conclusions, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. So what's the okay? So let's go to the other side. What is the alternative? Because do we believe that global issues do need to be discussed by corporations, for example? Should corporations that are clearly very influential be involved in global discussions because they have a huge effect on our lives day to day? They employ millions of
Trust
people,
bust them
etc.,
first.
etc. So
I believe that they do, but I think that when there's
the nuance is really in what is being discussed and whose interests are being furthered.
Oh.
That's really
Right.
the issue.
Perfectly said.
Correct. And is this actually a discussion, or is this a something that influences policy? Because when
Correct.
it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in the U.S., that doesn't actually reduce inflation. It's kind of a joke.
The opposite. In fact, it's
Correct.
the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, it was discussed even at this World Economic Forum, this year in Davos. It was discussed as a climate change bill.
That's what it is.
Exactly. And those initiatives that were put and mandated into that bill were developed partially in Davos last year.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, the omnibus bill has about $300 million that's going to something called the Climate Change Corps. And that was a thing that was brainstormed at Davos, just so you know.
Right.
Well, and I think another piece of this is just watching the people at the very top make decisions that are incredibly inconsistent with the values that they purport to have. I mean, we watched that happen throughout COVID. You watch Nancy Pelosi, all of our, old decrepit leaders in government who are telling us about this virus that's going to kill everyone, most particularly old people. And you see all of them going to their parties without masks and drinking and hanging out together. It's like, if this virus was so scary and deadly, why are some of the most important people in our government, rubbing elbows and pretending like life is normal?
Yeah, but she had to bankrupt that hairdresser. I mean, she had to bankrupt her.
That was a hit job on that hairdresser. It was
really
terrible.
was.
I think that woman had to move.
She did.
Yeah.
Democrats are crazy.
And so back to that point, we're talking about subsidiarity. Zimbabwe does not have the same problems that France has. So Caroline hit on that point a little bit, but I do want to bring James back into this because he's pretty well versed on these issues. What have you thought about this over the past, I guess 10, 15 minutes now?
I've had it on the background because I've been trying to sort out various other things in my life, but I think I love these spaces debates because I like the forum where people can disagree, and largely it's done respectfully. And I think this has been another endorsement of this really great feature on Twitter. And while I was talking earlier about I'm concerned about the entrapment of technology, lest we forget that actually technology is a double-edged sword. So it's pushing us down the sort of darkened alleyways of control through central bank digital currencies, smart cities, the response to COVID, and so on. But it's also giving us more freedom of information. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. I know a lot of the tech companies have suppressed a lot of messages over the last couple of years. Twitter has freed up a bit because of what's happened with Musk, and that's great. We're getting both sides of the debate. But if we look at, and I think this is part of the problem, there's always been the elites or the parasites, or whatever you want to call them, since the start of civilization. But most people didn't know the roots of evil and what was going on behind the scenes until now, because we have this technology to debate and unearth things. And COVID was a perfect example of that, whereby, I was against lockdowns and the responses from the summer of 2020. And it was a difficult position to take. And I'm sure many of you were the same on this group. But then the data started stacking up on the collateral damages. And we could disclose that data and share that data through technology. So it is a double-edged sword. The technology that we have in front of us through social media and so on allows us to form all these new partnerships and collaborations to get the messages out there. But at the same time, it's also a massive concern about where we're going to go with that technology, in particular the entrapment on what seems to be a very coordinated set of agendas on net zero, on the response to COVID, the vaccine rollouts, and also the monetary system. But going back to the purpose of this entire group of why we're all here, the WF for me, it's a poster. I think it's a poster boy for everything that's going on. They're not setting the legislation, but they are nudging the agenda because they're getting everyone in the same room together. Whether it's it's to do with the corporations involved, the political actors involved, and the technocrats involved. And so I think the WF has gone from largely a policy shop back in the 1970s to something that is now done for the wrong motives, because it's pushing agendas for the best interests of the people who are actually at Davos. And those agendas are not for the majority of people. The majority of people are really struggling right now because there's been a massive surge in inequality between the super rich versus everyone else. If you look at the UK, homelessness figures are going off the scale, cost of living crisis, governments aren't responding to it. The governments seem more concerned to attend things like COP and the WEF than actually solving the problems of society and communities. Our politicians, we're supposed to own them rather than them owning us. But I think we've now got into a model whereby through corporations, billionaires, technocrats and governments, where it's become this sort of unelected, as I said earlier, George Carlin phrase, it's a big club where they're serving each other. And you throw in, the media into that cycle as well. And meanwhile, everyone else is looking at this aghast, saying, well, they're not solving the problems for me. They're not solving my energy bill, or they're not solving my, the problems I've got in my business since the pandemic. And so we've now got this elite that are doing one thing in one room that's serving themselves. Meanwhile, everyone else is going, hang on a minute. What's happening to me? And while I think the pandemic was a lesson in huge amounts of mass subservience, and I'm worried about banking currencies, people just thinking it's convenient, I do think, and this is the hopeful message here, I do think more and more people are going, actually, this isn't right, and we need to do something about it. And it comes back to the question that I said earlier. This space has been really enjoyable, but between all of us, we need to go from all our concerns, of which many of them are valid, to actually implementing some solutions to try and move the dial a bit further to get more and more people on our side. That's the question I want to ask everyone, is how do we do that? How do we spread our wings even further in terms of how we communicate our concerns into direct action? So eventually we end up getting rid of the individuals in government who seem more concerned with corporatism rather than serving the people who elected them, and effectively the people who pay their wages.
Okay, I'd like to put a pin on this because we're ending the space very shortly, so I'd like to get comments from every single person up here. I'll go one by one, and you guys can figure each other out. In 20 words or less, what's your takeaway from this conversation? Nick, why don't you go first?
20 words or less. I'll just use a bunch of them there. Let's see. World Economic Forum.
That's your 20 words, man.
That's right. Sorry, man. Prodigal. 20 words or less.
Oh, come on.
Trust bus.
I'm kidding. Come on. Okay. Let Nick go first.
No, we'll just say real quick. I think there's a big discussion that obviously we've had tonight that it's very important that, at least think about, especially over the next year before they gather back again. Is it important to give power to one consortium, or should we leave it at a localized level? Which one is more impactful and more beneficial to the entire world? I'll leave you with that question.
Okay, that's a great question. And if you guys have any answers that you'd like to put in there, you can click the bottom right. It's a little button there that looks like a little chat box, and tell us what you thought of this panel or what Nick asked. Okay, Sam, I'd like to go to you next.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, great debate always. My thoughts are, if you have global problems, it's important to address them, in a global forum. I do get people's, I do get and respect people's concerns that there's this concentration of power, et cetera, But the reality is the people who are attending, they do represent, their countries, or they represent a company that maybe employs hundreds of thousands of people, et cetera. So I think we just need to keep an open mind that, that all these attendees are not evil human beings, and there is quite a possibility that some of them actually do want to do good for the world. And I also think there are some who are probably selfish and want to make millions of dollars more for themselves through influencing policy. So I just think we need to be balanced overall in our understanding of human nature, to not just assume that this is an evil organization. But beyond that, I think it's been a great debate, and I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Jim, you're next.
Yeah, I think the number one point that I get from this whole consideration of the World Economic Forum is, well, not the number one, 2 points. First of all, that, fine, get together, talk about things. Great. I love it. But here's the problem, that we have a fundamental misunderstanding that the best opportunity for success for human beings is that they have the freedom to pursue their own interests. And even the greediest bastard in the world who wants to become a billionaire, to be effective at doing that, he has to go build a product people want to use or service, and he needs to train the people in his corporation, take care of them well enough so that they can take care of those customers. At the end of the day, we don't need governments to help us get all this organized. What we need is freedom of people to pursue their interests, and to do that effectively, it's the most amazing thing is they have to follow the golden rule, because they have to think of others as higher than themselves, and no one does that.
Jim, any examples? I don't know if my mic is okay. Any examples of
fine.
that historically? What you just said now, we don't need governments for the world to improve. Any historical examples of where is that where that has worked for a prolonged period of time?
Actually, early America is one of the best examples of that, because even government was growing during the period of the Civil War and thereafter. It was a tiny government, and we even had economic downturns in the 19th century. But the 19th century in America is one of the greatest periods of economic growth and individual freedom in world history. And there have been other times since, but I'm just saying that time period where government was greatly reduced, where we were at constitutional levels in the United States, was a massive economic growth period. We became who we were to become by the end of the 19th century. And all of that happened because individuals, by and large, were able to make their own decisions without government telling them what to do. But
that's a gilded age.
There was a lot of atrocities during that period as well.
Not a lot.
Let's not
Maybe
ignore the
towards the
atrocities. Huge economic growth based on exploitation, pillaging.
So Sam,
Arguably.
No. So Sam, I don't disagree with your general point, but put it in context. And really that type of problem, which we're always going to have. Let's just be clear. 6,000 years of recorded human history proves the moral depravity of man. We are only ever good if we discipline ourselves. But Sam, that problem really manifested itself in a serious way towards the very end of the 19th century, in the very beginning of the 20th century, particularly after the Roosevelt administration, which I argue was a worse corporatist administration than what it claimed it was trying to stop. Government started to give special benefits. We saw this inkling into the Civil War contracts that corporations were getting and businesses, where they were giving bad product for the benefit of the army in the North. But it really got bad during the Gilded Age. But the Gilded Age was a problem of corporatism, not of individual liberty. So it was people taking advantage of that. There's always that risk, and we always have to pull that back as we can. And I'm still convinced, and I believe I can prove it in more time than I have to do right now, Sam, and we may do it privately or back in another space. That needs to happen, that we get back to reduced government. These big organizations don't secure people's economic freedom, and they don't get rid of poverty, and they don't help society by and large.
Organising society. If you look at the history of human development, Homo sapiens, the moments where society has been organised have been the moments of the most progress in society, not the least. Without society, we would not be where we are today. We would probably not have survived. So I'm just making a counter argument, Jim.
No.
It's always great to debate it.
No, listen, I agree with you, but I have a different way to say this. When societies are organized around the rule of law, where people, if they are harmed, have a way to deal with it, but also where people have that construct there, where contracts can be appropriately held in bay. All these legal problems get taken care of. That allows the prosperity. That's the organization we need, not the kind of organization that's being envisioned by world leaders today. I'm in total belief that will lead us down to more dystopian outcomes, if maybe not always that severe, but certainly like that.
I
And
think
and
you're
I
quite
would
right.
argue,
Too much control is bad.
that social media, what we've just gone through in social media that we're finding out about, that was the beginning of a potential dystopian period. And that's what we get when government gets more involved. People just need to make their decisions, and they are able to prosper with mistakes, but they can prosper with the frailty of mankind as it relates to morality, but they can prosper. It always goes better when people are able to take all the benefits of the good decisions they make and also suffer the consequences of the bad decisions that they make. And if those two things happen, we moderate the whole process. People tend to come out of poverty and tend to do better. That's just my thesis. But Sam, I think we agree more,
Fantastic.
but we just don't put the same spin on it, I think.
Thank
I
you.
think,
Thank you
Jim,
for
what
that.
you're
It's
trying to
beautiful.
say is sufficient government is fine. Too much government is a disaster.
Fair enough to say, yeah.
I mean, I agree. I agree with that as well. But what I'm kind of pushing back on is I think that we're going too far in assuming that the government are, because we've said it repeatedly on this space, the government are going to try to stop us from owning things. That's just not true. That's just not what's been said. It's not on the agenda. It's that's the point I'm making. But I think
let's give it to Brian.
Sam,
this one up. We're trying to wrap
Sam,
this one
need
up.
to wrap
So
this up.
let's go through the last few
I've got
people.
to jump in there and say something. I'm in Canada, and if you talk to the back scene behind what's going on in Canada and the Canadian Parliament right now, they are trying to stop us from owning things. It's a walking disaster for what Trudeau and is going on here. And just listening to what's her face in make her speech in WEF.
Jacinda.
Well, Jacinda.
No, not Jacinda. He's
Jacinda's
talking about
retirement.
the Deputy Prime Minister,
Yes.
Chrystia Freeland.
Yeah, I can't even bring myself to say her name. But just listening to it, just thank God Trudeau wasn't there, because I would have wanted to fly over and just
Don't
sit
fat
down and
post.
jump up
Don't
and
fat
down.
post. Don't fat post.
Yeah, but
we'll do it
anyways,
in Minecraft, okay? We'll do it in
anyways,
Minecraft.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have one other thing to add here. Prodigal, a couple of people have sat down and said, if you ever disappear, we will stalk you, find you, and haul you back in here, kicking and screaming. Don't give up. Don't get depressed. People here, I have not received messages from so many people when I get on stage to sit down and do something for the number of people that are clapping for you, Prodigal. So there you have, look at the hundreds that are coming up here and the support for it. So we all applaud you and all the rest of the stuff. Anyway, that's not quite what I wanted to say when I butted in here. So Mario, sorry for butting in, but I just had to do that because I've got a government that is taking my stuff away and is blocking my bank accounts and is heavily into the CBCD stuff.
I
To such an
have
extent.
I have a question for you, man. So you have a government that XYZ. Some countries don't have a government, and you look at those countries and compare life there in America. They would lose a limb to get to Canada.
I understand.
What I'm saying, I just think what I'm trying to say is a complete lack of government. Governments are there as a system that we've built over hundreds of years to allow us to survive as a species, considering all our flaws. Yet, too much government power, too much government influence, that's not a good thing. No government's not a good thing. It's just finding that balance somewhere in the middle, and it's just an ongoing, non-stop experiment.
And that's where I had to step in and say something is sufficient is good, too much is bad. I have, I live in Vancouver. I have more and more people from Mexico coming up here who sit down and laugh at the number of Canadians that want to move down to Mexico just to get rid of our government who's turning confiscational. And they just laugh at it and go, why? I'm afraid of being kidnapped, literally being kidnapped in her own company. This is a lawyer who's moved up here. She's young. She's so afraid of being kidnapped. She comes to Canada to sit down and get away, and she's come within inches. Her business partner's brother was kidnapped, and uncle was kidnapped, and a number of other people. And she just said, I'm too afraid, come to Canada. And yet Canadians are sitting down and going down there just to get away from Trudeau and Freeland just because of the stuff that's going on here and the convoy. And what people don't understand, even yesterday, under the Trudeau government, we had another person who was involved in protesting against the government get debanked. He was literally kicked out of Scotiabank yesterday because the government sat down an order and sat down and said bye. So even a year later, a year after the trucker protest and they blocked the accounts, we still have a government who has the audacity to sit down and block bank accounts. And the concern when people hear of
And they're
expressing
coming for your guns
CBCDs,
too.
sorry, Prodigal, what?
And they're coming for your guns too now.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, they're already gone, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the
Well,
laws
don't
that are in
get
place.
into a gun debate now.
We have 2 provinces that are saying we're not going to
We're
enforce
going
that.
for 4.5 hours, please. No gun debate.
It's just anyway. That's another whole issue. But
I'd like to
if
get
any,
Caroline here. I mean, she has a couple of words to say, I'm pretty sure.
I just wanted to say I'm encouraged. My takeaway from the night actually has nothing to do with World Economic Forum. I'm just encouraged that we're all here having this conversation. I am so glad that Sam and Brian and Ed's not here tonight, but Ed and Pialt, that like all of you guys are here. And of the 4 that I mentioned tonight, I was able to find something that I agreed with each of you on. And I think that's the beginning of the conversation, because sometimes when we get in these spaces, we're not even agreeing on like the premise or the facts. And so I think to just find the things that it's like, okay, this is what we can agree on. Here's my perspective on that. And I think that that's encouraging. And I am seeing that these are being productive. So I appreciate y'all being here. I'm sure that it's not easy when it feels like a room of people are disagreeing with you.
It's great to like share different ideas, and I think like everybody comes from a different standpoint, and like I'm a tech optimist. I think that technology can really solve many of the world's problems, and I think we're headed into the 4th industrial revolution, and it's important that corporations and leaders of nations, it's important that the powerful people that are leading us do work together, especially when it comes to AI. I think that's going to be important. And sure, you can take the other side of things and say, what is the government going to do with these technologies? And that's definitely an adequate concern. But at the same time, it's important that there are provisions and there's rules that we can all kind of stick by when it comes to some of these crazy technologies that are going to lead us into the next 2 or 3 decades.
I think there's a point that each and every single one of us can agree on, right? Right?
Absolutely. Like I can even agree with what Brian is saying now. It's like, government is not always the solution to everything, but we do have to find things that we can agree on, because AI is coming whether or not we like it. So we do have to figure out how we're going to deal with that. Like, we can agree on that for sure.
Mario, can I share a parting thought?
Well, we're not parting, Aaron, but you can share a thought for sure.
Oh, okay. I thought we were closing. So, setting aside whatever motivations people at the World Economic Forum might have, I think one of the reasons that it draws a lot of attention from the public is, as I said before, it's
Aaron,
quite
can you move your mic closer to you?
Yeah, sorry. The World Economic Forum is quite literally representative. And it distills, and its figureheads distill actual trends developing in the global culture that people are very concerned.
Hey, Aaron, your mic is not.
I can sort of hear him, Nick. Let him go. Just be aware, Aaron, to stay close to your mic.
If I can, while he comes back up,
So let's go.
All right, I'm gonna
try
this.
It's unfair to say the World Forum.
Yeah, we can hear you, Aaron.
I think the World Forum is trying to lead trends.
Aaron, go ahead.
All right, so the World Economic Forum, and let's say Klaus Schwab, is a kind of distillation of a particular ideology that is both shaped by the people at Davos and also historical developments that those people themselves are caught up in and probably trying to understand and trying to exercise control over. Whatever their agenda is, I think we can discern processes over the last 3 years that have been massively accelerated during COVID. both intentionally and unintentionally. We've seen the weakening of nation states and the strengthening of global powers. And once the fatherlands are gone, all that's going to be left are the great kind of economic organisms, which look more and more like fiefdoms. These world-spanning corporations which operate like fiefdoms, with nation states sort of acting as their instruments. I think this is a very broad and overly generalized, painting with a very broad brush, but still accurate description of historical developments that.
Looks like he
Okay.
dropped there. Bricksuit, you have your hand up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, my impression is that you look at the WEF. I heard it said here that it's not that they don't want you to own anything, and I completely, I am totally in the camp that is what they want. They do want us to be serfs in the traditional medieval sense, SERF. They do want us to own nothing. They do want us to be completely without fiat currency, completely dependent upon electronic currency. And, they have said what they want. In the future, you will own nothing with the promise that you will be happy. They have revealed their plan. They want us to own nothing. Governments are not very good at giving things back to their citizens. Governments do incrementally seize power, however. They do ratchet up the screws. And, when we're talking about whether it's better to have no government or too much government, I'd almost rather take my chances with no government. So if I've got to err on the side of caution, I'd rather have too little government, because you can make adjustments and go forward. But if you go forward too far, you cannot come back.
Right.
Even in America, there are aspects of our government, there are freedoms that may never be returned to us after 9/11. There are freedoms that our own government used to guarantee us and now aren't there anymore. So when I look at what their plan is, I believe what they say. And they really do want
Brick
to
Suit, they
centralize
didn't. The issue, I respect a lot of what you said there, but the WEF did not say that. That has been misinterpreted deliberately by people they didn't say it. It was a theoretical kind of what could the future look like by an individual Danish politician. It was published by them along with lots of individual conversations that were meant to sort of lead to debate. It wasn't a policy, it wasn't a mandate, it wasn't on the agenda, it was an individual politician, and they shared the information. This is the problem. This stuff is taken, it is expanded, it's thrown out into social media, it misleads people. They never said this. This is not on their agenda.
But they said build back better, right? How have they been building back?
Here's one thing they did say, though. I believe is it the vice president of the European Union, I forget her name, who said that hate speech is coming to America. Well, hate speech is not coming to America. In America, we have illegal speech and we have free speech. And there is no hate speech here. If she thinks hate speech is coming to America, that's basically a declaration of war on our Constitution that guarantees us free speech.
Can you hear me, Bricksuit? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. You're
okay.
Good,
so just so you know, guys, there's too many glitches in the background. If this crashes in 60 seconds, we will not start it again. It'll be a goodbye. If it doesn't, we'll keep it going. So I just did something so I can finally speak and won't continue the technical issues. But Sam, I will let you push back on this, and we'll go to protocol, because this is a point that's constantly being mentioned, and that's a pretty extreme take on something.
It just frustrates me, man. And like the hate speech thing, again, you've misinterpreted it. It was an individual European bureaucrat who predicted that laws prohibiting hate speech would come to the US. This is the problem. You can't just say things that aren't factually correct, because then someone like me will have to correct them on this forum, and I get loads of pushback because I do this constantly. The WEF never said that they predict a world where there's no ownership. It was a kind of thought bubble from an individual, and it was something that they shared to lead to a debate. That's what the whole point of the forum is. It's about debating things. It's about looking at potential futures. So I'm not saying there isn't an agenda there. I'm not saying that there aren't powerful people there who can make decisions and influence the world, and maybe we need to question that. But I think it's so important that this trend of deliberately taking stuff out of context and turning it into a commentary that has now gone on for 6 years. Whenever anybody mentions the World Economic Forum, for the last 6 years, they are taking that information that was deliberately misconstrued and has now become a social media buzzword for the World Economic Forum. And it never happened. And it's happened 6 or 7 times on this Spaces.
Joe, before Prodigal responds, I want you to go ahead because you've been waiting for a really long time.
Yeah, hey everyone. I've been listening in for like an hour and a half, and I've done marketing for both electric companies and those who oppose things like the hydro plants. And some of the facts that are stated here, you have to realize when it comes to these things, a lot of it's perspective, right? Like Rick just said, he'd rather go to a place he'd rather have no government than a little bit of government. Well, there's tons of countries with barely any government. Why wouldn't you move, right? If it's so much better. It's not true. It's perspective.
Actually, Brixu, I'll ask you a question. Sorry, Joe, and give you the mic again. You'll continue, I promise. But just on that, I want to ask you earlier, Brixu. So you said I'd rather have no government than the government we have now. So let's go through this.
No, that's
not my bad. Sorry.
I said I'd rather have no government than too much government.
Fair. So what's one country that has too much government at the moment?
China.
China's one. Okay, and the Brixu, another one.
China, absolutely.
Is there a Western country? Is there a Western country that has too much government, Brixu, in your opinion?
Some of the Scandinavian countries are close.
Okay, so
and England is getting close.
Let's use England.
England's getting very close. England with thought police, and you can't pray silently on a street corner. That's pretty close to too much government.
Which no.
Well, let's try Canada,
guys.
Australia.
Okay, perfect. So I lived in Australia most of my life. So I'll continue with this quick thought process. I'll go to Joe to continue his point. So Brixu, what's a country right now that has too little government? Somalia. Okay, good point, Prodigal.
You can pick a lot of ones in Africa. There's some in Central America probably have too little.
Okay, so just so everyone understands, I'm not saying we need too much government, and I've talked a lot about this, the concerns of too much centralization of power. But back to the point. So what I mean by this, Brixu, is just the statement you've made, and based on what you said now, is like I'd rather live in Somalia than the UK. I'm not sure if you've been to Somalia or countries that have very little government, but it's people from Somalia trying to get into London rather than the other way around. So the point I'm making is that I agree with you criticizing too much government. Like, by the way, you can feel free, even though I'm the host, you can disagree with me, Brixu. But what I'm saying is that I agree with you too much government is bad. I'm just saying that a statement like I'd rather have too little government than too much government you could be right. Maybe it is better. It's just it's too complex of a matter than simplifying it like this, because based on the experiment we're going through right now, for the last few hundred years, too little government has been.
Mario, he's saying he prefers localized government that rules according to its people rather than a central authority that overrides it. That's what you're seeing in DC.
Okay,
right?
that's a better. That's a better. Okay, that's better. Okay, now I understand. Okay, with that point, then I agree. In Prodigal, you always tend to smash me. You're pretty good at this shit, I swear. Josh, I really appreciate you giving me the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, about perspective. Like we all saw this like viral image that went around the internet. That was a sea turtle with a straw through his head. And then all of a sudden, throughout the world, a lot of countries banned plastic straws. Like, I'm American, but I moved to Portugal, and now there's no plastic straws because of this one image. And straws cause almost no harm at all. There's very little that cutting out all the straws in the world, plastic straws, actually reduce or help the environment. And like Prodigal was saying about hydro plants, it was either Prodigal or Ian, was saying that it's clean energy. No, hydro plants, and I worked against hydro plants. Hydro plants, actually, some of them have more methane emission than some coal plants or even petroleum. They're not good because when they flood the lands, the vegetation underneath begins to rot, and it releases a ton of methane.
This would have been operating for decades. It's already in existence, but continue.
Yeah, but a lot of them have rolled back, right? Because when you actually analyze it, a lot of them are worse. And they're much worse. Even if you look at the entire carbon footprint, they're worse than the solar panels and the wind farms, right? Now,
Yeah, Schwarzenegger's solar project in California. How's that doing now? Have you looked at it recently?
no, I have not.
You should go check it out. You should really check it out.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't know how problem they do, but you have to compare it. You have to compare it to someone else. So, like example, I worked for an electric company that is doing natural gas, is transitioning to natural gas. I saw the studies. There's no way for the entire world to go from petroleum to electric without having natural gas as a transition energy, right? You need to transition to things. Things don't happen overnight. Trump didn't change America. Biden is not changing America. Things take a lot of time for it to change. Like trying to blame the economy on something Biden did a year in is absolutely ridiculous, right?
Well, when you're for war in Ukraine and you're not unleashing American energy and you're revoking nuclear power plants and you're revoking the largest coal plant in Ohio because of an ash permit, it's a problem, right? Well, this is a geopolitical issue. I mean, we're dropping a lot of bombs there. I mean, that causes harm to the environment. It's called being smart and looking at everything together. To say it doesn't affect,
I agree with you.
They closed. They didn't renew the Palisades in Michigan. They revoked the renewal in Florida for nuclear. I mean, I could name all of them. You're an energy. You should know better than me. So why should I tell you this?
Are Americans for or against nuclear as a majority?
They haven't been educated.
I'm actually on the left.
They haven't been.
I think
they haven't been educated.
I was just going to say I think that nuclear is misunderstood because nuclear today is a lot safer, incredibly safe compared to the nuclear.
100% agree.
Yeah.
100% agree. But the reason they got rid of it is because people were against it, and no one wants a nuclear power plant in their backyard in America.
Yeah,
so
but we all need to also recognize that
they were already operating, and DeSantis wanted it, and the people of Michigan wanted it. Whitmer didn't. I mean, people asked what you can do. I'll give my example, and I'll step down. You got to get involved in your local and state politics. You got to vote at the ballot box. And this is stuff, I don't think anybody can disagree with this. You got to support politicians that want to trust bust big tech, want to trust bust big agro. We don't need Monsanto and Bayer as one company. Trust bust big pharma, trust bust corporate media, and any industry where a few multinational corporations control it, right? You got to break up the government bureaucracies in all the countries, in America specifically, the alphabet boys. You got to end regulatory capture because they're backdooring the Green New Deal through this. Stop bailouts of these multinational corporations where they socialize their losses and they get to will the government into bailing their asses out. Implement term limits, end the revolving door between big government and big business and lobbyists, and for the U.S. in particular, end Citizens United in dark money in politics. That's a start. I think everybody on the left and the right can agree about that. I know because I used to be on the left, and these were some of their issues in addition to anti-war. But, bombs are eco-friendly, and, we can't have straws, but we can pass out millions of needles so people can shoot up fentanyl and flood the oceans with disposable masks that don't biodegrade for 400 years. But what the hell and for the environment, we can agree. Stop pollution of the oceans, stop deforestation and other stuff like that. And we can work on the bigger issues when there's an answer. But when you look at these models and climate change, not just in human history, but throughout the entire Earth's history, I want to know for a fact that this isn't cyclical. I want to know what type of issue solar is having on this. And I want to look and see, are we putting a Band-Aid on something that's not going to correct the issue while China and India, China alone pollutes more than the whole world and says they're not going to stop, right? This is stuff we all can agree on. Nobody's making these arguments.
They're also leading in electric cars and sustainable energy. So it's this is the progression. This is the thing we all acknowledge. This can't happen overnight. It's going to take decades for us to move to sustainable energy. Bricksuit, did you?
Yeah.
You
can't just ban like you just mentioned Monsanto, and I can't mention all the other things. And Protocol, I agree with a lot of things you say, but there's a limit. I'm American and I moved away. And there's one thing I learned about being American. We're very much just black and white, and there's never any gray. Like Monsanto provides a good service when they.
I'm talking about trust busting. I'm not saying put them out of business.
Okay.
They're too big. All these companies are too big.
Bricksuit, do you want to jump in there? You've had your hand up.
Yeah, Bricksuit, go ahead. Got to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I just want to talk about energy, and we mentioned a little bit of nuclear there.
Briefly.
It's going to be brief. People need to realize that the type of nuclear plants that could be built today are not the same ones that are operating now. Those are the old first-generation pressurized boiling water reactors. There's a lot of new reactor technology that's a lot safer, a lot more efficient, requires less resources to construct and operate. And, that going forward, I think, should be the model. We shouldn't be, so people think about nuclear power and they think about 3 Mile Island. They think about Chernobyl. They think about Diablo Canyon. There are reactors that could be built starting, next year with safety margins orders of magnitude better than what exists today.
And with that, I just want to say, so there's a reason Sam and I are co-hosts, because we're actually friends, even though we disagree with each other a lot. But actually, we agree on some things. And that, I think, Sam, I think you'd agree with me. That's one of the great things about these spaces is we're getting that stuff in. There's information that flows through to people on both sides that really doesn't typically flow in recent history in our debates. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And these big debates are so long that they bring up so many fresh subjects as we progress through them. So like I suspect people drop in and they absorb like an hour of information, and then it can be a completely different subject. But it's so powerful. On the nuclear thing, it's interesting. There was a survey last year, and it was very close. It was like 51% in favor of nuclear, but that's actually less than 3 or 4 years ago. So it seems that the US the population are actually turning slightly against nuclear power, which, and I think Jim and I both agree on nuclear power being, essential as well. Is that right, Jim?
Oh, I do. And, there are a few if every part of the power grid could go nuclear that can reasonably do so, that would be a good thing for society everywhere.
A question, Sam, Jim, question from the audience by Noor RC. By the way, everyone that has questions, bottom right corner in the purple circle. A question from the audience is, what about nuclear waste? Nobody talks about it.
So when you take a look at the fact that in France really began the process of getting this down pat. Like at one time, the last number I heard, it was a few years ago, I haven't looked at it closely since, but I believe that they were repurposing nearly 90% of their nuclear waste. Nuclear waste is actually very compact and can be put in compact places and relatively safely. I mean, it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect, but the use of nuclear power is not only clean for the environment and certainly in that regard, much better than coal. Natural gas is pretty clean, but it's definitely much better than coal. And so it would be good for the environment, and it's very efficient too. And even though there is nuclear waste, that nuclear material takes a long time to get spent. And plus there are compact methodologies that are available now that you can go into a local community and put a small, safe nuclear generator and you can power things locally without having to build these big plants, so you can do a quick application. If you could probably replace upwards of 80-90% of the entire electric grid with nuclear energy. There are some applications of other things that might work better, but you could certainly do that, and you'd have a very efficient, low-cost energy too. And I think, Sam, you probably agree with me on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and the ironic thing is the guy leading the clean energy trend, Elon Musk, also agrees that we should have nuclear power. So there seems to be so few people, in these positions of knowledge who are against nuclear power, and yet the population out there is very much divided, almost 50-50. And I think it's this fear. I grew up in the 80s where we were scared of nuclear because there was Sellafield in the UK and there were disasters and things like this. But this was 40 years ago. The technology has improved. But right now, the flip side of the argument is right now, Ukraine, there's this risk from the nuclear plants in wartime. So in an unstable society, suddenly, nuclear plants may become riskier, so we need to plan
but Sam, you're from Europe, correct? And you've seen France do a 180. They're going to build, I forget, it's either 14 or 17, and now Sweden is pursuing it. In very liberal Europe, if they're realizing it, I'm sure the American public will wake up to it. I got to look for the article.
Right. I think you're right.
There was a very good piece, and Brixu touched on how little of the waste remains. It can be stored on site. You don't need to use Yucca Mountain or whatever. This is doable, but we'll see. Hopefully fusion comes around in the next 10, 15 years, and then this is all solved.
Yeah, it could change. It could be a game changer. I think we've got a little bit of time, but it is amazing to see what's happening with fusion energy. But Yeah.
Jim and Sam, would you agree, Jim and Sam, that the nuclear model followed by France is the one the United States should adopt? I mean, instead of having GE builds this plant and Westinghouse builds this plant and General Atomic builds this plant, and they got one plant design that's standardized and basically all the operators know how to work them. Do you think that's a better way for America to go?
That's a really interesting thing to ask in the context of some of the debates we had about centralization versus decentralization. And then suddenly when it comes to the safety of a nation, it's like, oh, maybe we should highly regulate this, which I'm not pushing back or criticizing that. But, I think it's clear that, it's better to focus on one near perfect solution than it is to have multiple people kind of trying to do their best, if that makes sense. So I do agree, but I just think it's interesting in the context of all the discussions we've had about there being too much focus, too much control. But I think when it comes to things like nuclear power, we're all in agreement that we want it as highly regulated as possible. We probably want as much government involvement as possible to ensure it's safe and that there are rules about where you can put nuclear plants and things like that. So, yeah, I do agree with you on that.
Surprisingly, I'm not quite in agreement with that, but I think we need to look at safety. I like the multiple design principle because the other application that we have not yet propagated in wide measure anywhere in the world are these smaller nuclear reactors. And I think it's going to take some really it's going to take some ingenuity to do that. I mean, I'd love to see a guy like Elon Musk doing that in his company because it's engineers like him, like his brilliance is. He actually, it surprises me how good a manager he is, but his engineering skill and ability to bring engineers together who can get these things done and empower them to do that, I think could be very useful. But
yeah, Jim, can I ask you one thing? Because the Uranium One deal didn't help us out, and now Russia and China control the vast amounts of uranium across the world. This is stuff that was done prior to the last administration.
Yeah, no, it's a real problem, and I would personally, well, I mean, I still think we need to pursue nuclear energy no matter what, but I say that we got to take those assets back in the United States, but I'm not going to get into that now. I think.
Well, it's national security. You're not wrong. Just say it. There's nothing wrong with saying it.
No, that's what I think, and I just don't want to. I want to allow the space to settle down. But that having been said, I definitely think that deal was crooked. I think it was crookedly undertaken by the Obama administration, and we need to address that direct action.
Wait, you're saying Fusion GPS is not trustworthy? I mean, they did great work for Russiagate.
Yeah, really. Well, but I also want to note here, Sam and I agree a whole lot on this. Like it's so important that we keep going down this path and find a methodology to do that, because this is what I mean. We need to transition away from a need for coal fired plants. I don't think we got to just go destroy them, but we've got to go to a technology that'll work and that is clean. On the verge of disaster at all if we don't do something. I think we're fine. We will figure that out. But I don't think we have to ignore the climate change thing. But what we do need to pay attention to is just being clean in our environment where we can and where we can efficiently do it.
But Jim, even if we shut them down, can't they just learn to code? I mean, big tech has bled 200,000 jobs, and the only big tech company primed for growth is China's TikTok. So they could learn to code. I mean, these are good euphemisms that have served America and the West well for about a decade plus.
Well, I think it's funny to say, but like, listen, if we would just look at doing things cleanly, not imposed by government making us do things, but by really allowing that innovation to move forward, then we're going to see a lot of good things happen. I do think it's short-sighted to say, well, you have to push for coal-fired plants. Well, in an environment where we in the United States at least, so severely restrict the propagation of nuclear power in favor of coal, that I find wrong. Where they both work on the same level of reduced regulation and then you can go find good ways. Coal-fired plants, there's a Nuclear Regulatory Commission that has made it impossible to build these plants, and the fear that was injected sometimes by the media as far back as Love Island in the 1970s. That's old history. That doesn't even matter. But I think Sam's point about the concern in war-torn areas is something we have to pay attention to. I think that's and worth considering. I'm going to throw it to you.
Can we call all sources? Do you want to come up and say something? Just unmute yourself.
Yeah, and actually, for sure, because I think, Jim, you brought up a point exactly what I want to talk about the right now, and specifically what we're talking about is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that Russia seized during this war. But I think one of the things that is kind of a good news for nuclear energy, because I agree, I think nuclear energy is a must. If your goal especially is to develop clean energy and kind of transition from non-renewable energies, is that the both sides have agreed, basically, if you look at to basically try to maintain the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant because they're concerned about what could happen if there's obviously a nuclear meltdown. And I think the power of the nuclear energy and how society has advanced, and nuclear power has advanced safety-wise within the last 20 to 30 years is demonstrated by Zaporizhzhia. Right? We have where both sides, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, let's make this clear for people who might not know, is basically in the front lines. It is in the front lines right now between Russia and Ukraine. And I think the fact that nothing major has happened there hasn't been a nuclear meltdown, there hasn't been a major security risk. Yes, there's been concerns in firefights, etc., but the nuclear power plant has stand still and nothing happened. And I think the concerns that we see in the 80s, right, with Chernobyl, Love Island, etc., if you look nowadays, that is kind of as the past. And I believe that we developed lessons learned from what we saw there, and we look now. I think the last real scare that we had, and it wasn't really a scare because probably most people don't know about it, is in June 2021, there was concerns in China of a nuclear power plant run by a French company. Something like that. It barely registered in the media because it was quickly contained and secured.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Fukushima just released billions into the ocean. They're going to be doing that shortly again.
Right. No, but you're 100% right, and Fukushima is correct. But I think that that was let me use the term black swan, right? That a massive black swan event. But for the most part, I think, and this is something that I've kind of talked about before, is every regulation that we have, both in the U.S. and probably internationally, is because of right. And I think those lessons learned had made nuclear energy very, very secure and safe for use throughout the world. And I think France, the model that they did and how they manage that energy, compared to, let's say, Germany. When Russia and Ukraine went to war and there was concern about natural gas, etc., France was in a lot better position to manage the concern of being cut off from Russian natural gas than Germany, right? And Germany had to kind of look around the world to see, okay, where can we get gas? They had to look in the Middle East, and that security concerns, right? Because now you're dependent on other governments, authoritarian governments, not reliable allies, etc., to do that. And I think France, in that aspect, because of the policy they had in nuclear energy, was in a much better position.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll add is that, I mean, listen, I won't say my opinions on the Ukraine war, but if you were really trying to cripple Russia, you would have unleashed American energy to kill the price of oil and natural gas. You wouldn't have crippled your coal plants that were already operating. You wouldn't have shut down your nuclear plants. So the same people I see sending $100 billion plus overseas to Ukraine, that they're going to have to pay. Geopolitical realpolitik shows that these people are making moves that, if they want to win and they want to cripple Russia, makes no sense.
So what I would push back a little bit on that, because one of the biggest beneficiaries if you look specifically at natural gas, right, one of the biggest beneficiaries out there has actually been U.S. natural gas. And so there's a lot of accounts that track maritime shipping that goes around the world. And one of the big explosions that we saw, especially since the war in between Russia and Ukraine, is U.S.
How's the LNG spot market doing? What's going on there? Right.
But
U.S. energy there, the prices might be more, but this is a boom and bust cycle. So the profits they make now, they need to invest later. When your politicians and regulatory agencies saying we're going to put you out of business. Of course, they're not going to build new refineries. Of course, they're not going to upgrade it. They're operating at 100%, which leads to more blowouts, more malfunctions, more issues. And at the same time, we're relying on this for fertilizer, for everything. Petroleum's from in your architectural shingles down to your genes, and our government's pursuing a policy on a pace when we're in a geopolitical battle that is not only crippling our own ability to help our allies, but it's starving Africa, it's starving Asia, it's giving big issues. And you look at these, I'm just looking at the actors that are spearheading this, and you know as well as I do, their moves don't make any sense.
I would just, and probably you do bring up good points, but a huge boom recently because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And I think, though, that in general, I think the conversations that's going to happen because of energy security that we're talking about between the Russia and Ukraine that kind of triggered this, specifically in Europe, is I think these conversations dependent on foreign countries. And I think that's kind of like a generic criticism that you can have in globalization and how you might outsource things that might be identified for national security, right? And so there's, again, where I think this kind of ties in with this overall conversation. And others saying, "Oh, we need more and more regulations." Unfortunately, complex issues require complex problem solving, right? And certain scenarios, right, like specifically energy security, and depending on the country you're at, there might be a situation, and it might be a legitimate argument saying, "Look, we need more government intervention and more government incentives to allow, let's say, nuclear energy to proliferate." It's not easy, and it's not an easy way to just automatically build nuclear power plants across a country that might not have. That buzzword we always heard, the Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 for MBS. He's trying to transition the Saudi economy outside of oil because the concern that like Saudi Arabia. So I think basically countries individually need to look, either through themselves or through the region to make adequate decisions. And I think nuclear power and overall will come a comeback. And I think what we saw with fusion, that's revolutionary, and it's kind of crazy to think that we live in a time that fusion energy might actually occur in our lifetimes.
It's amazing. It blows my mind.
Jim.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bricksuit Agnostic. By the way, also Snooze, such a pleasure to have you on.
An additional refinery in our state. They're not even going to expand the capacity of their existing refineries. So, everything is hanging by a thread in terms of gas. Because if even one of those refineries was to meet with some sort of mishap that would cause it to be offline for a significant period of time, we'd be in a world of hurt here. We're going to end fossil fuel. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to get out of this business. There is absolutely no incentive for the You basically put them on a timeline of which in the near future they'll be out of business. Why should they do any of those things? And that's just going to create all sorts of problems, not just in
both doing public policy and living there, just doing my work. And it amazes me how little the footprint is. It has radically and positively transformed how we approach our mixture of use of energy, and yet it's constantly being just savage, both legislatively and in discussion. to human society, which is health and welfare and the ability to do things that we never could do. It's energy sources that have done today without plastics. You cannot keep the health of the elderly in place without air conditioning and heat in the wintertime for everyone. I mean, there's so much that we do with society. And now we have these opportunities like, kind of upgrading the electric grid as I'm proposing with nuclear power that can advance that and then reduce the dirty aspects of energy to some the technology and really thinking through that. And I find it a false dilemma to play into the climate change thing, not in terms of what do we need to understand about it, into a political debate where power has to be used to advance a certain agenda rather than just going to the science of it, experimenting, figure out where we're going.
Yeah, about the gas price in
But
California.
you gotta get your mic closer if you don't mind. It's echoey and a bit far.
How about now?
I'll let you do that. Yeah, I'll let Gnostic go first. Bottom left corner.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I got to find the button first. I'm too busy digging at stuff. I forgot who was talking. It's got the World Economic Forum stuff plastered all over it. So unless somebody else has done that, World Economic Forum has certainly agreed that that's part of their agenda
I
by
got to
simply
jump
putting their
in.
label all over
If
it.
you look at the bottom of that article,
Quickly, and this is very like whether you agree or disagree with Sam, it's something he does is very important. I think everyone on the stage respects, and others do it. On the show, someone I appreciate massively, and there was I didn't read the article. So what did the article say? Maybe Sam, you could tell us very briefly about the or am I messy? Gnostic, can you hear me?
No,
Yeah,
he's muted.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
sorry,
so,
that's me. Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So look, this article that's now been archived is the whole basis of this room. An opinion piece, a future prediction by an individual. The World Economic Forum is full of this. It's full of thousands of articles written by individuals. This is why everybody keeps coming up. That's just not true because it was an individual article written by an individual, and at the bottom it clearly says the views expressed in this article are those of the author alone and not the World Economic Forum. It literally says.
It sounds really bad, but this is just an experiment. It's just an ID. This first look at it with an open mind, not with both hats on. And number two is protocol with what Sam just pointed out. Would you still state that the World Economic Forum
to basically an economy and a monetary system based on energy and consumption? And that's going to be something that really affects the lower classes, especially at a time when debt, inflation, and social mobility is non-existent. So I don't trust them. These are the same. What they want to tie the new. That's what they want to tie the new monetary system to. Basically, your energy and carbon footprint. They're going to judge it. They needed the vaccine passports. That was going to be the start of the public safety state. They failed. Tony Blair bragging about how they're going to do this, and the G20, which was in Singapore, saying we've already agreed to it. They all signed on to a declaration that they're going to do it.
So, and I think I'm going to kind of get just some reinforcing to Sam, but I think one of the things that what I want to really focus on is like the World Economic Forum. Like, let's not forget the World Economic Forum is a non-government organization, right? In which
Council, neither does the Council for Foreign Relations, but they seem to push
right. But the Council for Foreign Relations.
Hold on, Prodigal. Hold on.
So that's the thing, right? Like, so the Council for Foreign Relations is just a bunch of people with that. Of all political ideology that argue points, and you might agree or disagree, but it's a forum like this space, right? And it's the same with that. So the World Economic Forum is simply as a gathering once a year of billionaires. Nations is the same thing, right? The United Nations is beholden to the Security Council. Of the Security Council, 5 are permanent members that can veto any actions. China, Russia, is a monopoly of violence, right? That is kind of what we see. That is not going away, right? So I think the problem is that I think to Sam's point, right, is there these ideas that get floated around, then they just become this notion that is now this agreement across all intents and purposes, a non-government organization that has no power to enforce anything.
Yeah, but a lot of people there sit on boards, correct? A lot of people there are pushing in the ESG. Organizations. I read foreign policy too. To my knowledge, U.S. foreign policy hasn't made any nation better in 40 years. I'm looking at Iraq. I'm looking at Syria. I'm looking at Libya with its open slave markets. I'm looking at Afghanistan. And those NGOs and the Clinton Foundation, we worked wonders in Haiti. Did you ever look those temporary shelter trailers?
I think we built 6 houses.
We worked.
Hold on, guys.
Wait a second.
I want to jump in just real quick. So listen, I think it's very fair as we're trying to get through this part of the discussion. I think of it. Listen, the gathering together and talking about stuff, that's never wrong. Like that's what we do. In America, we have the principle of freedom of association. Here's the problem. As you're saying, I think actually it is a bunch of governments that do get together and do certain things. That's a bigger problem. But putting the UN aside for a second, it's more clear. The World Economic Forum Forum does make proposals that doesn't bother me as much as the fact that it coordinates in a way that is concerning the corporate interests that go into government. Like, I think the biggest thing about the World Economic Forum is
away from Pelosi and everybody else. I mean, Crenshaw's been making a lot of money too. I mean, we have to support these people. They're here for us. They care. Bill Gates cared about us so much. He pushed Common Core. He
when we're debating things about the World Economic Forum. I really don't have a problem with Sam trying to say, because, by the way, the "you will own nothing and be happy" is not because I think it's a stupid idea. And I think some people there really do believe it. But that's not the worst issue here. And again, corporations talking to one another, trying to make,
What about the mentoring programs they run? What about the mentoring programs that they run all year? What about the mentoring programs, group telephone calls, conference calls, and everything else with mentors that they run on an ongoing basis between corporate ongoing year-round conversations that these people have on an ongoing basis in which somebody wants a solution. Okay, what's her face? Canadian finance minister, whose name I really don't want to say, has a problem. How do I get my government to do this? French philosophers that sit down and actually write this stuff behind Klaus Schwab. It's not Schwab himself who does it, it's those two. And all of this stuff has been designed for many, many, many agencies that sit down and specifically focus on the ability to use that line in order to deflect responsibility for stating things that they state. We design programs to
they're trying to use that as a red herring. I
understand.
saw Morrison out of Australia. I saw Jacinda out of New Zealand. I saw Johnson out of the UK. I heard Merkel. I heard Biden. I heard Trudeau. They frame the post-pandemic recovery and the change.
Yeah, so, and I think this is where I kind of want to make the distinction to kind of what Jim is saying, and I think what Gnostic and Prodigo is saying. Right? So the issue of in government is one way.
When you bring in corporate production, you're again deflecting off the issue of the socialist agenda pushing this entire thing and sitting down and saying it's bad corporations. I'm not arguing that there aren't bad. World leader. every one of them. He sent it
So
around.
your concern, so your concern, so Agnostic, your concern is with their policy and the amount of influence they have. Also, what's your
and no power to enforce their will on into individual countries, right? So the
But you
concern
don't
is
need the power. You don't need the power anymore because you've gone supranational. You don't need.
I love it. I love it. This is great.
No, I muted.
Again,
we mute everyone when there's interruption. We just mute everyone. Just keep it balanced. That's all.
No, absolutely. So, and I can understand, right? So there could be absolutely. I'll openly suggest socialist programs. Again, the issue at hand, I think this is where I want to make the distinction between Jim and I think what he's saying is that what Jim is highlighting is concerns about, whatever policy pushes corruptions, etc. But then to kind of tie that
Bloomberg, the Bezos Post, 5 corporations own 90% of media. That press you're counting on, the press that lied to us.
It could be. It could be any press. I mean, it could be anybody.
Who published the Panama Papers? Where is she? She got blown up in a car bomb. What press are you talking about?
Well,
how many journalists have been assassinated in Mexico?
Or this notion that somehow the World Economic Forum has the power single-handedly through all this to force absolute changes across the world in society.
No, they're helping them organize.
Protocol.
They're helping.
Protocol. We could use.
Yeah, no, all sorts is good.
So
yeah,
all good. Also, so what you're saying is that they just don't have the amount of influence that people give them credit.
The people for corporations, businesses, etc., to talk about in business. But then you have the Munich Security Conference that is a defense centric, where various foreign leaders, to include Putin, have spoken. Right, and so I think this is kind of to what Sam.
I mean, that's the whole crux of the argument.
Okay, so let me jump in here and I do want to go to Joe. He was having mic problems earlier, but I want to give him a chance to talk. But first of all source. I get what you're saying. Things that can become nefarious. I mean, I've seen how the lobbying core works in Washington, D.C. The reality is this, that yes, you're right. Technically, you're correct. With governments involved because of transnational corporate interests, which I'm not against a corporation being transnational, but because of transnational corporate interests that are all year long, like Gnostic was saying. And Gnostic didn't hear me earlier because that's one of my big points. Davos is not my problem. It's what WEF does all year long. So anyway, quickly
But
respond to
that's
that,
my
and then I'm going to
point.
give the mic.
U.S. level, right?
Okay,
And
so
then
guys,
They
let me
spend
interrupt here
hundreds
real
of
quick.
billions on elections
Also,
for a
hold on,
job that pays
Prodigal.
a
Hold
couple
on,
of hundred
Prodigal.
thousand
Guys.
they're not getting it paid back.
Yeah, hold on just a second. So I hear you all, souls, but here's the problem. Here in the United States, our Constitution and local laws to inject what they want. And I'm not saying every one of them does, and our legal system hasn't entirely broken down, but we're seeing a slow breakdown of that. I mean, even to the point where when Donald liberty movements that began in the 18th century in this world, we are now moving into
We really have to get around that. Like right now I can say I disagree with both Prodigal and all sources, or I can say I agree with Prodigal and I agree with all sources, right? Because if I'm agreeing with them on one thing, I'm disagreeing on the other side. So if one industrial leader has a lot of power, 1,000 of them coming together and coordinating have an enormous amount of power. And that's what the World Economic Forum is, right? So there, I agree with Prodigal. When they were talking about the socialist agenda, Social Security is the biggest socialist program there ever was in the entire world and spread throughout the world. If you look at Scandinavia, they have more millionaires per capita than anywhere else in the world, right? It's not a bad thing. There's part of it that's good. It's kind of like the government that you guys were talking about earlier. It's good when it's used for good. Police are good. Firemen are good. There are all socialist programs. Like we always demonize socialism as something completely horrible. It's not. Just like government isn't always horrible. It's just when it's too much. So really have to get behind the perspective because, World Economic Forum tries to position itself as not having any power and being an NGO. The reality is if you just had like 5 of those members working together, it would be scary. 1,000 of them working together is super scary. And
so
things
Joe,
like the Paris Agreement wouldn't have happened without the World Economic Forum, for example.
Yeah, so Joe, I want to pop in here. I want to ask you a question. So you mentioned there's no distinction between all these other forms of government and socialism. Right? Now, most people would say, well, wait a minute here. No, socialism is bad, just fundamentally. Like, keep in mind, I'm saying that meaning that the principal definition of socialism being something akin to, and I'm not bringing Mussolini into this to try to mess up your point, but Mussolini said everything in the state, all in the state, all for the state. Like, that's really kind of the definition of socialism that I'm operating on when you use that term. What are you meaning by that? Because I think you're throwing me off, at least. I want to get your thought.
Yeah, I'm using the term of what socialist programs actually are, not something that's fascism more so than socialism, right? Like, America has a long history of going against anything but democracy, which I think is a good thing. But the reality is, America is really not a democracy. It's almost an oligarchy, except they're industries that are paying for presidents and not people.
I think some of us would give the definition a republic when we look at the constitutional form of it. That's a republic. But
Right.
But by the way, when you talk about welfare programs and that sort of thing, I mean, I would personally argue that welfare programs from the federal government are unconstitutional. Like, that's not appropriate there. So I think, I take your points, and I think it's all good stuff. I want to give it to Brick and keep things moving around. I want to get your thoughts on things, Brick.
Yeah, I just want to mention something that hasn't really been brought up yet, is that solutions that arise in Davos, they seem to be Europe-centric to me. Maybe they work better for Europe. Maybe Europe is more used to being under the control of their governments. They certainly have a different land use case than we have here in the United States, than Canada has, than many of the countries do in North America, where we have plenty of open space that we can expand into if we can find a way to get water and energy there. So I just don't see people in the United States ever really accepting the type of ideas that are going to be promulgated at the WEF. And when we look at the issue of turning us into a consumption economy, one of the things that's happening that's making that happen is they're basically importing consumers. Our border is wide open on the south. Now, of course, you can fly in anyways and overstay your tourist visa, but we have millions of illegal aliens crossing into the United States each year. They are putting pressure on the housing market. They are putting pressure on the food markets. They are putting pressure on the job markets, downward wage pressure. They are putting so much strain on our economy that all of those things move us closer away from the way our economy should be running by itself. You're going to have more government subsidy programs. You're going to have more government handouts. You're going to have more government paying for lodging, paying that money to BlackRock, which bought the apartment buildings that are now housing the illegal aliens that came to America from, Africa or wherever they came from. They're not coming from Mexico so much anymore. They're not coming from Central America. They're coming from everywhere, because right now, if you can get to Mexico, you can get into America.
But something you just said about Europe being used to being controlled by the government. Do you realize Europe has more freedom of speech than America does? They're higher up. More freedom of press than America does?
No.
How is that? Yeah.
No, I'm not buying that for a minute. They have so many. They have, not only do they have laws against freedom of speech, they have laws against freedom of thought. They have laws against Facebook posts. Germany,
let me jump in here.
Basis,
so Joe, yeah, Rick, I get it.
On a
Joe,
regular basis, I get emails from Facebook, from Twitter, because someone in Germany complained.
Yeah.
Germany's been trying to take them down for
Hold on,
years.
guys. Hold on. Let me ask a question. So, Joe, you're making that case, but just recently we had a lady just merely quietly praying across the street from an abortion clinic in London and was arrested for it. It's right there on video. She was questioned and then she was arrested. I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't even, as far as I'm aware of. Hold on, let me ask a question. Real quick. That kind
what
of
about
stuff
the UK woman that was arrested over disagreeing with trans ideology? Did that happen
exactly.
in the UK? Or am I making it up?
Yeah, no, exactly. But let me focus on this one. So, Joa, that doesn't even happen yet in the United States. I mean, that happens in European countries with some degree of regularity. Are you aware of this?
It's not some degree of regularity. You're taking one case of something that
Well,
happened.
no, I don't think we are. I mean, Prodigal
No,
just brought one thing up. We are actually there are laws in the UK right now that exist that people will go to jail for so-called hate crimes. Like that
they have
exists.
hate speech laws, which is in direct contradiction of Judeo-Christian values on what their creator believes is a man and a woman. To say this and say, I'm European, I know it, you're either gaslighting or it's clear you don't follow European politics. I don't know.
One other thing. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Let me say something,
guys, hold on just a second. We're going to move around the room. So let's be aware of this. Okay. So, but Joa, one other item to bring up, there is a legislator, I think it's in Sweden, who shared a biblical point of view about marriage. And she was literally, has gone, her trial is still happening, but she had prosecutors, or she had a warrant for her arrest. She's going to go through a criminal trial over posting something on social media about her biblical view of marriage. So no, these things aren't even happening in the United States. We got bad stuff happening here.
Let's give guys. Yeah, let's give Joa and Source News to respond. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, it happened in the United States. There was a woman in the South that was arrested because she would have married two gay people. What are you talking about? It does happen in the United States. And is that the law? No, she was let go. She wasn't prosecuted. Correct? Same thing happens in Europe. There's little cases that happen where it doesn't follow. But if you look at freedom of speech indexes, America's does not score high at all. It scores
I don't
low
disagree with that.
European country.
Well, we've got problems here, but I want to get what All Source's thoughts on this. So go ahead, All Source.
Yeah, so I do want to kind of highlight, because every time when we talk about freedom of press, it's or religious belief, and when talking about Europe, it's kind of ironic that I just want to throw this out there. Like, let's not forget that in Europe there was a lot of efforts to ban women from wearing hijabs, which is a religious belief. You might agree with or disagree with it, and it's a religious belief. People were trying to ban it, and there wasn't an uproar about it, right? And a lot of it in these times. So, I think that's something that kind of needs to highlight. And I think it's, to Joe's point, is like, right, you can weaponize certain cases, but what I would kind of push back a little bit on Joe, I do believe that, especially in certain European countries, there are more strict laws and freedom of speech in certain categories, right? Very, 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 very specific. And I'm going to highlight two. So one, for example, is the denial of the Holocaust, right? In the US, you can deny it, nothing happens. In Europe, because of the history, because there's historical context of it, you can get punished criminally for that. It is against the law, right? And because of the history of that, there's a certain matter. And for example, in Spain, right, there's very, very strict anti-terrorism laws that you can go get punished and criminalized for glorifying terrorism or just sharing terroristic propaganda, right? In the US, that doesn't happen. But in Spain, because of the history with ETA, the Basque terrorist groups, and then with the train bombings in Madrid, right, and the jihadist terrorism that suffered there, those laws have been in place. But the important aspect of this, when we're looking at individual countries' laws and why there's is because there's a historical reason, right? In these countries in Europe, they're democracies, and they go through the democratic process. Those laws get passed because of the context that they're in. And I think it's very unfair to kind of single out specific aspects of these laws when you ignore the historical context and the democratic process they had to go through to pass these laws. Spain has very legitimate reasons why they have very strict anti-terrorism laws. Germany has very legitimate reasons why they have very strict anti-Holocaust laws. And I think that's just something that, as a democracy, that those have to be respected.
So I want to shift it over to Gnostic here real quick, because I want to get your thoughts. We'll get back to you, Joa.
Real quick thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, they have really strong, to add to All Sources' point, they have very, very strong anti-defamation laws here. Like, there's no way you could say something about someone, and if you can't prove that it's true what you said, you could be charged.
I think I'd argue that those anti-defamation, slander and so forth, those laws are much stronger in England and Europe than the United States. It's a little harder.
I agree.
Yeah, but anyway, Gnostic, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, because they have the fee shifting burden. You lose, you pay. I mean, I would like to see that stateside in certain instances.
Sure. Gnostic, go ahead. Jump in, or you're not going
to before you jump in, just quickly, for anyone that wants to request to speak, there's a lot of requests. Do DM me, and the team is checking the DMs on what you want to comment on. Just to we're trying to keep the balanced panel.
Yeah,
Sir James.
Mario, I'm going to head down because I didn't expect to be up here this long. But
No, hey,
thank you to
Prodigal.
anybody up
Prodigal.
here.
You're always
Prodigal.
welcome. You're always welcome.
Stay with us. And also, just for everyone listening, pinned tweet above is a newsletter. If you want a summary of the space, because it's been going on for 6 hours. Yesterday we did 10, 11 hours. The day before as well, 9 hours. The newsletter summarizes the spaces, and we do go through the comments. So make sure you comment bottom right corner your opinion or your questions. My team is asleep at the moment, but someone should be awake shortly, and they go through the comments and bring them up in the stage. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, go ahead, Gnostic.
Okay, what I was going to say is I live in Canada, and they're doing exactly the same thing in Canada. They're passing laws basically to edit and to make it a crime to sit down and say certain things, and you can be arrested. They're also passing laws that arrest doctors for, say, anything that's counter to the prevailing provincial government health department, i.e. something against vaccines, subject to a $200,000 fine and loss of license, subject to saying something against it on something like Twitter or someplace else, you're subject to censorship. And, combine that with CBCDs and blocking accounts. There's a whole bunch of people that just do not like the laws that are being passed here right now. It's the parliamentary system that engenders the weakness. So that's the British parliamentary system, along with some of the other parliamentary systems in Europe that have that weakness because it doesn't contain the same rights as the U.S. Constitution. And the guys that wrote that, young as they were, did a really good job of making sure they didn't have the same weaknesses in there. So
yeah,
I really wish it would be redone in under the parliamentary system.
Yeah, and that is one thing. I think a lot of Americans are looking up to Canada right now and saying, wow, yeah, they really don't have First Amendment up there, do they? And that's a key factor. I mean, I think it's an important issue. And I'm curious your thought. I see Justin Hart in the room, and I'm glad you popped in, and we always love having you here. What are your thoughts on this? You got your hand up, and I'm sure you got something to say.
Yeah, it's a topic that it becomes eroding over time, right? And it's something that that basically degrades if you don't uphold it. I think that's what we found here in the United States when we had the whole COVID issue come up, right? There were a lot of infringements on our First Amendment speech rights, and particularly the use was using the threat of mortality, or more specifically that you were threatening other people's mortality by speaking out on this. In fact, I had my book that came out. I made the rounds to all the radio shows, and I have one big conservative radio show host that I've known for 15 years. You know him well too, Jim. I won't name him. He's one of the top probably 10 or 15 hosts out there. I've gotten him exclusives for different people over the years. We've traded messages. I finally just DM'd him. I said, I've been on Prager. I've been on Gorka. I've been on these guys' shows. Tell me what can I send you a book? I said, no, Justin, I'm not going to have your book on. I think you're actually killing people. And I'm like, wow, it just spans the spectrum. And it's amazing how quickly those tenets of the First Amendment will fall when death is on the line, to quote, the Princess Bride there, right? It really becomes that weight that just goes against everything. And I think what we're going to find is that unless you really stick your neck out to uphold that, that's something that's tenuous. I'll tell you the other element. I'm sorry, I'm just popping in for this. I know you guys have been going for a long time, but I got in so much trouble this week with my wife for spending so much time on Spaces, so I kind of concentrated towards the kids there. But I couldn't resist for the last little bit. The last kid went down. Not to shift the topic, but I wonder if it's been covered, because I think this actually goes hand in hand with some of the things that we're talking about with the WEF, and even towards First Amendment rights, which is the issue of population. This is a favorite topic of mine. While you have been scared for the last 50 years from the fellow who put out the population bomb that's back in favor now, and what we're finding is that we're actually in dire need of people. China, it just announced this last week that
they have a decrease in population for the first time in their history. Here's the deal. A lot of people get concerned that China is this big behemoth. They will get older before they get more powerful. There literally are like 100 million, maybe 200 million 30-year-old men, 30-year-olds, males in China that have no prospects to get married. First of all, because of the one-child policy, and second of all, because of selective sex abortion there in China. And then you go over to Europe, and all along the Mediterranean especially, the birth rate there, the fertility rate is 1.3, 1.2. I'm a demographer. What demographers will tell you is that 1.3 is the point of no return. It is what they call, quote, the lowest low. No civilization has ever come back from that point. Every country there, Greece, Italy, Maldives, anywhere, it's all very, very low populated, which is why they're so big on importing people from other countries, and why the WEF has made that a major part of their platform, and why the WEF is totally for open borders, because a lot of these countries have realized they have no kids to stick the bill to. That's a quote from Mark Stein's great book, America Alone, if you happen to pick it up. That's 15 years old. It was completely prescient. We are seeing that in America right now. We're at 1.7, 1.8 births per woman.
Yeah, when he wrote that book, we were at about 2.1.
Right.
I remember it vividly.
Right. And so with 1.7 births, we're not at replacement levels. The only thing that's keeping us afloat actually is, again, immigration that's coming across the border. The problem is that when you're a socialist, right, even a democratic socialist in some of these big states, you can either be for low population or you can be for big progressive welfare programs. You can't be for both. They found this out in Greece, and that was why Greece had this massive financial turmoil that they're still experiencing, because they basically had no kids to stick the bill to. By, I think it's 2075 in Italy, for example, I think it's like 75. No, it's by the end of the century, or maybe it's like within the next 30 years, that Italy, 75% of Italians will have no aunts, uncles, brothers, or sisters. That fabled mantra and meme from the 90s, my big fat Greek wedding, right, where this fecund populated family of well-endowed women, right, with pasta running down the table and everything else there. And then you had, marrying into this single WASP family with a single child, right? That's not it at all. You can't go to Italy and find children around there. They are so, they're so desperate for that. Japan is the perfect example of a death spiral, right? Because they have no immigration to speak of. That's why I took my 1-year-old some years ago to Hawaii before the pandemic, and I couldn't go a block during the big heavy vacation season there, as there were lots of tourists from the Far East, and they would stop and just gawk at my child because they don't get to see one a lot. And I think what you're going to find is that is a major proponent of what the WEF is trying to do. There was a gentleman deeply, I think, involved with the WEF. I think he was one of the executive directors, if I'm not mistaken. But he basically just admitted on camera that, yeah, he'd love to see 1 billion people drop off the face of the earth. They really do, they really do want this lower population. They have no idea the impact that will cause. In Germany, for example, they have huge issues. But the last point here, that Germany has huge issues. They have whole towns that they've had to completely repurpose all of the piping, all of the underground waterworks and everything else, because they counted on a certain amount of people flushing every day, and there's no people there, right? And you're going to see this massive issue. The biggest issue of our day within the next 30 years is going to be depopulation. There will not be enough people to run things, and there certainly will not be enough people to, as Mark Stein says, stick the bill to when it comes due. So I think that's an interesting point.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Well, the one thing I would say about that is I wonder if that depends on the areas, because we have concentrations in specific areas and maybe not others. But I'll go to
one thing,
yeah,
Catherine.
Jim.
I want to actually, Sir James has joined us. We
That's what I was going to do. Yeah.
We appreciate the pleasure of you coming in here, and definitely want to hear what you have to say. Why don't you take a moment and introduce yourself a little bit so people know who you are, and welcome to the space. We're glad you're here.
Well, I just want to respond what Joa says earlier about socialism. I can agree with Jim that socialism is everything belongs to the state. It's not only Mussolini's beliefs of socialism. It was also the Soviet adaptation of socialism in the past, just before the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. I can agree on it. What Joa said earlier, let me correct your term. It's called social democracy in Scandinavia, in Norway, in Sweden, and Denmark. But what I would just want to say, Mario, you forgot Singapore, a small country with tiny population, and the country frequently imports so many people around the world. Even now, the majority of people in Singapore are foreigners, are expatriates, are non-Singaporeans, I should say. More than 70% of people living in Singapore are not Singaporeans. You forget that, but that's okay. Yeah, talking about WEF and world policies, you should know that based on my beliefs of New World Order theory, the government is only the population control, while it is very it is in a very lower rank than the corporate one. So if one speaker said America is now becomes an oligarchy, yes, I do believe in that. So does in the country where I'm living right now, Indonesia is also turned into an oligarchy, in which oligarchy ultimately destroys democracy. I sure believe in that. Because, one moment, I forgot to lower my hand. Because the oligarchy only works for certain elites. And wait. I'm done. I'm not finished my point yet. Mike's leaking. Okay. I'm not finished my point.
Yeah.
Okay. The governments and businesses are frequently connected and will likely connected in each other, in each issues. For example, like dealing with policies that will affect corporations, that will affect businesses. Of course, governments and corporations will have to deal with them, and World Economic Forum facilitates it.
Your audio, Sir James, your audio is really bad. So I'll let you fix it in the meantime. I'll let Piotr jump in. I'm not sure what's wrong with your mic.
I apologize.
It's still really bad. Not sure what's going on. I'll DM you about this. It's all good. I'll DM you now. Piotr, go ahead.
So, Piotr, what are your thoughts about that? You had your hand up.
Piotr, you gotta unmute, man.
You're on mute, dude.
Oh, while waiting for Piotr. While waiting for
Jim was.
Oh, you're back.
Speaking.
Yeah, go ahead, Piotr.
Jim, can you hear me? Yeah. Jim was.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just removed him. Gaston, what do you think about what Sir James is saying? I didn't really understand. First, can someone define what an oligarchy is? Can someone explain to me what an oligarchy is? And for the audience.
Well, I imagine an oligarchy is, the way I understand it, is a group of very, very wealthy individuals with a huge amount of influence in running a government or a country. So really, essentially, they're unelected individuals with tremendous concentration of wealth who have undue influence when it comes to running.
I think it's too extreme. It's too extreme. While there's a lot of inequality, I'll go to Aaron. To call any Western nation an oligarchy is way too extreme, in my opinion. Or do you disagree?
Well, an oligarchy, strictly speaking, is one of the categories of rule that Aristotle described in the Politics. It's simply rule by those who have the most money. It's rule by wealthy elites. I certainly think that we're trending in an oligarchical direction. And back when I was on the airplane, I think I was trying to explain this. You guys couldn't hear me. But there is a current global trajectory that I think we see represented in the ideology of the WEF. It doesn't mean that obviously everyone that goes to Davos is on board with this ideology, but it's certainly distilled in many of the public presentations that people hear and see and therefore attribute to the WEF. And basically, I think what we're seeing and what we saw accelerated during the pandemic, the current trajectory is that we are seeing the fading of the nation state as kind of the dominant form of governance in the West. The external apparatus of legislatures, parliaments, courts, and so forth remain in place, but at least during the pandemic, they function mainly as window dressing. And a lot of the decisions that affected our lives in very intimate ways were made by unelected bureaucrats.
So essentially what you're saying, sorry, Aaron, just to make sure I understand it, what you're saying is that the whole nation state concept doesn't function as we all would like it to. And there are,
you assume it does in liberal democracies. As the nation state model, as the core of it disappears, what is left in place are the great economic instruments, right? The world-spanning corporations, which operate kind of like fiefdoms. And nation states, so to speak, serve as their executive instruments, more or less doing the will of the economic elite. And so I think we're nudging in an oligarchic direction. You're right, Mario, that we still.
I just want to mention real briefly, if I could just mention something real briefly on oligarchy while you touched on it. You said that Aristotle mentioned that that's a government by the wealthy. Currently, oligarchy doesn't mean that. Oligarchy is just now currently government by a small group. Plutocracy has replaced the term that Aristotle originally used as oligarchy.
Fair enough.
So plutocracy. So plutocracy. Just plutocracy, and I'm kind of learning this stuff. Plutocracy is essentially governed by the rich. Oligarchy is governed by a few.
Correct.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So, oligarchy's always meant government by the few. And I think even though Plato maybe referenced the wealthy in the sense, I think that was...
That's but that kind of the point...
talking about the construct of the oligarchs. But
the
oligarchy
point,
in his mind was of the few, yeah.
And the point you're making, Aaron, and I want to go to Piotr because I know he's trying to speak earlier, but the point you're making is that it's going back to the whole the establishment, the behind-the-scenes people that are making a lot of decisions, putting a lot of the strings, not to the extreme or the Illuminati extreme, but somewhere in the middle between a completely fair democracy and the Illuminati. The reality is somewhere in the middle, and the World Economic Forum plays a role in that. Is that a fair characterization of what you just said?
That's fair. It's a kind of corporatist collective, a global technocracy that's driven by both economic and certain political interests. And this regime has gained power over the last 3 years, while the model of the nation state has weakened in terms of power.
And when you say this regime, can you define regime?
Yeah. So the regime is the welding of global corporate and economic interests with state power that starts to more and more serve those interests rather than serving the interests of the population that elected them.
And Aaron, are you saying that's housed in the WEF, or where are you saying that's?
So I'm saying that the
formally taking place.
Yeah, I'm saying the WEF is one institution that represents broader trends in global banking, global corporate life, in the wealthiest corporate and most powerful corporations. They're represented by the WEF. But you can look at other non-governmental institutions that have either member state, nation state membership or private membership that have grown up since World War II. And WEF is probably the most visible, and some think the most powerful among them. But there are many others.
Yeah. So Piotr, I think you got bumped down, and you probably have something to say in all of this. So once you take the mic, Piotr, you're muted.
Jump in. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Piotr's internet. Source News, trying to jump in.
Yeah, let's go to all source.
Hold on, Catherine. Catherine, your mic is echoey, and I don't know what's happening with your mic, Catherine. Yeah, go ahead, all source.
Yeah, so I think one of the things I did want to highlight, though, and I think kind of this notion of the oligarchy, and I think it's 100% correct, but where I think there needs to be kind of a clear distinction, right? And I think that this is being played also in kind of the geopolitical realm, right? And I think there's this idea that a lot of followers might have, and a lot of listeners into the space, I think that when we say the elite is kind of this one global elite that kind of all shares a same goal internationally, regardless of what country. And I think one of the things we have to also very much highlight, right, is how elites in different countries, both in the political realm and the economic realm, utilizes their influence to try to gain their own political advantage for the nation state, right? And I think one of the great things that kind of came out in foreign affairs that I really liked reading in I believe it's in 2020, it's called The Rise of the Strategic Corruption, right? And there's been a plethora of books that talk about this, of how, for example, Russia and also China leverages business ties and corruption to then gain political influence. Right. And I think that's just something that I highlight that as an important case, because I think there has to be this clear distinction, right, where people might think that the idea that all these corporations and all these millionaires and billionaires that exist in the World Economic Forum have this one global agenda. And what happens when you believe that is that you kind of ignore how, let's say, Russia utilizes corruption tactically and strategically in the United States or in Europe to gain political leverage in those countries through corrupt methods. And I mean, we saw this, for example.
Can you explain this before? Sorry, also, I want you to continue your thought. Don't stop it. But can you explain again, what do you mean by strategic corruption, please?
So basically, strategic corruption, right? In this article in the Foreign Affairs, and if you're subscribed, you can Google it, right? The rise of strategic corruption. Basically, the article was mentioning how authoritarian governments, through business ties and through corruption, contaminate political process and democracies, right? So let's for example look at London. London is a perfect example that has very lax, London. A lot of people call London Londonistan, right? Because they have a lot of wealthy former Soviet Republic oligarchs that park their money in the UK or in tax havens across the world, and they use the UK legal system to protect themselves. And while they do that and they protect their riches and their money that they're extrapolating from their own countries, let's say, in Kazakhstan, let's use an example, right? They use corruption, they pull that money out, they leverage that money, and they put it in, let's say, the UK. They get UK lawyers to defend them in court so that they're protected from Western actions, to try to seize their monies, et cetera, to send it back. And then through corruption that they use and they park their money into the UK, they contaminate the political process and allow corruption to then grow in their own countries, right? So the strategic corruption notion is basically when authoritarian governments utilize corruption to contaminate and gain influence in our political decision-making, especially in democracies, because we kind of have those, obviously, the separations of powers and laws that protect us. They use those democratic principles to contaminate and to corrupt our own process for their own political and geopolitical interest. I hope that makes sense.
So I think I agree with you that's kind of how we are seeing here in the United States a lot of policy get bypassed from the actual legislative and electoral process. It's been a big problem. But Brick, I think a lot of what we're talking about here, I hear some people trying to say that we have this internationalist oligarchical system. I don't see that having developed yet. There's certainly influence within smaller groups of people that even provide me some concern, but we don't have this oligarchical system internationally. I think what we're looking at is just these connections through groups like the WEF, probably primarily or possibly primarily, certainly through the UN between governments that exists and has some concerns, but haven't quite developed on the international basis. Would you agree? And what are your thoughts?
Right. I don't believe, and to kind of piggyback, like, again, my main issue when we're talking about elites, right, and what I kind of want to, because we haven't seen that, I think is to your point, right, we haven't seen this notion that let's say all the Fortune 500 companies all agree on one thing, and that this is the objective they want, right? There's still these individual interests, both in the economic and in policy.
But what I would say also is that these groups are seeking to influence governments, and there's more and more of an effort to bypass what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes,
so
absolutely.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and I think right, but I think the issue is that these groups do not operate in unison. I think that's kind of where the distinction I want to make.
Okay, so let me just kind of pop in there. So I would say, no, I think we're seeing more and more unison happening, and it's not happening in a formal way in some international government system that exists, but it is happening somewhat. But I want to pass to Brick. You've had your hand up, so go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually, before Catherine came into space, we were talking about the erosion of rights in Canada, specifically First Amendment rights, a little bit of Second Amendment rights, property rights, financial restrictions, stuff like that. And I wanted to ask her to speak, to speak to that, because I think she's got some pretty good insight into it.
Sure. I mean, I've watched a lot of changes happening in Canada that have been very shocking and disappointing. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people from internationally have been watching that happen and what our prime minister has done and have been shocked too. So, I have been a liberal. And I guess as much as I hate disclosing sort of my voting history, it is on the liberal side of things. We've sort of, in Canada is kind of an interesting country. For many years, people have sort of said that this is, friendly dictatorship. And the reason that this has been said is because, the idea of it is, we have essentially one party, and this one party is, the Liberal Party is the party that has always been the one that people sort of elect, and other parties really don't have much power. So we have the NDP and we have the Conservative Party, but we've only had the Conservative Party in power once. And so recently, when we had the truckers protest during COVID, this is really where we've seen, I think, the most clear erosion of rights. And for me, that was quite a shock to see that. So in this case, we've had bank accounts frozen for people who donated to the truckers protest, people thrown in jail. This was kind of, some people have sort of dubbed it the January 6th of Canada, even there was no overthrow. And then Justin Trudeau invoked the, what is it called? Oh my gosh.
Emergencies Act.
Emergencies Act, that's correct, which was not invoked before in the past. So, this is something that is meant for true emergency, and the Emergencies Act wasn't even really used. So this was a true, to me, erosion of Canadian rights. And that has really changed my view, I think, of where we are in Canada. It's kind of like I'm really conflicted at this point as to what to vote for, because I'm not a conservative, but at the same time, somebody should not have that kind of power. So to me, it was a very authoritarian move. Also, during COVID, people weren't able to leave the country. I'm not 100% sure what the situation was in the US, but if you weren't vaccinated, the situation was that you couldn't leave the country. So I found that completely shocking. So there's a lot of erosions of Canadian rights that I just didn't see coming. Because as a liberal, I want rights. That's how I see liberalism, really.
I want to jump in if you don't mind. Brick, as quickly. I want to ask the audience a question. Guys, first, Jim I know it's a background noise because I'm outside, but is it audible, Jim? Before I ask the audience a question.
Yeah, no, you sound okay. Yeah.
Thanks, man. So for the audience, I want you to go in the comments, bottom right corner. Should we start doing the spaces for longer? I'm talking to the team, because we've got an incredible network of moderators now where we always get great speakers. And anyone that's in the audience that you think you're a good speaker and you got a lot to add to any discussion, make sure you DM me, because the team does go through all messages about this. But should we have spaces at least 10 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week, discussing various topics? Because there's just so much to discuss. As long as we have great speakers on stage, and it's always balanced, not an echo chamber and not biased, which has always been our policy. And great moderators, Catherine, Jim, Nick, Ian, Sam, the list goes on. I want you to all let us know in the comments. But I think it's been an incredible experiment. Today we did it for 6 hours, I think. Yesterday we did it for 10 and a half. 11 and a half. Day before was 9 and a half. That's the last 3 days. And that's with me traveling and being in Davos and stuff. So it's been a really good experiment. The response has been great. And as I said, like people in Davos were coming up to me and talking about the show, influential people, about what we're doing here. But that's the question to everyone in the audience. I want you guys to let me know in the comments, or let us know in the comments what you think and how you think that it's best for the show to develop. Because it's like a debate. Should we keep it scarce, where it's only for a limited amount of time? So you know, too much of the show is this too much of the show? Or should we keep it for longer to give everyone time to join at different time zones? And considering there's so many topics to discuss, let me know in the comments. But yeah, Jim and Catherine, what do you guys? Justin, you guys are regulars. What do you think of doing the show for longer?
I think it's a great idea. I think you ought to have a 24/7 channel going.
I asked someone that. No joke. We are working on that. It's already in progress. But let's start with 10 hours a day, or everyone on my team will just quit. But you like the idea, Justin?
It's called addiction.
My wife will hate me then.
Elon, love this. What do you think, Catherine?
I'll end up getting a divorce.
I'm going to be the minority on this.
Likewise.
It's way too tempting to jump into these spaces, so I don't want the temptation to be in front of me. So my vote is no, just because I don't want that temptation to be there. I'm much more of a compulsive planner. So I'm a little bit different, but other people will disagree with me and will send me more hate mail, I'm sure.
Before Mark is here. I invited Mark to come up on stage. I know Mark from before. He doesn't know me, but Jim, I want you, while I try to bring up Protocol, because I got a couple of questions for Protocol before we wrap it up. But what do you think, Jim, for doing the space for longer?
Well, I think people are on these spaces all day long. From Eastern Time Zone, I mean, I noticed that they're starting to really do them. About 10 o'clock is when it's starting to roll in. I kind of monitor that all day long. So I think it could work. I think there are people in the day that are looking to hear about things. And then in the evening, you start getting another group, or maybe it's the same group later on. So I think people are definitely engaging. They want to be involved in what's going on. There's no doubt about it. So I think it could possibly work. Yeah.
I think, Mario, you can't host it all day long because you need some sleep, right? So I think that.
No, I won't be hosting it. Not at all. No. So we'll be mixing between all of us. That's the thing. It will never work if it's just me. I can't live like this. But it will be like this. Last 2 days, like Jim, you've been killing it. You and Nick as co-hosts, and today Catherine and Sam did a great job. Ian. And the rest of the team, but
I've changed my mind, Mario. I'm changing my answer to yes.
Cool, that was quick. I want to get Protocol. Protocol, come on, man. DM you an invite.
Mario,
go ahead, of course. Go ahead, Joe.
Comment on what you said. There's a reason I like your spaces, right? I like watching the news typically, or before I used to just sit in front and watch the news, see what's going on, have it playing in the background even while I'm working. I have no idea if you're left or right. And that makes a huge difference because you try to balance the room all the time to a point where I don't know what you are, right? I have no idea which way you lean. And that's really, really good because it makes all the difference in the world. So unless you can get hosts who are also completely like, I cannot tell because their comments don't lean one way or the other, then you can't have 10 hours. If you can find some people that can replicate that, I think it would be incredible, and I would have it on all the time playing in the background, the same way I would news stations.
I'll tell you what, Joe, actually, one of the things that's happening here is that Mario is the guy sort of doing that. The rest of us are quite often participating in the conversation, so that comes across. I think that we've got a few people in here who are able to be very neutral. Well, I know I can be that way because when I get a long period of it, I can do that. And by the way, I'm extremely friendly with the people that are on our team who are not aligned with me politically necessarily in certain ideologies. So we can get there. I think it can definitely happen. But your point is well taken. It should be like that. Absolutely.
And another thing, just for the audience, number one, just make sure you subscribe to the newsletter above where the team will be summarizing spaces. So make sure you do that. But we do read through comments. Like if you want to come up as a speaker If you've commented, we see it, or you DM us if you want to come up as a speaker, DM us. But there's another thing to add, is that not only like, when you're watching CNN or Fox or any other news network, you're just sitting there watching it, but in part of the space, you can actually be part of the space. Like I look at Shelby now. Shelly just put a thumbs down when I said something, so she disagrees. I go through the emojis, I go through the comments. It just makes it very interactive, which kind of, and I'm pretty bullish on spaces and audio rooms in general, and I used to be very bullish and active on Clubhouse back in the day. But Gnostic, what do you think?
Well, from the comments that I get from my back channels and everybody else, there's, yes, keep the spaces going, run them, just blank out, run them, and it's really great. From the spaces I get in the background, if that's any reflection on what comments you're getting in the background, I'm getting all sorts of people feeding me things to come down and say. I've had WIFIC things put at me. I've had other stuff. But one of the comments that comes out is, and this is a good thing to quite a degree, is a frustration with not being able to speak and participate, which I think is both a good thing and a bad thing. You're filtering people out. You want the comments in front so it doesn't interrupt the entire process. All of this is good. It creates a degree of frustration for people, but at the same time, the frustrated people are still here listening. So the balance that people are talking about, that Jim and some of the other people are talking about, where you sit down and go, and I can't tell sometimes what side of the fence you sit on. I poke you sometimes and go, what side are you on? But it's like, and people do poke you to see what side you're on, but just not doing it is as frustrating to people as it is neutral across the entire thing, which is what just breaks me up laughing, because that's why the room is popular. What people are saying here is completely correct. You're doing a good job of maintaining a balance. You also, when you don't understand something, you ask for an explanation for somebody for the room. So you're educating people in it in a rounded way that allows them to sit down and have better opinions and balanced opinions. In the total of what you're doing, you're bringing people into the center. The far right, you're bringing into the center. The far left, you're bringing into the center, which is exactly what people need. We need that central view, that centrist view, to expand and people to understand. You can have disagreements. You can have, like Sam and I were going at it tooth and tongue, poking around and doing all the rest of the stuff, and I disagree with some of his stuff. He agrees. This is a space where we can actually have a disagreement and not have it break down into that insanity. And control of the mute button is, one of the primary things. If I'm interrupting or Prodigal's interrupting or somebody, I just laugh, because Prodigal always laughs when he gets muted, which is really quite funny. And so do I. But it's a form of respect for sitting down and saying intelligent, reasoned debate requires a moderator to sit down and say, okay, everybody's getting too emotional here. This is going to break up. Mute now, straighten it out. And you straighten it out. And it's that sort of, much as we're talking democracy here, it's that dictatorial effort that actually makes the debate possible. So, Mario, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Knockstick, by the way, I've done political consulting and stuff like for almost all of 30 years, as well as time on Capitol Hill. But I've done telephone town halls with clients, and there's one interesting dynamic you just brought up, which I know worked extremely well there. Like, this is a far more open forum. So telephone town halls, you dial out to a massive list. You have a group of people in the room, so to speak. You have a moderator who's working with the team to bring in questions. People can come in live to give their question. And I would always tell people, listen, we're going to get the best questions that we can. And I've moderated like literally hundreds of these. There was a time I had done more telephone town halls as a moderator than any human being alive, because I worked off the biggest platform. And I'm not exaggerating to say that. It's been a while, but I was there once. So
I can confirm that for Jim. I was there. He did that.
Yeah, he does know that. Yeah, Justin knows. So anyway, what was interesting about that dynamic is, and we would moderate what questions were coming in. That's why I like this. It's a little more open and free debate. But we would moderate what questions were coming in. And what we found out was the audience reacted. We had ways for them to react to it. And when they heard somebody ask a question, and we got inputs that, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'm glad they answered that question, and it answered their question. Now, when you get that interaction back and forth, it adds this like 3D dynamic to that. Telephone town halls were so effective for so many years in politics and organizations and even businesses, corporations that would have calls with stockholders or shareholders of some sort. It just was really an interesting dynamic. This just shoots it way beyond that. And you're exactly right in what you said.
I want to go to Prodigal. Prodigal, we go back. How are you?
Yeah, I came up because you asked, and I've been yelling and smoking cigarettes, so I'm a little out of it. But what do you?
I have a question. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while, and we should jump on a call. But what can you tell us? Like, who are you? I know you're not doxxed, as far as I know. What do you do? Who are you? What can you tell us about the famous Prodigal?
Well, I'm a lawyer. I have a real estate portfolio. I am born in the States, first generation. I'm from the former Yugoslavia. I have a very unique background from my upbringing, but I love America. I have family who served. I've been following it, and it's just to see what's occurred over the last 2 decades is very upsetting to me. So that's basically. I don't want to dox myself. I really can't anyway because I've been banned so many times from this stupid platform. But it's been better. It's the longest I've lasted in a while.
Okay, man. What do you think, Prodigal? My question was, what do you think you and then Fidgetal, and then we'll end it. But what do you think about doing the space for much longer and doing like 10 hours a day, 7 days a week to cover all the topics there is?
I mean, if you have the energy to do it, why not?
No, without me, not me. Me and the team, like all the other moderators.
I mean, personally, like I message people. I don't host spaces just because the blowback's immense. Like, it's not a job I like. You can't please everybody, and it's not happy. So, listen, you have some of the largest spaces here. I just come here to get out the message. So, I think whatever you're doing it right, and it's working. But yeah, me personally, you'll never see me host spaces. And if I'm in a space after 10 or 11, you'll be like, why am I listening to this moron? I go to Nuance Bros spaces just to burn brain cells. But I think you should. I mean, you're getting respected people in here. You got congressmen. Thomas Massey basically broke news on your website, on your spaces. So is Elon Musk. And I like it because I don't really... you rarely get a chance to question and force a person to defend their positions, especially in positions of power. And I'm not in there for money or anything else. I don't care if I can expose people I disagree with or change minds. I'm all for it. So listen, if it's working and it's growing, why not? I mean, Elon, do you remember
the old days when you first started joining the space? It was impossible to stop you. Your energy was insane. Now you're like a lot friendlier. But the old days, anyone that hasn't seen Prodigal in the old days when we first started the spaces, he would eat everybody alive, including me. He would mute me somehow.
I mean, listen, I go to Finn's Twitter spaces with Gnostic, and I have a couple mutuals. I have friends and family and investments, and I'm usually calm here. But when we're talking politics, and I just the only thing and I've asked you this before, if I put the newsletter tweet first, I can literally cite to mainstream media organizations for all my points. Like people, like somebody's like, oh, you can't. I could cite everything. If my accounts weren't banned, some of these news stories that I follow and care about, you could see multiple years of how the stories played out and how they've lied and what's been going on. I mean, that's the only thing I'd say. I understand. The only problem is your spaces get so big, and I understand this, that if you pin too much at the top, the Kachi.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. So Prodigal, before I go to Fidgetal, Prodigal, like now he still pins, but not a lot. Before, when Prodigal comes in the first 5 minutes, as soon as he joins the space, there's about 20 pinned tweets, and every word he says, there's some evidence or some source that's pinned above. Anyone that whenever Prodigal speaks to you guys, actually now no, he doesn't do it anymore. We remove a lot of them. We got to balance it out as well. Anyway, he's a beast in every way possible. Fidgetal, final words, man. You've been on the space a lot of times, and today you've had a bit of drama you're dealing with. But any final words before we wrap up the space?
Yeah, it's funny. Prodigal, also not doxxed, but also an attorney with a real estate portfolio. So hilarious, and on the exact opposite side of the spectrums. Mario, thank you for your help with that, by the way. It means a lot
I used to be on your side, and then I woke up.
I know. People get old. It happens, right? You cling to your money more as you get older. I see it happens all the time.
You know what? It's funny because I think the people who are the strongest sort of opponents of Fidgetal's side tend to be the ones who used to be on that one.
Yeah, I'm excited for the second half of my life. The other side of the hill should be fun. No insult. So what I was going to say, Mario, thank you so much for your help. Whatever you can do, it means a lot to, I know, a small community, but I think a really important community that I'm hoping merges more and more as things move forward. With regards to your question specifically, so any help. My suggestion as someone who doesn't call these spaces phone calls, that was another old person joke. My suggestion would be to do a 24-hour space. You can use the technology that allows you to leave it on and have multiple people use the host account, like I forget what it's called.
We're planning it, but don't you think the issue of scarcity is also important? No.
No. Hear me out. What I would suggest is you have a 24-hour with all the hosts that you have that are in different fields and they host different slots with different, with like say 2-hour slots or whatever, however it gets divided up. And there's different topics and different subjects that people are different subject matters on that you have involved here, and they're balanced and they're charged with bringing balanced, excited conversation, including crypto, NFTs, blockchain technology, real estate, Nelson, right? All these people that you have that are kind of often brought together and out of their depth in certain conversations, which does bring for good topic and good banter. But then regardless of that, you curate that 24/7. So Mario Nafal or the
round table, keep my name out of it.
The round table is the citizen journalist 24/7 channel that you can pop in any time for interesting shit about anything, or choose your slots and organize it. But at the same time, Mario is the news break guy. And you don't have to do 10. No.
Keep Mario out of it. I want Mario not to be the news break guy. And Mario needs to have a life and needs to do less.
You don't have to do 10, 12-hour space is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is whatever you want to call Mario, it's the news break portion. It's this, but in a 2-hour, 3-hour thing where you'll pile in 10, 20,000 people because it's less frequent. That's what I would do.
Makes sense. Source News, first time on the stage. Catherine recommended us to connect. Such a pleasure to have you on the panel. So I'll give you the final word, man, before Jim and Catherine wrap it up.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I enjoyed it a lot. Thanks, Catherine, for the voice of confidence. And I guess I'll just take my role in this space just to argue to infinity with Prodigal. I'll take that gladly.
There's already 6 people ahead of you on that. Anyway, guys, and we need more. It's still not enough. So I'll wrap it up. Jim, Catherine, do you mind if I wrap up the space? Anything to add?
No, you go for it, Mario.
Cool. All right, guys. So great space as always. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Make sure, please, in the comments, let us know how you'd like to see the spaces evolve in the next few days and in the next few months, because there's a big team working on this 24/7 around the world. So please do share your feedback. We read them all. And anyone that doesn't get a chance to speak, you can send us DMs, me or other speakers. We do read the DMs and we can bring them up in space, and we go through the comments. It's really important.
Are you putting this on other platforms so people on YouTube?
Yeah, we stream it. It's streaming on YouTube now. We'll start and put the video so you can actually see my face. Now it's off. And then we're preparing Rumble as well. But Twitter is we're just doing this for that audience. We don't mention it at all. We don't tweet about it because we want to stay native to Twitter. That's our main focus. And I'm pretty loyal to Elon, who's been very supportive. So we'll be, and plus I'm bullish on Twitter. So we'll be focusing on Twitter, but just to get a bigger audience there, and they might come to Twitter because they can see the screen of Twitter. So they might actually merge into Twitter as well. But yeah, I think that's it. Guys, girls, love you all. Thank you so much for joining. And it's another epic space. We'll probably see you again all tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Jim, Catherine.